automatically pushed out on the sheriff's app. Around 3 a.m. on July 4th, the sheriff's app pushed out a flash flood warning for Mason County. This immediately caught my attention, as throughout the evening leading up to 3 a.m., flash flood watches were being dispatched, but this turned into flash flood warnings. I immediately called dispatch and asked if anyone had reported any flooding. One driver had called in and stated that there was water running over Wrench Road 1222, which is north of the city of Mason. TxDOT had been notified, and they were already out starting to put barricades on roads that were impassable. The Mason County Sheriff was notified. I notified the sheriff, and a message was pushed out on the sheriff's app to warn drivers of road closures and to not drive across water. Notices were also put out on the EMC Facebook page. Throughout the day, the sheriff and the assistant EMC monitored road conditions and low water crossings. Barricades and cones were put out in the city and county where roads were impassable. The assistant EMC constantly monitored river and creek stages, and the sheriff kept in contact with the RV park owners. We do have one open RV park on the Llano River. A second has been developed but is not occupied currently. The river this is the Llano River, it did end up cresting, but not as high as the 2018 flood. For the most part, people stayed home, which we heard earlier. That's what we're told to push out, is stay home unless you have to be out, and if you have to be out, don't cross running water. There was no need for evacuations or rescues, and thankfully there were no EMS calls during that day. On July 5th, I declared a local disaster and called an emergency management team meeting to discuss the emergency response plan. Our county roads were washed out, some literally washed away. They were all highly saturated and most were covered in water. We secured necessary equipment that would allow emergency responders to access patients down these roads should there be 911 calls. A local community building was made available for anyone needing shelter. That shelter was not utilized. However, there were few houses that received flood damages. Emergency road repairs were made to make sure that everyone could get to a highway, even if by four-wheel drive only. At this point, there was an incredible effort made by our neighbors out there helping each other try to find a way to make sure that everyone could get to a highway and that our emergency responders could get to them in the event that someone needed emergency services. It was reported that the northwest part of the county received 23 inches of rain. 25 inches a year in Mason is what's typical. A week later, on July 13th, the second wave of rain came fast and furious, and a swiftwater boat team was positioned in Mason, but left only a few hours to go assist in the San Saba area. The rain event dropped another 5 inches of rain across the county, and emergency repair work that had been done the previous week was now washed away again. Post-event or recovery, several days later, the roads were passable by four-wheel drive only, and we began the process of PSTAT assessments. TDM dispatched multiple employees to our county, and over a week's time, we finished roads assessments. 250 PSTAT surveys were submitted, indicating over $40 million worth of county road damage. Concho Valley Council of Government sent employees to Mason to assist with ISTAT surveys. Today, 30 surveys have been submitted, and though individual assistance has not been granted to Mason County, citizens have sustained substantial damage to property, and many have sustained agricultural losses, causing extreme economic loss. Recovery will be long and costly for all, and any considerations for immediate relief funding from our great state would be sincerely appreciated. I'm here to ask you to please help us as county officials help our people. I'll be happy to take any questions, and I will too provide a copy of my testimony.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Frank Trull.
Pull that up close and talk loud.
I talk pretty softly, so it might
we'll
be a
pull it
little
up
bit of
really close then.
little bit of a challenge. But my name is Frank Trull. I'm the McCulla County judge. I have been since 2021. We have a little bit different situation compared to most as far as the flooding went. Thank goodness it wasn't on the higher level of things. It was on the lower level. We still had quite a bit of damage both to individual properties and to our county roads, some of our county buildings as well, such as our courthouse. The roof suffered damage, a lot of water leaks and so forth. That's kind of been undetermined yet as far as what insurance will or won't cover. I'll give a brief description of some of the actions taken in response to the flood. The morning of July 3rd, I received calls from Sean Baxter, who's the Texas Division of Emergency Management District 10 Chief, and Guy Duncan, who is the Tatum Section Chief. Baxter and Duncan advised me that forecasted weather in our area could result in up to 12 inches of rainfall throughout July the 4th. Truly thankful for those two gentlemen's briefing and feel like their attention provided several hours of prior notice before the inclement weather arrived. After speaking with Chief Baxter, I received a flood watch warning from the National Weather Service that indicated flooding could be possible in McCulla County from 1:30 that day on the 3rd through July the 4th. I sent out an emergency notice through TextMyGov. That's what we use. It's probably similar to Code Red. It's not a reverse 911, but it's a system that I can send out notices. And then beginning at 1:37 a.m. on the 4th, McCulla County Dispatch began receiving calls of stranded motorists due to the floodwaters. At 2:02 a.m., there were calls requesting emergency assistance due to some of the individuals' homes flooding. According to the National Weather Service, San Angelo at 4 a.m., the riverbank stage, and that's going to be the San Saba River, which is south of Brady, measured 5.9 feet. The bank full, just to give you an idea, is 16 feet. About 5:30 a.m., the radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall. Across that warned area, between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rainfall had fallen. Additional rainfall was expected of 1 to 2 inches more, and that's when the indicator for flash floodings were imminent. About an hour later, the National Weather Service San Angelo changed the forecast from minor flooding to major flooding, and the riverbank stage measured 17.6 feet. It took 2.5 hours, and the river rose 11.7 feet. About 7 a.m., I spoke with dispatch to see what the call volume was. They advised that there had only been a few calls and that 2 families or individuals had been displaced from their homes. Some of the other calls were related to the stranded motorists that I spoke about previously. I arrived at the courthouse about 8 a.m., and that's where I observed all of the water leaks throughout the courthouse. Shortly after that, there was a bulletin from the National Weather Service that the EIS activation was requested for flash flood warnings. About 11 a.m. that morning, I received a call from the National Weather Service San Angelo requesting me to travel to that San Saba River Bridge because they did not think that the LCRA river gauges were working properly. Upon arrival at the bridge, I observed the river to be several yards out of its banks and the lower park area was submerged. The river was about 6 feet from the bottom of the bridge, and I'd estimate that the bottom of the bridge being about 30 feet in height. Actually, the LCRA staff was there, and they had advised me that the water had swept away the monitoring equipment, and they were making those repairs. A couple hours later, the river stage was 29.7 feet, and the flood stage, activation stage, is actually at 18 feet. Part of that notice from the National Weather Service made reference to this crest compares to a previous crest of 29.1 feet back in July of 1938. In those past 5 hours, the river had rose an additional 12 feet. An hour later, there was a call requesting emergency assistance because a low water crossing had become impassable, and this was located just north of that river bridge where I was at. There were a group of people at a vacation home, and the road had washed out where they couldn't get back out onto the main highway. Our 2 local volunteer fire departments and our Precinct 2 county commissioner responded, and they actually had to use a very large wheel loader to transport those folks across the water. There were other flood-related calls, but those were the only 2 call sheets that I had to make reference to. Throughout the day, our county commissioners were actively monitoring the roads. Some of the roads and bridges had to be closed for several days due to the high water and deterioration. In the days following July 4th, calls came in from individuals requesting assistance with flood damage such as surface water penetrating their homes, roof leaks, private ranch roads destroyed, fence and water gap damages. And again, like everybody that has spoke today, they made reference to all the years that they had been in the area. They'd never seen flooding like what had occurred. Additional rains continued to fall. On July the 13th, the LCRA flood gauge at that same river I spoke of measured about 11 feet, which again, that's 5 feet lower than the bank being full. But however, there's a secondary bridge in the community of Voca, and that bridge had water lapping over the top of it. The reason why that's significant is it's about a 2-mile stretch between those 2 bridges. So all the tributaries between the main bridge and that secondary bridge were flowing so much water, we had no knowledge. There's no gauges in those areas. So I usually look at that gauge at the San Saba River Bridge crossing on 87, and I'm thinking it's fine because it hadn't even met the bank full yet. So it's really important we go back to as many gauges as we can get to monitor these rivers where we can make determinations such as evacuations downstream. There are several coordinated efforts for our local folks, for the ones that were displaced. Salvation Army, American Red Cross, our local McCulla County Resource Center. Our city manager coordinated a flood victim assistance event and helped those folks get their ISTATs done with the help of the Concho Valley Council of Governments as well. We had a nice group of people there helping those victims. As of to date, there have been 155 individuals in McCulla County who've completed those surveys, including 3 properties that are probably total losses, 27 properties with major damage, 95 properties with minor, and 30 properties described as affected. In close, just listening to everything, I've been here with y'all the whole time. One thing that I would like you to think about is possibly in a state position for an emergency management coordinator in our counties, or maybe a combination in our smaller counties, like the 3 of us here, where we don't have a huge population. I think, like you talk about, like you spoke of, all the training, it's so important that you have similar people that are making a lot of these decisions. And I think if TDM was to train our emergency management coordinators, or actually the state have that position, I think it may make a huge difference in how everything plays out from the beginning of the incident all the way through the end. We know TDM steps in when we ask them to, and we're very thankful for that. But if they're on the front end of it, then they would know all of our, I hate to say it, but our lack of resources in certain areas, maybe lack of equipment and so forth. They would already know on the front end where we could make those plans, I think, way more efficiently and better.
Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Judge. I've talked to you and texted you, and you taught me something. We can have a question about it, but you very strategically did evacs. You picked very clear sectors, and I thought that was, maybe it's normal, but that was very unique in my world. So anyway, you did a good job that night. So,
Thank you. We appreciate it.
pull it up close and talk loud.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I'm Jody Foley. I am the county judge in Saba County. I think it's kind of interesting y'all set me next to Frank because all the floodwater he just described loved his county and came right over to my county. I'd like to start off with just saying, as been reiterated earlier, our thoughts and prayers are with those who have our friends and neighbors who are grieving, who've had loss of life throughout this disaster. We are blessed that our county did not go through that. And I know y'all have got a long day ahead of y'all, already had a long day. I will make my summary very quick. If you'd like more details this time, you are welcome to message me or question, and we'll fill that in. On July 4th, starting around 8 o'clock in the morning, we got notice that the San Saba River was on the move starting down in Menard County, and we were getting predictions pretty quickly of how bad that could be. The end result was the river today, if you look at our gauges today, is flowing about 4.5 foot. Our flood level starts at 24 foot. And by the evening of July 4th, we had 34 foot of water coming down the river. We had one passable highway in and out of our county. All of our major highways were underwater, and bridges and road. As we did respond to that, as we said earlier, we actually did receive the privilege of a few hours to prepare. Some of that notice came from Judge Kroll personally calling me from the bridge, telling me how high the San Saba was. With that time, we were able to sit down, we were able to organize very quickly, and we sent personal bodies out and to the selected areas that we knew were most likely to be hit by the flood and gave out recommended evacuation letters. Literally went door to door and knocked on their doors to get them out in time. We acknowledged that this had happened at 2 in the morning. If that river had flooded at the speed that the Guadalupe did, we would not have had the privilege to make those efforts, but thankfully we did. As that subsided, about a week later, as our things began to recover and do clean out, it began to rain again. And on the morning of Sunday of July 13th, we got new notices, and we had our second 70-year flood in 1 week. We were hit with 31.5 foot of a rise on Sunday the 13th. So we experienced a lot through that. Like I said, we had a lot of time to respond. Our community is, just like our neighbors, are quick to respond and take care of each other. We were aided by quick response from more Texas resources than I can name, and I'm very grateful for each and every one of them. I believe we responded well to the floods. They did include recommended and in the 13th mandatory evacuations of some areas. We had numerous water rescues, but gratefully no loss of life. What I would like to address briefly with y'all is what helped in our county, and I think would definitely help in other rural counties of our size, is we do have a very experienced emergency management coordinator that is in county. She's local. Marsha Hardy has been there for years and has done a fantastic job of being well-trained and well in tune with our region and COG around us as to resources. The other part of that worked in tandem with her is that we actually have a county liaison officer from TDM who's dedicated to San Saba County and offices in my courthouse. Thankfully, he's also born and raised San Saba. He knows the area very well, and Wyatt Deans is his name. He did a fantastic job. Within 15 minutes of the first alert, I was already at the courthouse, and both of my CLO and my EMC were sitting in my office. We had an EOC set up in our commissioner's courtroom within the hour, and before lunch, we already had an evacuation center ready, and we had the notices going out to the public. Having those two people that could, having a team that could pull down the state and federal resources in as quickly as they were there within, we had some people ready to go before the flood completely even hit us. They were in so quickly. And combine that with a local EMC who understood our community and our local resources, like our volunteer fire department, who does have some swift water rescue capabilities and we're involved in those in our community, was invaluable to us. A second thing I'd like to point out, a lot of talk has been about gauges and measuring and sensing where the water's at, water flow, all those type of issues. I'm no expert on that, but what I can tell you is where the San Saba fits, we're in the Lower Colorado River Authority. LCRA has something called the hydromet set up. They have gauges that run. I can tell you right now what the river flow in San Saba is when it starts the headwaters in McCabe all the way to the time that it flows into the Colorado River, and then what happens in the Colorado going on down. It's a fantastic system, and I guarantee you that. And they have a combination where it'll forecast with the National Weather Service to forecast prediction of where everything's going to crest and approximately the time frame it's going to do it in. I didn't believe in them. I was very, very cynical going into them, but I can tell you after 2 floods in a week, they were very reliable. They're not dead perfect. They were off by minutes. They were off by a foot or two, but they were very reliable, and they made our planning and our preparation so much easier. If you could combine those gauges with some type of sensors for alarms at the same time. I will express a concern that I believe the panel before us expressed is all these alarms are great, whether it's by phone or it's by siren. I don't care how you do it. Those are all great things. But I get, and all of you get, I probably get 4 messages a day telling me, oh, guess what's going on in the weather now, weather now, weather now. We get alerts all day long from different things throughout the community. If the emergency alert system is used and set up in that manner, it will be ignored when the time comes it's needed. It has to be only for those vast emergencies and these extreme situations. The areas of need I'd like to express with y'all is, it was addressed earlier about agriculture. We're a ranching community. 90% of my river is ranchers and pecan orchards. Lots of damage, maybe not threats to life, but a lot of damage has gone through there, and there are very few resources that have come to be available on the agricultural side. We've had everybody in the world in our county to help us in our homes, in our community, which is great. But our ag has almost nobody standing up to help them outside of other ranchers and other communities coming forward to do so. Another thing I'd like to address as far as the recovery that we're dealing with, and I believe it was Representative Moody mentioned earlier about all the red tape kind of getting in the way, is we received notice yesterday that through the National Flood Insurance Program tied with FEMA, that of all these homes in our area that were hit, which in San Saba County, 90% of the homes hit are impoverished homes. This was not a wealthy area. These aren't second homes. These are people that have lived in granddad's home for the last 3 generations. They don't have money to pay for flood insurance. And now we had volunteers come in. They've already cleaned all those homes. They've gutted them. They sprayed them for mold. They're ready for rebuilding. And since they started, we're being told, oh, you can't rebuild. Wait another week. We're going to send assessors down. And we're going to value if the cost of repairs of your home is 50% more than the value of your home, which these aren't expensive homes, then you have to meet all new flood standards. You're talking about putting these homes on stilts, destroying them, building new homes, and that's going to be required or you're not allowed to continue to rebuild or live in that home. These people can't afford flood insurance. They can't afford to go through this. They don't have the ability. There's nobody to fund them to do this. We have the ability to help them recover. We have the volunteers. We have the material right now. We could have homes built in the next couple months and have these people back to their life. But we can't do that because the red tape's standing in the way of helping these people. I know that's not state policy. I know that's federal, but we really need help to realize that every one of these situations is unique. What happened in San Angelo and the way they flooded, the way my river is much slower rising and Cumming River compared to what the Guadalupe did. The system has to be unique to the type of rivers they're on. You can't just say we're going to do one piece of legislation and everything's going to be fixed for everybody. It needs to be well thought out. I know you only get 30 days, but this needs to go on for a much longer time frame and really look throughout our state of the different areas and the different needs by county and by river. Thank you all.
Any judgment? All right. Judge Corbin?
Last and certainly least, I'm Brandon Corbin from Menard County. Menard County is also a disadvantaged community. We are 1,962 souls that live in Menard County, and we are in the bottom 10 in the state in valuation. So we have a tax rate that's too high that doesn't generate enough money. So nice combination of that. But in respect for this committee and the job ahead of you today, I'm going to move very quickly through my outline. I did want to thank Senator Perry and your office for reaching out to me personally, and to Representative Verdell for calling me personally during all this to make sure we had everything that we need and that we were doing all right in Menard County. This has been said previously, but I think it's very important that on July 3rd, our section chief called all of us and said, this is different, pay attention. To Judge Foley's point, we get a lot of what I call alert fatigue. We are constantly getting emails and texts of, and we might get a flash flood, we might get, and it's just so much that you sometimes lose the narrative and you can miss things like this. And Section Chief Sean Baxter's name needs to be recognized for the work he did on July 3rd to make sure that we didn't miss this and got the word out. In the afternoon of July 3rd, I put a Facebook post out. That's the most effective way for me to communicate with my community. We do also have Code Red, which is another one of these reverse 911 systems that came into play later. But we did that, and we called at-risk citizens. We let our RV park know. We let our Baptist camp know, hey, we're worried about this. Please be vigilant. The next morning on the 4th, it started a little later for us. Our first call out for swift water rescue wasn't until 7 a.m. It was in the southeast part of our county, and that one was like most of the ones that we responded to that day. A volunteer fire department crew dispatched, and they were stopped before they could get anywhere close to these people by flood waters crossing FM roads and county roads. I wrote down a quote from one of them. I asked, hey, do we need swift water boats? What do we need? And they said, well, if we had a boat, we could have gone 20 yards across this draw, but then we would still been 5 miles away from the people that we needed to try to help. All in all, we had 11 citizens go into the water that day and into life-threatening peril. That included 4 cars swept off roads and 6 citizens leaving their homes to try to get to safety on foot, or in one case in a canoe. And by the grace of God, they all survived. We didn't have any fatalities or major injuries. Several of those, like I said, we just could not physically get to them. We have a constable that has a helicopter, and in several cases, they tried to drop life vests to people. There's a draw in the city of Menard. There's a draw called Harris Hollow. I'm sure most of you have driven through it. There's a big bridge on the south side. That draw is usually empty. It swelled to the size of 4 city blocks. So all of the south side of Menard basically became part of Harris Hollow that runs to the river there. It wasn't like my peers to where the river came up in this case. It was coming down straight on top of us. So we had over 8 inches in about 2.5 hours. So that alluvial flooding really is what did us in the city, damaged most of the streets in the city, and most of the towns on that half of our community got between 2 and 6 inches of water into them. The San Saba River crusted that day at 17 feet. Normal is 3 feet. But again, 18 feet is flood stage, and that's when it spills out into town and creates a much bigger problem. So we were blessed that it stopped just short of that. We actually got messaging that afternoon that they expected the river to go up even more to 20 feet. And at that point, we made the decision to evacuate our Baptist camp. It's in an odd little spot that's higher than the Morales Creek that runs behind it and the river, so they were safe at that point. But if it had come up 3 more feet, it would have been dangerous for them. So we got 104 campers out, driving 5-ton fire trucks and a Menard ISD school bus to get them through the flooded roadways and to safety. We established a community shelter operated by our CERT team, Citizen Emergency Response Team, that's less than 6 months old. Thank God we got that organized when we did. And that afternoon, the water receded. So fast forward again, I'm trying to just hit the highlights for you. On July 6th, the following Monday, we had a secondary event as we're starting to organize resources and try to get people aid that came down enough to flood our community a second time. In that case, it came in under the courthouse into the basement, took out the elevator, damaged antique wood structures and everything in the doors, and added a whole new layer to this. I'm not going to talk much about roads, but virtually every road in Menard County has major damage, and we've had great mutual aid from TxDOT. They've sent crews out to help us blade those roads. We can't fully repair them yet, but we can make it to where emergency responders are able to get to our citizens if something did come up. By July 7th, we started to get regional support. You've heard the Concho Valley Council of Governments. They were huge in all this. The Concho Valley Community Action Agency was also huge in getting aid to my citizens. And one of the things that I hope all you take away from this is I think regionalism is a major player in this. A tailored approach and maybe shared resources as you look for answers for the future. Some volunteer organizations such as Beautification of Menard Mission Team, and county staff began going door to door to fill out these iStats. I'm proud to say that with a community of less than 2,000 people, we have gotten 303 iStats complete. So we've really gained the trust of our community to input that data. We're traditionally fearful of outsiders. The unofficial town slogan is "Keep Menard Hostile." So we were kind of doing an uphill battle to get people to input that data, but we were able to accomplish it. As far as asks, the flood gauge is just as needed on the San Saba River. So I'm at the headwaters, and then it hits Judge Trull and Judge Foley. LCRA is an excellent resource. I have to toggle between that and a USGS gauge in Fort McCabe, which is on my western border, to see the trend. So I'm bouncing back and forth. I think it'd be great if we could consolidate that data and give us a easy-to-use application or something that pulls that information together for decision makers to look at in real time. As simple as additional gauges, I wrote down some specific ones. If you look at those flood maps, Rocky Creek, Los Morris, Elm Creek, and then the floodplain of the headwaters of the San Saba is mostly in Schleicher County. There's about 30 square miles out there, so some of those are usually dry draws, but if it had an alert, that would be very helpful and ensure that we help people get out of the way when these things come down. I think we benefit from new floodplain mapping as well. It's been decades since we had accurate floodplain maps. There's been talk of a project, and it's kind of started and stopped. And one other quick thing, ISTAT has excellent methodology to gather all that information. I discovered this week there's a button basically, or a checkbox that says I need help or I need resources, and that doesn't go anywhere right now. So if there was a way to that could send me a red flag or something that we could then allocate resources and make sure those people get the help they ask for, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think there's a few questions.
Mr. Burdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Appreciate it. It's a small world, and it's weird how we cross paths. Judge Corbin, I lived in your county near the river for 3 years. Judge Foley, I actually lived in your county for 2 years at Haverlaw Ranch. Judge Trull, you were my next door neighbor for 3 years. Judge Hardin, we go to church, and Judge Carter, I went to college at ASU, so I lived in San Angelo also. So that's kind of weird, small world. But I have a couple questions that I think are important for people to know. Judge Hardin, we talked about this before. FEMA, how much did you mention that we have in damage right now in Mason County?
40 million.
You said 40? Is that
40.
And then one of the things that was brought up was FEMA only reimburses, so we have to come up with those funds, and they only reimburse 75%, if I remember the number correctly. Where do those funds for our counties, where are they going to come from before FEMA reimburses?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. That's what we're struggling with right now to figure out. And I'm just being very candid. I'm here pleading for financial help to get us started in the emergency road repairs. I mentioned earlier that our road and bridge budget is $1.2 million. It's staggering to think that we have $40 million worth of road damage that half of our population depend on. By state statute, county government's responsible for county roads, and half of our population depend on those county roads. And so it's a very tall task that the Commissioner's Court and our Road and Bridge Department is trying to figure out. We will apply for grants. This doesn't help with money right now, but several months ago, with the guidance of TDM, we have applied to FEMA to renew our hazardous mitigation plan. And that's a process, but I'm expecting, quite honestly, thinking positive, that we'll be approved for that, which will open the door for grant funding to help us mitigate our county roads and especially the roads that are prone to flooding. Several of our roads sustained flooding in 2018, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus or anything, but we did qualify for FEMA reimbursement public assistance back in 2018, and we are still waiting for some of that funding. So when we do figure out how to start repairing and rebuilding these roads, we will submit for reimbursement so that we can just keep that money going. We will obviously have to apply for extensions. We went through our debriefing yesterday, the applicant debriefing, and we're expected to have these repairs done within 18 months. It's 300 miles of granite gravel road. I don't have the answers, but I am here asking for help in finding those answers and for some relief funding to get us started in the project.
Thank you, appreciate that. Just for not comparison, but an idea of how much rainfall y'all received in your counties. I know Kerr, I think they said 14 inches during that first day or so. How many inches of rain did y'all get in each of your counties?
I'm at 32 inches year to date. Our average is 22 per year.
Some more, some less throughout the county.
The northwest part of our county sustained the most, right at between 30 and 33 inches in that part of the county. Our yearly average is 25 inches.
Lane Carter, we had our annual allocation that night of 14.
Copy, thank you. Just got two more questions left. One is for Judge Trull, and it may apply to y'all also. We have some U.S. Army Corps of Engineering dams in Brady, and would you say that those were incredibly valuable, that we had those there to protect the courthouse as much as possible from the creek that flooded right next to it?
And that's roughly how I was going to start my conversation today. Back in that 1938, when the flood happened then, they built roughly 30 of those flood control structures. The USDA and soil water conservation districts were the ones that were in charge of doing that, in combination with the Brady Lake, the dam across there, and that's what prevents a lot of that water from coming down throughout the town as well.
It's safe to say that we could have other areas that could benefit from those also in Texas, especially in this region. Last question, which applies to all of y'all. I know that y'all have had to deal with this, and we've talked about this. On ISTAT, was it hard to get participation in ISTAT, and do you believe that there's still people that haven't participated, that there may still be more expenses we don't know about?
Frank Trull, we assisted a lot of the folks, and like I say, we had 155 out of a total population of 7,500 people. But when you look on the map, you can tell exactly where those waters, the flood waters, had gone. So it kind of makes sense when you look at the map. There could be more out there that just, for whatever reason, they didn't want to answer the survey questions and so forth. But I thought it was well received. I thought it was easy enough. I only had a few people come to my office that just wanted somebody that they knew to help them fill it out. So, but the Concho Valley Council of Governments, they came when we had the tractor supply event set up, and they did a lot there. Then they also came back a few days later and set up at the courthouse and helped. They also went door to door trying to get people to help, but a lot of people, I think, were just skeptical of people coming to knocking on their door.
Yep. All right. Last thing, just thank y'all for y'all's leadership during this time. I appreciate y'all being here, and thank y'all very much.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. Heard your testimony about your EMCs setting up shop quickly. My My question is, as county judges, you all select your EMCs. What criteria or guidelines do you all utilize in selecting your emergency management coordinators? Do you have challenges finding individuals that qualify? And would it be helpful for TDEM to formalize guidelines for selecting EMCs?
Starts off.
You want to start off? Go ahead, Jody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'm Jody Foley. What I'll address is, I heard a conversation earlier in one of the testimonies of should we have some restrictions on who can serve as an EMC, and I think that's kind of what you're indicating as well. A big concern for me in a county our size is when we put those kind of restrictions and guidelines, we make it impossible for us to hire somebody. We need to be able to hire people who are local and then train them into the position. Now, I am very lucky in that when I came in 2023, I had a very experienced EMC that had been there for about 15, 16 years before me. She's very well trained. She's very diligent. She's done all of the training to keep up with it. She's very involved with our regional council of governments, our 911 meetings. She knows her job very well. But in our small county, that's not her only job. She's also our indigent healthcare provider. She does a lot of other hats because we don't have the budget to have a full-time EMC. So some of my neighbors don't even have the ability to have what I have. So I don't think the restrictions are there. I think the ability to train somebody up and allow them to have the training available to them to get into the position and develop would be beneficial to counties our size.
Opinions of others?
Brandon Corbin, Menard County. I echo Judge Foley. That would make it difficult for us to staff. My position was created after Winter Storm Uri, and I'm again blessed to have an outstanding lifetime emergency responder in that position. But he's only a half EMC. His other half is facilities maintenance. So when he's not doing this, he literally mows the courthouse lawn. If I'm not doing it, that's Judge Foley reminded me the first time he met me. I was on a lawnmower in the courtyard. So I guess if the underlying root issue is competence of these EMCs, and honestly, I think that falls back on the local elected official to make sure that that person is doing the job more so than something I would ask you to do from a legislative standpoint, to put a lot of extra requirements.
Yeah. My last question, currently the hazard mitigation maps, the plans rather, are required to be updated every 5 years. In your estimation, given the more frequent weather events that we're having, do you believe that we need to consider decreasing the number of, lowering that threshold maybe to 2 to 3 years for updates for your plans?
That's a hard question to answer. Probably the reality is yes, but the other reality is it does require funds to update those, even if it's a grant match. And I feel pretty confident that the message has resounded that in counties of our size, we just don't have extra money in the budget. If I may go back to the previous question just for a second,
Sure.
Because it's been said and it's so very important. I'm blessed that my assistant EMC did grow up in Mason, knows the land like the back of his hand. That goes so far in preparations and also in response. He also has a military background. He volunteers for the fire department, and he has his basic certification for EMS. The Commissioner's Court, as you all know, we're in the process of budgeting, and for 2026, we are looking at how we can best utilize him and his gifts, talents, and abilities for our county. We've been struggling with a second out call for our EMS. We only have funds right now. We have 2 ambulances, but we only have enough money in our budget to have 1 call out at a time. So on the second call out, we have to rely on mutual aid, a neighboring county. So we're trying to figure out a way how we could better utilize him in moving him into a full-time EMC position and also help out with second out calls.
Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you. I haven't moved around like Representative Verdell, but I've worked with all of you over the years and your predecessors, and thank you for being here today. Judge Carter, the governor had said that Montgomery County's response is to be considered the gold standard for how you prepare. I noticed in your prepared remarks that you said you and the city of San Angelo had spent years in preparation behind your emergency readiness. And so, including the establishment of the COAD network, and I don't think we've given enough attention to that. It's called the Community Organization Active in Disaster,
Yes,
and I've not heard that mentioned in other discussions about how we prepare for these disasters. So would you elaborate a little bit on that and how that was organized and what it does?
Absolutely, yes, sir. So our COAD is formed by a vast array of nonprofits, including CVCAA, United Way, Red Cross, and there's an oversight board, a committee that shows that response. So the crucial portion of this was enacting that as fast as possible. And I think that is what has been the key to our success in the recovery stage, staging that in the first initial response stage to make sure that the recovery stage is initiated in a timely manner and we can get back to normal. So it's putting those agencies into one spot that all communicate together in the time of need. And with that board being the oversight of those agencies, there's one point of communication, and that was with Miss Cameron Cummings. She's the one that we initiated the call with at first, and she showed up, I believe, before the first evacuees arrived at our EOC. And she was on the ball on making the calls with all the other agencies, with the San Angelo Area Foundation, and arranging the volunteer efforts, the donation efforts, and those such.
Part of your comments said that part of your success could be attributed to emergency equipment already being secured. And as we learned in San Angelo, you had already contracted for disaster debris removal. Talk a little bit about that. I mean, I think the key to all this is preparation, having a plan in place, preparation for that plan, and then the execution of the plan. We've seen a lot of this break down in this recent disaster, but talk a little bit about your efforts to pre-position your county in response to a potential disaster.
Yes, sir. Once again, Lane Carter, Judge of Tom Green County. Having those agreements in place really expedited that process to where we could get in contact with those agencies and those the disaster cleanup agencies, the companies that come in to make sure that the debris is not just sitting on the side of the road for weeks on end. We initiated that with the county and the city of San Angelo the day of. In a few hours into that, having those agreements in place is a very crucial point for the expedition of your recovery. The communication between those and making sure everything's up to date, having it, whether it's being ran through the city council or run through the commissioner's court, it's absolutely the key role to the success of the recovery rate.
We'll point out that TDM had stationed a swiftwater rescue team in San Angelo on July 3rd.
Yes.
The day before. So there was warning.
There was warning.
Events were coming. Yes. I mean, communities were warned. And so the idea that this totally came out of the blue and was completely unexpected is just doesn't wash with me.
Our swiftwater rescue boat team from TDM was placed initially as a response that they were going to be dispatched and deployed to our southern counties. And then I believe that boat team was then dispatched, we found out later, to Kerr County in those relief efforts. That's when I have to give a huge shout-out thanks to the Texas Parks and Wildlife and their boat teams. They came in, filled the gaps, along with DPS, working with San Angelo Police Department, our Sheriff's Office, our volunteer fire departments, our San Angelo Fire Department, and making sure that those boat teams were in the areas needed to recover those individuals that were standing on roofs, hanging in trees, getting them to rescue.
For the benefit of the committee and the people gathered, I would just use your words. Proactive investment in disaster readiness saves lives and speeds recovery, and I think that should be a marching order for all of us. But with regard to the other committee members, what are some of the barriers residents and first responders are facing in your communities regarding assessing medical and mental health care services in your county? I'd like to hear. We've got a panel later on talking about mental health, but while I got you here, let's talk about that.
I can start that. I'm Brandon Corbin again, Menard County judge. Mental health is top of mind right now, especially as a lot of these first responders come home. A lot of the people that have been here dealing with this tragedy in Kerrville. And I was very proud of our Rural Health Network. They set up a first responder support event last week and had counselors on hand, had just kind of a event there to coordinate all the options that are available to help these people. You have to have trust in someone in order to share your trauma and to begin your recovery process. And that's a big part of it. So having someone there that can advocate for them and say, hey, this doctor is legit, and they're not somebody that you go to church with and that you're going to then share your darkest secret. But we're also dealing with what I would call survivor guilt. I cannot tell you how many times I saw people absolutely redlined who'd been up for, we went, I'd say 10 days on absolutely high alert with these 3 events that we were in. And people felt guilty, feeling bad because we're not Kerrville and we're not dealing with the horrors that were happening here in the recovery process. And I think we have to help people get past that and actually, acknowledge that they're going to need some help getting past this as well.
Anyone else?
Frank Terrell, I just kind of echo what Judge Corbin just said. We've had, staff from Frontera Health reach out to us, as well as Texas A&M University, trying to figure out the best way to handle the mental health side of things. So we have those 2 resources available.
Okay, my last question relates to what a previous panelist referred to, and that is kind of the ongoing disaster response that each of your counties are facing as you rebuild your roads, other infrastructure. We've put restraints on you about how much you can grow your government. In fact, there are propositions in this special session about further reducing your ability to respond. A comment was made about the disaster relief exception that will allow you to respond quickly in a dramatic fashion. Would any of you care to comment on that? And what this panel would like to listen to is the ability of our local leaders to respond in times of crisis and respond with the appropriate resources. So you've got an opportunity to speak to a panel of senators and representatives here. Tell us what you want us to know.
Thank you, sir. Again, Brandon Corbin, Menard County. As a underprivileged county without much industry, my ad valorem tax generates $2 million a year, and that's at a 76 out of 100. That's too high. That number, that percentage is too high for my citizens. But I still have 24-hour law enforcement, the only law enforcement in town. We have a 3-person road and bridge crew to do the bare minimum to maintain these roads in normal, peacetime. Veteran services, the normal clerk services, tax assessor, the 3 courts. And it is extremely difficult to scrape together enough funding to just execute our base level operations. So to your question about the emergency rate, I don't ever want to have to do that to my citizens, but if forced into a corner, that's our only option. That's the only thing we control. And with the size of the state surplus, it is concerning that we would be forced to that option without getting some kind of state aid or some kind of exception to help us out of this.
And Jody Foley, Saba County. I'm going to echo that. We're slightly more fortunate than our neighbors as far as our budget, but not drastically. Our budget's full. We don't have a large reserve. We don't have the ability to build that because we do our best to keep lowering our taxes for our community. The idea of dropping an extra 8% on them this year and ask them to repay for all the damages that have happened is a little painful. They really can't afford that right now. We're not a wealthy community by any stretch. So yes, and I think the reality is where we spend a lot of our money is stuff that it's not the focus here, but if we're into budgets is how much money times do we spend of our county budget to keep people in jail in our counties at our expenses that should be sitting in state jail? How many people do we sit in based on certain regulations? Some of even the new ICE legislation that went into place is going to involve us holding people in our county while we wait for ICE determinations. That costs our budget money that could be going towards roads. It could go towards assistance with our families or at least reducing our taxes. Those are things we think are really state services that we're providing at our dollar. And the reality is we don't have a lot of dollars to go around.
Frank Trull, we're not in terrible shape in McCulla County. I'm not going to play that card. We would find a way for the startup funds to do our road work, but on the other hand, we may have to cut some corners somewhere to make it happen. So if there was state assistance available just for the startup portion of it, and that would be that 25% that we'd have to cover that FEMA wouldn't, that's what would be appreciated if we had some help with that 25% of all the road work that needs to be done. Then if we look at the courthouse and it takes a new roof, back in 2009 when we did the renovation, $350,000 just for the roof back then. So again, the dollars just keep adding up the more you look at it. Thank you.
Judge Hardin, Mason County. I also echo what my fellow judges have said. We actually just took out certificate of obligations to help us purchase road and bridge equipment that was 40 years old and continued to break down. So we were in that cycle of, spending 80% of our money, helping to make repairs on equipment that just continued to break down, and road materials that continue to wash away. And so the fact that we've had to take out those certificate of obligations is a very clear indicator that our road and bridge department is suffering financially. We also transfer from our general fund some monies to our road and bridge fund annually to help with that. But I do want to say that as far as the iStats go, the information that is requested is damages to primary residents and then also agricultural losses. And probably the majority of the phone calls that my office gets is, can I report driveway damage, private road damage? How do I report those types of damages to my property? And I will say that I'm speaking as Judge Hardin here, not as the Mason County Commissioner's Court. I'm not going to put words in my commissioners' mouths. I am grateful that we have the ability to go up to that 8% on the tax rate, but to tax our citizens in a desperate time of need on top of a debt rate that we're currently having to impose on them, just doesn't feel right. It's something that we do want to avoid if at all cost.
Lane Carter, Tom Green County. Even though we're a county of more of a urban rural, 128,000 people of Tom Green County, it still is a never-ending struggle to stay on top of the economic drive that keeps us afloat. We do house a county jail that can house 570 inmates. We house 4 district courts and 2 court at laws, so the court sector of our county is very vast, and that keeps up the majority amount of whatever our tax base is going towards, along with our sheriff's office and a large IT budget. So we're always in efforts to make sure that we can stay afloat on that to where we can lower our tax rate incrementally ever so often. We push the PSTAT and the PA declaration as hard as possible. That way we did not have to potentially push towards that 8%. It's not looking like we will. Like we said, we're all in our budget cycle at this time. So we're blessed in Tom Green County for that. But one thing I wanted to tap on that I believe Judge Corbin mentioned earlier was the regionalization. Judge Foley is the only one not in our Council of Governments, but borders us. Our Council of Governments, it's such a tight-knit, what do you need group of county judges and commissioners that our director and the assistant director are always talking with us of what's the next step for the region, not specifically what's the next step for your individual counties. So we look out for each other out there in rural West Texas. I'm proud to serve with everybody here, and we'll continue to look out for it. But yes, to answer that question, we push the PA declaration, the PSTAT entries through TDM. That way, Tom Green County specifically would not have to potentially increase over the voter approval rate.
Well, thank you. I want to echo, I too want to express my gratitude to each one of you judges for the job you do for your counties. And I do think we have a very tight-knit West Texas community, and thank you for being a valuable part of it, each and every one of you. Thank you for being here today.
Amen.
Yeah, I think I've talked to all of you, or tried to text all of you, or served out of 2 redistrictings once or twice. So I'll just say this. Chief Kidd said something that was very telling regarding Sangelo. If everybody ran their ship the way Sangelo operated with all the preparedness, and he would be out of a job. So it's the ultimate compliment. I'm going to ask real quick, do y'all actually drill your plan?
Judge Corbin, Menard County, yes, sir, we do.
You do?
What was the question?
Do you actually have a drill? Do you actually physically drill your plan, put your folks together in a room under a simulated disaster?
We have not done one in preparation for a flood or in the very recent past. We did do one in preparation of the eclipse a year and a half ago.
And I think the actual disaster is important, but what we're looking for is system. Something, it doesn't matter what the disaster is, everybody knows their role and everybody knows what to do when they need to do it. So how about you, Judge Trull?
Frank Trull. We have a monthly LEPC meeting, and at those we kind of discuss all of the areas where there could be upcoming problems and so forth, whether it's emergency management or just it may be things about the hospital or nursing homes and so forth like that.
Right.
We do have a tabletop planned for next month. So.
Okay. Judge?
Yes, sir. Judge Hardin, Mason County. We do have an unofficial system, I guess, put in place where it's just an automatic, this is what happens. We have not had specific flash flood planning or drilling. This is another reason why there's such a push to have a full-time emergency management department and emergency management coordinator, is to get a pattern, a consistent pattern of that drilling. Yes, sir.
Judge Carter.
Lane Carter, Tom Green County. Yes, sir, we do. We have our IS 300 and 400 annually, We try to do that every August. This year it might come, since we're coming up on it and tomorrow. Have to, and of course recovering with the flood events now, move that back a little bit. But we do drill, like Chief Kidd said, plan, train, respond. So we do that
I would just
annually.
say night and day difference in those that do plan and those that don't. We had one fatality in San Angelo and no other fatalities in your area. And I know I was getting texts from Tatum, but also text from you. Tatum was your first contact pretty much. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you knew what to do. Thank you for that. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me tell you, be very frank with you, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to expect to hear from y'all, but what I have heard is I've been very impressed. I'm particularly impressed with the concern with your taxpayers and your candor in terms of your financial situation. And one of the things is I think you've been here all morning, correct? So you heard earlier this morning when the emergency was going on, and it seemed like the people or the person that could call the evacuation, it was impossible to get a hold of them. And one of the questions that we're grappling with is if we can't get a hold of a county judge and there needs to be an evacuation, how would you feel individually if after a certain amount of time there was a law passed that would allow for TDEM to issue a temporary order until we can get in touch with you? Maybe something's going on with your own home or family and you're tied up taking care of them, but something needs to be done. Would you be opposed or would you be okay with that? And if you, whoever cares to answer. Go ahead.
Brandon Corbin, Menard County, I would be in full support of that. I think a lot of the legalism of only the judge or the mayor being given certain authority just slows down in these situations. I don't see much value in it.
Thank you.
I think I feel a little different than that Jody Foley, Saba County. If I was unable to respond, I would rather have it within our plan than we do now. Is either my EMC steps up to that next level or maybe even our sheriffs, depending on how we laid that out. I'd like somebody local making that decision. On the flip side of that, we do have a local county liaison that I would have a lot of confidence in. That does make a difference in that equation. But to me, I don't want to make a decision based on a person versus a generic position.
Sure.
So I would not want to allow the authority in the county to transfer over to the state as long as we can make that decision. Now, maybe down the line they become one of those answers because they were, and I'll say this, I'm not TDEM was fantastic during this. I can't say enough. I can't tell you the amount of resources that showed up on our doorstep in a blink of an eye, and every bit of that was coordinated through TDEM. Chief Kidd reached out personally to check on us, and it was just, I don't know where to start or stop. We had everything we needed from them.
Let me reassure you that no one's looking to usurp your authority. It's just what if we can't reach you type situation, kind of like what we experienced just recently, and someone needed to be able to answer and be in charge. And so if for whatever reason you're physically indisposed, something happened, the emergency, a terrible tornado, whatever, and it's knocked out yours, that's the only reason I would say would you be opposed to having TDEM make that declaration temporarily?
Well, and in my mind, I'm not worried about the usurping. My thought is I'd like to see that as a set plan, and I think every county should say, okay, if I'm out, who's number 2, who's number 3, and at some point in time, TDEM should be in that list. I would not have an issue with that, but I would like to have it somewhat controlled within the county to start with, knowing they're boots on the ground, they're there seeing it happening.
That makes sense.
Frank Trull, I'm almost positive it's in the government code as far as the succession. If a county judge is unable to fulfill some of his duties, then it defers to the senior member of the Commissioner's Court, I believe. I'd have to double check, but it seems like I've had this conversation with some of our TDEM representatives simply because I'm without an emergency management coordinator right now.
Okay.
I'm taking that role, and that was part of our concern. If something happened to me, who would be next? And
Exactly.
I believe that's accurate, but I would definitely have to look that up for you.
Understood.
I have to be honest here. When I received a call from Senator Perry and Representative Verdell, both, I was not in Mason County as the Emergency Management Coordinator. I was actually in San Angelo for what used to be called the Pops Concert for the July 4th celebration that happens on the evening of July 3rd.
Sure. Understandable.
Mm-hmm. Before leaving, however, to go to San Angelo, I made sure that my assistant EMC knew that I was going to be out of the county for an extended period of time, and also our sheriff. In a small community such as ours and these, you just form those tight-knit relationships and you work so well together. It's almost second nature. You read each other, you know each other. And so I had full confidence in my assistant EMC and obviously the Mason County Sheriff's Department that should the flood watch turn into a warning, they would be completely capable of executing our plan. We do make sure that we keep the Form 147 updated, which is the tool that TDM uses to know how to contact the EMC, the assistant EMC, the mayor, the succession that has been mentioned here. And we work so incredibly closely with TDM as well that it's almost as if they're automatically part of our team. Chief Baxter could have called out my assistant EMC and they could have worked flawlessly together in this incident. So I think it's that building of the relationship and knowing how each member of the emergency management team operates and having confidence in one another.
I agree, and I appreciate that, but I think legally, only the county judge can call for an evacuation.
That is correct, yes.
And that's where the question that I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I did not
That's okay.
comprehend that you were asking that, but
Yeah,
yes, sir.
That's the sort of the point that when some folks have said, you know, well, what if that evacuation was necessary or some order given that it can only be done by the judge? And that's where I was asking. So
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your answer, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Lane Carter, Tom Green County. You're absolutely right. The judge or the mayor, I believe.
Yeah, correct. In a
Or
municipality.
the mayor, the judge can step in if the mayor is absent or failing to for the prevention of loss of life.
Right.
You can come in and order an evacuation.
Right.
I think the conversations may need to happen if there is an absence of both. Who does step in? I have a full trust of what my Judge Pro Tem at the Commissioner's Court would be able to handle. Whether we initiate the conversations is the sheriff involved? Absolutely. These are conversations that can definitely be had through legislation.
Yeah.
And at what point does it get last resort to
Sure.
the TDM director?
Last question. I think on both ends, I've heard you talked about regionalism, and all of you have expressed how well you work closely together and how you help each other, and especially because of the great need. Recently, I've been hearing that it's very easy for you guys, elected officials, to come down to the Capitol and spend time to talk to us. I was just curious, are you guys members of an association that helps you sort of get your word out, represent you at the Capitol?
Absolutely. Texas Association of Counties.
Is that a valuable representation?
100%.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It would be detrimental if we did not
It
have
would be
them.
detrimental not to have it. Tomorrow, we'll be voting on that tomorrow.
Thank you. I hope
Thank you, guys.
consider
Thank you for
keeping-
being here. I don't think we have anybody.
I've got
Do you?
one.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
I've got one for Judge Harden. Just a point of clarification. I think I heard you say when it came to emergency management, you had taken all the required training. What are you
Sir.
required to do? Because it's my understanding you're really not required to do anything, even though statutorily you're in charge of emergency management.
I believe, sir, that as the emergency management director, by default, just by being the county judge.
Right.
And then possibly the emergency management coordinator as well. I would be required to take the ICS classes, 100, 200, 700, 800, which are all online, and then courses 300 and 400, which are in person.
The reason I ask is the testimony we heard last week from Chief Kidd was that many county judges, because you're not required to take it, I mean, it's very proactive of you, and I'm sure your county appreciates it, but one of the things that we're looking at is actually requiring judges and mayors to take this training, because statutorily there's nothing that forces you to do it, and not all 254 counties are created equally, and I have 19 counties in my district, and I work with 19 judges, and most of them are just like you. They're all small counties. They all face financial challenges, but they take their emergency management position serious. There are others that do not. So if that was a statutory, you've already taken it.
Yes,
Does
sir.
it offend you if it's a statutory requirement?
No, sir.
That's all I need to know.
Can
Thank
I
you. Yes, sir.
comment on that? As we are required to take the Open Meetings Act, I believe as the emergency management director of a county, especially a larger county, should be required to have at least some of the trainings of the 300, 400, 700 classes.
If you wouldn't mind, when you give you gave me written testimony, but we've asked panelists all day, to submit those things to our offices. If there's specific trainings that you've taken that you think every judge should take, I'd love to see some recommendations.
And it's a 2-day course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Thank you guys for being here.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for hanging in there with us, and good testimony and good county judges.
Thank you all
You do
very
a lot.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you
guys.
for reaching out that day, too, as well.
All right, we're going to go back to 8, public panel. Eric S. Cooper, Jacob Torres, Mike Richards, Janice Riley, Lieutenant Pete Chambers, yeah. Ryan Pape, Ron Lehrman, Kathleen Brinklin. I'm going to. A little technical treatment there. I got Kathleen Brinkman. Is that you? Nope. Ron Lehrman? Nope. Ryan Pape? Pape? Nope. Pete Chambers. Okay, got Pete Chambers. Janice Riley. Got Janice Riley. Mike Richards. Jacob Torres. Last call. Eric Cooper. Yes. That's you. Okay, give me 2 more. I need 4 too. Okay. Chair calls Mike Hughes. Tom. I believe it's Joser, but it might be in yes, sir. Moser. Your M and your N and your J, but there is no J. So Barbara Ferguson and Betty Murphy. Betty Murphy. You there? All right, that's got a full 8, doesn't it? Does it not? Give me another one. Kelly Rabone. Kelly Rabone. Come on back up. You're the next contestant. These were not here, so. All right, let's start on the right. Give us your name. Got 3 minutes, and let's move down the line, and we'll have questions for all of you at the end.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. My name is Eric Cooper. I lead the San Antonio and the San Angelo food banks. We serve 29 counties. There's 20 food banks that serve all 254. Of the 29 counties we serve, 15 of those counties were impacted by flooding. We fight the daily disaster of poverty, but when a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurs, we respond to that too. When neighbors are hurting and are in crisis, words can often be inadequate. Food expresses love and nourishment. Many of our food pantries were going to be closed the weekend of July 4th, so we preloaded and stocked them for their following week's distributions. But at the onset of the disaster, we received calls from our churches, from our local VOAD and the COAD, making deliveries into the DRCs in San Angelo and to our nonprofits in the impacted areas. I want to thank all of our food pantries, those nonprofits, schools, churches, for all taking action, especially those connected to the VOAD and the COAD, and the role of the Salvation Army here in Kerrville. The countless volunteers, all that helped with our call center helpline, responding to requests for water and meals. Many of those volunteers packed care boxes, and since July 4th, we distributed about $2 million in food. I also wanted to thank all those that donated, the individuals, the churches, the companies, especially HEB, USAA, and Valero, Feeding Texas and Feeding America. You all should know your state agencies responded quickly. I personally got a text from Nim Kidd and the TDM team, Deputy Commissioner Lena Wilson with the Texas Department of Agriculture and the Health and Human Services Commission. I want to thank you all and the governor for allowing SNAP benefits to be used at restaurants. Those people who lost their homes were able to get meals. Donations management is always a challenge in disasters. Ensuring the right items are donated in the appropriate quantities at the right time. It's critical to have the right equipment and the storage to ensure food safety. Food safety is not a priority. In times of disaster, you need to be extreme. We're distributing food before, during, and after this storm, and it will be a long recovery. Impact to housing costs, rents, insurance, agriculture, and the tourism sector have already been noted. Y'all are invited to come out to our upcoming distributions. There's lots in all of these counties. Last Saturday in San Angelo, there was about 650 families served at San Angelo Stadium. This Saturday, we'll be giving out the cleaning supplies from the COAD. But please ensure these communities get adequate support for the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Moser. State your name. You got 3 minutes.
My name is Mike Hughes. Mr. Chairman, Chairman King, Chairman Perry, members of the Select Committee, thank you very much for coming to our community and hearing us. I watched a hearing held a few days ago in Austin. I think it was 11 hours. Is that right? 12. I changed my arithmetic. Okay. Rightfully, attention is being drawn to emergency response, adequacy of flood warning systems, the property damage and the terrible loss of life, property that we've suffered here. However, I don't recall, and I'm really surprised, that any attention has been paid to what I believe is the single most important thing we should be considering as a solution: flood control. If you don't remember anything else I say, please hear this. We cannot control how much it rains, but once that rain hits the ground, we can control partially what it does. We need to build flood retention dams on the upper reaches of the Guadalupe River watershed. I have a background in civil engineering. I grew up in East Tennessee where the floods were frequent. The Tennessee Valley Authority came along and built dams, and they were no longer a big issue. Those dams acted as a flood control preventive. To explain what a retention dam does, and that's what we need to have, visualize taking an ice chest, an empty ice chest, out into your driveway, opening up the little drain hole on the side of it, and putting in a couple of inches of water. Water will run out the drain hole. Imagine dumping a big bucket of water into that ice chest. There's still only one place for it to go, and that's out that drain hole, and it restricts the flow. That's exactly what a retention dam does. No matter how many buckets of water you pour into that ice chest, as long as the rate is constant, that much water is allowed to pass through. Other than during periods of heavy rainfall, the reservoir behind these dams remains dry. This is not a dam that impounds water permanently. Normal stream flow passes through a relatively large opening at the base of the dam. When excessive rain falls, the water level upstream of the dam starts to build up behind the dam and then is eventually released through that same opening at a controlled rate. I prepared a short paper on this, and I've got copies.
If you'll get copies for the committee.
I have copies to distribute.
Awesome. That's good. And I appreciate your time and your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. And it is a valid concept. We are going to look into it. That's not something you do in 30 days. Initial is, we've tried it, but area didn't work well for it. But we will go back to that and have that conversation.
Over there on the table.
Go ahead, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Janice Riley, Center Point resident and volunteer coordinator with Somebody Cares. On July 4th in the morning, our power started to flicker in and out, so my husband and I decided to run down into Center Point and fill up our gas cans. Both ways were covered in water. Center Point, there was already a vehicle stuck in the water across the roadway, and east on 27 going into Comfort, it was already starting to come across. My husband said, "This is stupid, we're going back, because if we try and go, we're going to get stranded in Comfort." So we got back and just waited it out. That day I started contacting Crisis Response International in Virginia, who I am certified with for crisis response, saying, "This is what's going on, are you coming?" They responded, left from Virginia on Sunday, got here on Monday, connected with Hunt Fire Department, and we've been deployed in Bumblebee Hills ever since, working in there. And they left on Saturday the 18th after working with multiple other disaster relief organizations to get the entire community mucked out, and we're now rebuilding. So we have several homes that are already up drywall, and we're getting painting and moving towards getting them back in their homes. I mean, they've already been traumatized, and one of the key things now is to get them back in their homes. We have an individual who is a World War II veteran, 98 years old, who's been displaced out of his home, and he's been told he's in the flood relief area, floodplain, and now we can't rebuild until he gets permission, permit, something to say, okay, yeah, you're now permitted to rebuild. And he's been in this home for years. So I'm just standing up for World War II vets, saying, can we please get this guy back in his house? And what do we need to do to make that happen? My second point is, in case of a disaster, I've been working with bunches of disaster relief organizations for the last 3 weeks. It's managed chaos. If we could have a Texas website that activates upon a disaster, I don't care if it's Houston, El Paso, or the Panhandle, that activates and then says, hey, if you want to come help us, all the information you need to know is here, because we still have people showing up wanting to do search and rescue and wanting to do new buck out, and that's done. We now need to do other things. So if we could get that information out to these volunteers that want to help, that it's organized, because the thing that I have seen from day one is just what help is needed, where is it needed, and I mean, we had friends up in San Saba and Leander begging for help, and honestly, we were overwhelmed with help here. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Raybon, and I am a mom from Houston, and Representative Johnson, I am one of your constituents. So on July 4th, I got the text that is every parent's worst nightmare, that my sons were caught in the Hill Country flood at Camp La Junta. I raced to Kerrville to learn that my 7-year-old, just finished kindergarten, Brock, had survived only because his brave teenage from the bottom bunk to the top bunk to the rafters of his cabin, riding out the storm as the structure literally fell apart around him. My 9-year-old was in a higher cabin, and for 12 agonizing hours, he had no idea if his little brother was alive. Today, my sons are physically safe, but for our family, the storm is not over. Brock scans every room for higher ground. He checks the weather constantly. He battles nightmares of water dripping from the ceiling or his mattress being wet. His fear is so profound that he's now anxious about the tsunami in Hawaii. He lives with the terror that no child or any person should have to carry, but so many of us now do. I have tried to find help. I've asked the camp. I've asked FEMA. The answer is the same. Sorry, we don't know what to tell you. You're in Houston. While Texans are showing up for each other in extraordinary ways, and the people here are just phenomenal, I shouldn't have to rely on a Facebook group of volunteers to find trauma care for my children. I'm a former journalist, and I understand how politics work, and I pray that these hearings are more than just for show, because every day that we just focus on political posturing instead of people is another day that families like mine are falling through the cracks. And as Representative Moody noted last week, we are better than this. Please remember that this disaster impacted families from every corner of Texas. I pray that this beautiful community gets every resource it needs to rebuild, but do not forget the thousands of us who were just visiting, who are now weathering the storm alone from outside the disaster zone. So today I have a couple of simple urgent requests. First, release the emergency funds for the recovery now. It seems obvious, but apparently it's still hung up. Second, make mental health care a central funded part of the state's official disaster response. That means creating a system to identify who is impacted and proactively providing them with care, no matter where in Texas or beyond they call home. If they were here, they need help. And third, after hearing about the camp emergency plans or lack thereof, please address that. That should be mandatory and frankly published on every camp's website for the public to view, not just in an office somewhere. My sons didn't ask for this tragedy, but as their mom and a lifelong Texan, I am firmly asking for your help. It's time for the state government to do its job, and please help the wounds that cannot be seen, because they will not heal on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lieutenant?
Are we on?
Yes.
God bless you, ma'am. You're why we're here. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers. I'm retired out of the Texas Military Department in 2022. I served 39 years in my nation, for my nation, the last 8 blessed to serve Texas in the Texas National Guard. I've served on 2 governor task forces. I've served in Operation Lone Star. Since leaving the Texas National Guard, I started a non-for-profit, the Texas version of the Remnant Ministry, TX. We've responded to disasters around the nation. This one was in our backyard. On the 4th of July, at 0600 hours, I received a call that there was a problem in Kerrville, and there was a problem. And we lit out, and we were there by 0830 on the scene, coordinating with local response. Now, what we do is we set a footprint. I work with a lot of organizations, a lot of serious operators. I was a Green Beret myself. We established an administrative mobile command. We worked with local law enforcement in this very building, local aid workers, local EEOC members, TDEM specifically. And I know Mr. Kidd from working with him on the COVID response. So our reconnaissance teams went out. We brought in the finest rescue operators in the nation. Within the first evening, we had operators from the East and West Coast from all special operations branches, combat divers and hard hat divers on the scene. I worked with other organizations here within Texas, mostly citizens. Of the 17,000 citizens that responded, we worked with 14 of the organizations. Heavy rescue equipment, reconnaissance, logistics support, ministry support, heavy equipment, amphibious recovery vehicles, and other ancillary services. I visited Sandy Creek, and we heard a lot about them today. We got there a little bit late for us. We were focused mostly from Hunt to about Kerrville, just past around the corner to Center Point. But when I got to Sandy Creek, my heart was broken because it looked like a third world country, and there wasn't a lot of help. And I want to thank those citizens who rescued and recovered themselves today, to remember them. Information ops are important, and we did. We put out sit reps 3 times a day, situation reports to the citizens on our social media, right? We're using it. And thank God for the AT&T folks. I pay a bill to them every month, and so now I'm thanking God for them, who put in the towers for us. It made it a lot easier. Texans and other Americans helping Texans made up a part of the 17,000 citizens conducting their civic duty. It is a civic duty. We did it on the Red River when I was young. Tornado hit one town, everybody else showed up in the other town. I ask you to look at House Bill 4914, designed to fundamentally reconstitute and modernize the State Guard, the Texas State Guard, to a professional and mission-driven focused state-controlled homeland defense and premier disaster response force. We've looked at it. We helped to design that when I was still in uniform. Representative Moody, thank you for your comments about love and compassion. I'm in the ministry now. I put on a different uniform. It's found in Ephesians 6.
Appreciate it, sir. Go ahead and try to get
I'll finish it up.
Get in there.
To the citizens of Texas and everything dear to the American character, we thank you for coming to our aid, America, with all dispatch. Love and compassion. Doc Chambers.
Thank you for that. Now I got the right guy.
Yes.
State your name.
Pardon
Get
me.
your 3 minutes.
Yes,
Sir.
I'm Tom Moser. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. I choose to testify because I was a Kerr County Commissioner from 2012 to 2021. As such, I introduced and advocated for an improvement in the Kerr County flood warning system. And I did this, Representative Johnson, based on what happened in 2015. Funding for this planned flood warning system was submitted to two state grants. We were denied on both, and I think that was mentioned earlier today. I'm not here to look back, but I'm here to advocate for a new, improved flood warning system that could be extremely reliable and extremely efficient. I advocate and recommend this not only as a long-time Kerr County resident and former county commissioner, but also as a former NASA program manager on Apollo, Space Shuttle, and Space Station. So I know something about getting projects done. In 1990, President Kennedy was bold. He said, put a man on the moon, bring him back safely within this decade. I asked the state legislature and the governor to be bold today by developing the need for a flood warning system that would be applicable to Kerr County and for all other high-risk regions in the state of Texas, which we've heard from today. As a former longtime project manager at NASA, I recommend that the flood warning system have 2 aspects to it. Number 1, predict a flood, and number 2, project the warning. Okay? And in so doing with that, to predict a flood would require a model, which is being developed, I understand. If not, it should be developed, which would predict the rainfall, the rise in the rivers, based on 3 things. Based on weather projections, number 2, measured rainfall data, and number 3, the rate of rise in the rivers. Projecting the warning is also equally and as important, and that is employ techniques that are state-of-the-art today on telecommunications, sirens also, cell phones, social media, television, radio, blah, 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 all of those things. So what we need to do is to be bold and say, let's project the flood warning system early so people can get to safe grounds. Predict it with 75% confidence that the flood is going to happen based on early predictions. Then upgrade that with the more data that's available. So do that, have these requirements. We've had a lot of people say, here's what I recommend we do. Take 6 months to determine what the requirements should be for a flood warning system. Don't just go carte blanche and check on one. Then implement and have this system fully operational within 2 years.
It's good information, sir.
Okay? I have the experience and would do pro bono to help do this any way that I can.
We've gotten
Thank
a lot
you.
of help today. We may take you up on it. We got
Thank
your
you.
name and number. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, hello. My name's Barbara Ferguson. I'm a Kerr County resident, and one of the things that occurred to me is we've listened to testimony from Austin and here today as well. Our cell phone coverage across the state in rural areas is sadly lacking. I also spend time on a ranch in Kerr County. We have no cell service there, and I'm just one of the many across this state that are in a location where there is no one to call because there's no way to call. And that happened up in the Hunt area. Until we improve that, we can't institute a kind of warning system that Mr. Moser just talked about. We've got to improve our cell service. The FCC, it seems like, was charged the cell phone companies decades ago to implement coverage in rural areas, and those promises they made have never come to fruition. We have to do something to force cell phone companies to provide to rural areas. I also think a better opt-in and out choices on cell phones. I turn my cell phone alerts off because they go off constantly. I turn my phone off at night and I sleep. Now, if I lived in a flood-prone area, I'd probably leave it on. But we've got to do better in not having the cry wolf syndrome. So we've got to come up with some options for people. One additional thing is the loss of electricity in rural areas is common during storms. The implication this would have on sirens needs to be considered. What are our options there? How effective would they be in a storm given the loss of electricity? And Hunt lost electricity. Finally, to perhaps clarify what appeared to be a misunderstanding in your first committee hearing in Austin, earlier today, UGRA is not tasked with emergency operations. It protects the headwaters and some 30 miles of our river, not only for the benefit of Kerr County, but for all the counties in the beautiful Guadalupe River flow. Its functions include testing for water quality, water levels, encouraging conservation, and the protection of the riparian zones. It protects our river that all of Texas benefits from. The number of, most importantly for this committee, the number of water gauges UGRA oversees, some of which the federal government recently informed them they would no longer fund, need to be increased, not decreased. We're facing a possible reduction in the number of gauges that feed information to the National Weather Service. That cannot be allowed to happen. In fact, having additional gauges higher up the river and on tributaries may help the National Weather Service issue earlier and more accurate warnings.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, just please state your name, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Mike Richards, and I've got a ranch in Bandera, and I've got land in Center Point. And I received a call from my daughter that lives on the land in Center Point on the next morning after the flood. She said there was a dead guy, by her house. And so I went over there, and we recovered a total of 10 people on my property. And there's so many different things that are wrong. For instance, FEMA sucks, you know. FEMA needs to be abolished, period. Kerrville and Kerr County, all through this, I mean, we just quit searching Saturday. All through this whole thing, people would call them from different cities and say, hey man, y'all need to come up. No, we're full, you know, we don't need it. Well, they should have said we're full, but call Hunt or call Centerpoint, you know, but don't just turn people away, because like I say, we just quit searching Saturday. And as far as the state goes, well, let me tell you about the state. I think the state involvement, as far as I'm concerned, is pathetic, and I'll tell you why. After we found that one body, I went down to a part of my property and I started looking at the drifts, you know, the debris, and it was 30 and 40 foot high, and 50 and 100 foot long, all of them down the river. I said, well, I can't touch it with the equipment I have, so I'm going to call around and get an excavator, see if I can rent one. And I started calling around, nothing. About 10 minutes later, some guy calls me on the phone. He says, is this Mike Richards? Yeah, and I don't know who it was, but he says, I got these excavators, I got dozers, I got anything you need. We're setting up here in a parking lot near Kerrville. I said, well, dude, bring it on, you know, I need it, you know. And he called me back in 5 minutes. He says, no, the state's not going to let me do it. I said, what the hell, you know, come on, well, why is the state not want? Well, this river authority says this law. I said, I ain't worried about no laws, man. I'll break them if you bring the equipment over here just to go out and look for these people, you know. And it's this river authority, and then they started talking about burning. I said, I'm not talking about burning. I'm talking about finding bodies, you know. And it goes on and on and on about this stupid clam in the water and stuff, you know.
So,
and it shouldn't be.
Sir, you'll have to kind of wrap up your thoughts.
Huh?
Wrap up your thoughts. It's been 3 minutes, so just kind of wrap up your thoughts.
Well, my time's up?
It's up, but if you want to finish your thought, just go ahead and finish. I mean, we kind of understand what you're talking about and saying, but if you want to finish a final thought, go ahead and finish it out.
It's just, well, here's. I say that to say this. It was 2 days before I got some help, and it was not from the state, not from the government. It was from good-hearted people, my friends, and my cousins and things, and they came over, and 3 of us went across this little island, and we found two easy finds. You know, there were 2 bodies laying over there, and you know, one of them had been bleeding, and that indicates that, you know, he was alive when he got there. But I wish I'd had the opportunity to find him. But all these bullshit laws and stuff, everybody's got, and do this, do that, you can't do this, can't. No, whenever it comes to finding bodies out there, dude, all that crap needs to go to the wayside.
Sir, I appreciate it. I understand there's bureaucracy that gets in the way of people trying to do good work, and that's one of our charges, to try to bring it back. So I appreciate you testifying and appreciate what you did. All right, members, questions? Senator Kokors.
Thank you so much. If I could, the gentleman on the end, your synopsis is, let the volunteers keep working. Is that what you were saying?
You know, those volunteers, my God, I mean, they are doing God's work. These volunteers and all this millions of dollars that come from all over the place getting donated, where in the hell's that going? It ain't going to the volunteers, you know. I mean, where, you know, my God. I've got volunteers. I got the time they showed up and the time they left, and I can't afford to pay them. But they did it out of the kindness of the heart. All that money is going to some politician's slush fund somewhere. I mean, we need to consider.
I will correct you on that. Okay, it's not.
Let's chill on the conversation. Let's keep it on the subject matter. That money is not going to politicians.
Well,
that money will
I
be
hope that there's going to be
sir, I'm not going to argue with you.
Huh?
That money will not go to politicians. It will get to the help that it's seeking because it's going to be
I
administered
hope there's
by
an
quality
account
NGOs.
for it.
I'm not going to argue with you. You can leave or you can sit there and answer the questions directly. But that money.
I answer them correctly.
You just made an accusation that money is going
my
into the trade
opinion.
members. Well, your opinion is your opinion, but it's not factually
exactly
accurate,
right.
and it's my right to call it out. This is an NGO, and I can name you about 100 NGOs that are looking for paychecks.
I don't know what an NGO is, but there is a
Non-governmental entities and nonprofits are not getting paid to do this work, and they're doing a yeoman's job. By definition, a volunteer is not expecting a pay. Period. And so hopefully most of that money I've been aware of is going back to individual assistance, helping to rebuild some homes in the areas that I'm talking to, but we're not going to have the conversation when you start calling politicians out.
I will say, and let me conclude, one of the things we talked about in the last hearing was I've had constituents who came from Senate District 18 to volunteer here, and they were discouraged when they were told that they no longer, by state officials, or that they were no longer needed. And we're going to work through that. That's part of this process of how you organize volunteers and how you utilize them. So thank you for your testimony. To the mom of the La Junta boys, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name or didn't write it down.
Kelly Raybon.
Kelly, I got, you gave us 3 recommendations. I got number 2, which is proactively help with mental health, and then the last, which is something I'm working on actually right now, on the part of the health and safety code on evacuation plans for flooding, especially if a camp is in a floodplain. So that's already being worked on. But what was your number 1 recommendation?
Was just regarding emergency funding. It's my understanding that there's still funding that's held up at the state level that has not been released.
Okay. And then finally, about your son, I'm going to meet you at the back of the room with the representative from Health and Human Services, and we're going to get you on the right track on that. So I'll meet you right back there as soon as this is over.
Thank you very much. And I'm not alone. There's lots and lots and lots of others out there who have these same questions. And my goal here today is hopefully we can all make it easier for people to get the information that they need and deserve.
I'm Chair of Health and Human Services in the Texas Senate and honored to serve in that role. And we have lots of resources, and we're going to make sure that we get better about telling people how to get those. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Appreciate it. Mike, we met, I think, on day 2. I just want you to know I did reference some people to your property to try to help you out, and I'm glad that you're here today.
You being there. You actually cared.
I know it's been very hard on you. You care a lot about your property, and I'm sorry for what you're having to go through. And I hope that someday you can enjoy the property again, like you've known it before. I know it's going to be tough to get to, but I just want you to know we do care for you, and I understand where you're coming from with what you're saying. To the others on the committee or the panel, Barbara, Tom, Doc, Kelly. All right, you're working at Bumblebee Inns, right? You've been helping out at Bumblebee Inns.
Yeah,
Am I saying that right?
I live in
Yes,
Center
ma'am.
Point.
Yeah. And then I apologize, I've forgotten y'all's 2 names, but I just want to say, yes, sir. Yeah, I want to say thank y'all for all of y'all's help in the community. I know that y'all have helped in each way you can. This is tough, and that's what we're here for, is to try to find if there's solutions going forward. And Mike, I feel for you. I promise you I do. And you know, I hope we can get back to some kind of normal at some point for you and for others. But I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all for being here, taking the time. Thank you for telling us about your child and what he's going through also, Kelly. Appreciate that. But that's all I had. I just wanted to make sure to let Mike know. Thanks.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the panelists. This brought up another very important point that I don't think has had enough emphasis on it, but a lot of you, I understand the gentleman's frustration at the end there. I know as a young man, my family and I, whenever there were disasters like this, we try to volunteer and go respond wherever it was. I remember in particular Hurricane Katrina, and where we chartered a couple of buses and went out there because the need was just to try to get people, as they were rescued, just out of there and get them to a shelter or something. And I'll never forget one of the moments where when we arrived, there was a gentleman who had spent basically his life savings to charter 20 buses. But because of governmental red tape and other things, they sidelined those buses. He was there crying on the steps because, he'd spent all this money and it wasn't being utilized just because, hey, we're not letting you in. Texas is a wonderful state, in my opinion, the best state in this nation. In the United States, we see the best in people when disasters tend to happen. So we respond in Texas, from Texas to other states, and we see that as well. But just in Texas itself, we have just so many people willing to and ready to help. Ma'am, to your point, the third from the left here on the panel, you were talking about potentially a website or something. I think we've been talking about something like that where we could organize maybe ahead of time where it's not a long-winded process. Now, rightfully so, there are concerns. You don't want people who are going to loot and cause chaos to come rummaging through people's personal items. You don't want somebody who's had a history of sexual offenses to be out there watching over a kid's area. Those are important, legitimate concerns. But, also to the gentleman's point, there's a lot of times where people want to give money, but they're not sure where. They haven't pre-registered. They haven't gone through all the certifications to be part of the Red Cross or any of these other organizations. But I think we as a state, we have so many wonderful people who are willing to come and help. And if there were a way for us to organize them in a way to say, hey, we need people out here with chainsaws right now. We need people out here with waiters who are willing to go out and do some searching. We need the gentleman here from the food bank, what specifically do we need so that we're not bringing a whole bunch of stuff that isn't needed? If there were a way to have this coordinated ahead of time, I think we could see so much more help from people that are willing to do it out of the generosity of their own hearts. And that would really help us as a state, would help the community in a more immediate fashion. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to expand a little bit more on some of those ideas that you had when you had mentioned the website and some of the other things that you witnessed. Just wanted to see if you would be willing to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure. Janice Riley with Centerpoint and Somebody Cares. I think it's a great question that there's so many thoughts to this. But it's figuring out a website that says, okay, what are all the areas impacted and, the riverfront and who needs help? Because in the current situation in Kerr County, we were relying on the fire departments that were handling first responders and doing search and rescue to also handle all the volunteers coming in to help. And some of those volunteers came in for search and rescue, but they were also coming in to rebuild. And so that was a lot on them. So I think part of it, doing the data collection across in the moment, doing the data collection and finding out what's happening where. And, obviously that's boots on the ground of people that have been background checked and can be trusted. Don't necessarily have to be state employees, but people we can trust that are going in. And I know the Republican Party precinct chair was going door to door along the riverfront in Centerpoint saying, how are you impacted? What have you dealt with? What help are you getting? And then was assigned to go up to Ingram and do the same thing. So is somebody like that assessing what's going on, assessing what the need is? And I know a lot of our churches have gotten funding, so now the churches are going around and the churches are saying, please complete my application to say what you need. And at the end of the day, the immediate need for each household is what sizes are the kids and what do they need to have replaced. They're getting ready to go back to school. I mean, I think I heard Kerr County schools are going to supply school supplies, but some of these kids still need shoes and still need clothes and hats and like baseball gloves or whatever they did. So somehow we have to figure that out and get it sourced, because one of the things I've said on Facebook is that I think we have half the country's bottled water within this county alone. I mean, if you drive around and look at the flood impact, you're going to see bottles of water. I'm just saying. So, you know, we don't need more clothes and we don't need more bottle of water right now. Or if we do need clothes, we need specific clothes that fit the people. So it's figuring that out and then having it on some kind of website that as soon as it happens, this goes live. And then there's committees and a task force activated to get the data. And then there's data outlet, sysadmin, and all the things that go into software development and website development. I used to work in that space of funneling that information and then saying it's like a gift registry on Amazon. When the need's met, it's taken off the list and said fulfilled. So we don't keep getting more of it. Or, you know, wait and it'll come back around and we'll need more. But, and then also as far as what volunteer hours are needed, I had somebody show up to work with Operation Blessing at Bumblebee Hills, and Operation Blessing pulled out last Saturday. She showed up Monday from Arizona, flew in for the entire week to help with either search and rescue or muck out. All that work in Bumblebee Hills is already done, and sorry, like they've canceled that. So she's like, okay, what do I do now? Because we don't have the central forum. So I know it's hurting cats.
Well, I don't know a lot about technology, but I know that technology can sure help in this way. As a small business owner, the difference between a website and then, you know, having the benefits of an app that can actually send a notification. Maybe people, you know, a state-sanctioned app where they know it's official. They know that any money donated is going to the right place. Any you know, announcements of volunteer help or specific duties or specific supplies that are needed can be updated real time, and maybe notifications sent, have a pool of people already registered perhaps that we can even call and say, hey, mobilize, you know, we've got people in Corpus Christi ready to mobilize their group of, you know, bundle their network of people for funding. I know there's ways to do it, but again, I'd like for this gentleman here at the end with your food bank, particularly about coordination, right? So if you had somebody on the ground coordinating, I know there's various groups that have expertise. The gentleman with the food bank, I'd like for you to chime in as well, but for that, for example, that can be coordinated into what is needed, I'm assuming.
Can I say something?
If you don't mind, let me allow him to answer, and then we can allow you to have some comments on that.
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity just to get information out and help people understand what resources are available. For many of the established churches and nonprofits, Representative Darby, I think, pointed out COAD in the Concho Valley area is the Community Organizations Aiding in Disaster. In kind of the San Antonio area, it's called VOAD, same organization, it's just Volunteer Organizations Aiding in Disaster, and that becomes a communication hub of all the organizations that are doing work. And so if someone has a need or surplus, if it's access to neighbors that were impacted, then people can shift resources, those organizations can shift resources. If someone has a surplus of volunteers, then those volunteers could be shifted to other organizations that might need them. And so just being a part of an organization where you can get access to communication is hard. I think this is a disaster, and we've suffered many here in Texas. And I think giving ourselves some break, right, that the nature of the disaster is going to create friction and confusion, but how can we improve? And I think it's just that opportunity to really network in those times when you're not in the middle of it and establish relationships You know, I think Tatum's been celebrated a lot, and I think, you know, hats off to Nim Kidd, and he's a San Antonio guy. And during Katrina, I mean, we forged those relationships, and I think the consistency of the players in the space, doing what you say you're going to do, acting with integrity. We're stewarding widows' mites that have blessed the people that were impacted by this disaster, and we will ensure that those resources are given to those impacted by this disaster. And so the community trust, but nobody wants to waste people's time. And when there's inefficiencies of food that goes bad, or people's time is wasted, that's what we need to be figuring out how to get tighter. There are some websites, I just don't want to plug, you know, there's a lot of people competing for the space on kind of volunteer management and all of that kind of stuff, but those vehicles exist today, but there's, you know, politics on which one gets used or not used, but showing up and being a part of a community and the communication, I think, brings some efficiencies, and we saw that in the San Angelo area.
Appreciate that. Sarah, at the end, if you wanted to add anything?
Yeah, what you said is so true, because one of the main things I think the state dropped the ball on is that there was zero communication, zero coordination. And that may have been happening somewhere else, but it wasn't happening where I was at. But there's no reason that the state can't send somebody in to the landowners in particular areas and communicate with them and say, hey, this is what we want to do. And we're going to search for bodies. Then we're going to get the dogs. Then we're going to do this. Then we're going to do that. And give everybody a structure, because otherwise my neighbors are sitting there with bulldozers pushing them up, and we're finding bodies in there. I mean, it's not because of them, their fault. It's because they never looked for bodies before, you know. Right. They need some advice, and everybody needs to be on the same page. But yet nobody with the state ever came through my gate and said a word to me, or FEMA, or whoever. Man, we had to do that all on our own, you know. And it just, I mean, we figured out the easiest way to do it, but I mean, that's the way it's got to be done. There has to be more communication, and it has to be with everybody along that river, because if you're trying to reach the same objective, to find those bodies with respect, then it needs to be all done the same way, and no burning, and you know, just everybody needs to be on the same page, and they weren't.
That's well said, and I believe that that's what we're trying to shoot for, is a more standardized process, like you said, in times where it's not, you know, other than the disaster moment itself. This is the time to try to figure out that structure and try to learn from what we can do a lot better. So that's the goal here, and I appreciate all of your feedback on that. Kelly, I just want to say, you know, we've got 4 kids, our 2 youngest right in that same age group, and you know, that just hits home. Our prayers are with you, all the people impacted. So God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
Menendez, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric, no pressure. You've got, what, 29 counties right now? So in those 29 counties, you're helping distribute food, and I read an article that some food that was perishable that they weren't going to be able to use here, you guys were sort of helping redistribute that. And so my thought was, I don't know if you heard the folks from the Sandy Creek area behind you that they hadn't had anything. I know they're in Travis County. I'm just saying maybe you've got a counterpart you can talk to and see what you can do to help them out. Thank you for what you do. The other thing is that you have a history of using technology to help people get their benefits. You mentioned earlier that SNAP is now allowing people to purchase hot food or food in restaurants, and I want to make sure that that's the case. We should make that the case all the time, because one of the concerns I'd heard is you can go to an H-E-B and buy a raw chicken, but you can't buy a prepared chicken. what the hell kind of sense does that make if your kitchen is broken or gone? And I mean, if you need to eat, you need to eat. Can you let me know what's going on with that so we can maybe address that?
Yes, Senator, thank you. Eric Cooper, San Antonio Food Bank, and the San Angelo Food Bank. Absolutely, we'll reach out to the Central Texas Food Bank and make sure that they're aware of the needs in their area and do what we can to help. But under USDA, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, is only authorized to be used for groceries. And so that's where items that have some food prep behind it are not eligible. But it takes a waiver, a declaration. The governor was able to obtain that to allow families that receive SNAP to use that at restaurants. It's for a limited time. It's during the duration of a disaster. And so, yeah, for those that are on the program in those impacted areas, they are authorized to do that. The SNAP program also has provision for restoration. So for those households that lost power, their food spoiled in their refrigerator, SNAP benefits can replace those food items. Many might now be eligible for SNAP because maybe employment was impacted. So our helpline, the main number, 210-431-8326, or you can go to San Angelo foodbank.org or to safoodbank.org for the San Antonio region. That's this area, Kerrville. And we can help navigate impacted families for services through the Health and Human Services Commission for SNAP and other federal programs, in addition to getting physical food and food boxes, connecting with their local food pantries. And I just can't say enough about here in Kerrville, there's some phenomenal nonprofits that we partner with every day, that our truck delivers to every day, that are seeing that need. And in these areas of floods, oftentimes they're families that are low income. They're prone flooding areas, and they just don't recover when a disaster hits. But they just keep getting pounded and pounded. And so please, just everything you can do to help this community will go a long way.
My last point that you can help us out with, because you have such a broad coverage. We've heard earlier that the focus is on Kerrville because it's the focus is everyone knows about the floodings in Kerrville, but Hunt, Ingram, Center Point, I mean, it's a region that's impacted, and we need to make sure Sandy Creek, it's a region that's been impacted, that we need to make sure they get the things they need. And so the focus is great that we have one here, but we have to address the whole region. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Betancourt. Thank you, Chairman Perry. For the guys my age, two quick questions. The TVA analogy is a good one. It's a little less, here in this watershed, maybe less macro, maybe more micro, but so I'm looking forward to the paper. Is there one key recommendation that you had?
Do it soon and do it and think big. These structures need to be quite large to be effective. They need to have a lot of storage area. They're going to cost a lot of money.
Yes.
Typically, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the source for that, not only the funds, but the
and the key structure on the river is the Canyon Dam right now.
Yeah.
That prevents flooding downstream. But I appreciate the analogy.
Thank
and
you
to
very
my Apollo manager over here.
Yes, sir.
Gene Kranz is supposedly has said that failure is not an option. Now, apparently he didn't say it, but the attitude pervaded the Apollo program. And so you've come up with two really good points, but I'm going to ask the tough question. I want to know, as a commissioner, you submitted 2 state of Texas grants in 16 and 17. What were they, and why did the state turn you down?
They were for $1 million, okay, based on an engineering study that we performed. And the first one, I believe, was for Tatum, okay, and it was the grant purpose was primarily for flood mitigation, but we went in as a flood warning system. and it was not approved. And the second one, I don't know exactly, I don't remember which one it was, but it was part of the Hurricane Harvey.
It was a
funding.
Harvey.
Yeah, the Hurricane Harvey
attainment.
funding that made some grants available. And so we're not successful on both of those.
And you don't know the reason why? Or what was Commissioner Moser, what was the stated reason?
I don't remember that. GrantWorks was working with us to apply for those grants, and I could provide that to you, but I don't know it right now.
I'll find that out. I think Kelly might be old enough to remember Harvey. But
And my oldest son does, and my youngest was a baby, but he still hears about it all the time. I mean, and aftershocks from the derecho and Hurricane Beryl, too.
right, well, that's exactly my world back in H-Town. So, but God bless you. Someday those stories will be told over and over again too. All right, and I hope they help people save lives in the future. Thank you all.
To my food bank, do you know if the center here with all the local state resource hookups and the federal is still open? I believe it still is. Do you know? That's really more of a curve. There is another facility here that's got the ability to tap into Medicaid, SNAPs, federal programming, and all of those other assets available.
Yes, sir. So we do have staff in the area that are doing that and will continue to be in the area.
It's actually a location where we consolidated all of those resources from the state and federal in one room, one building. I believe they're still operational, and I think they pretty much stay until nobody else is coming in. So I should know where that location is, but it's local. It's here somewhere if someone knows. I'm pretty sure it's still open, but it had all of those state resources and federal resources at the time. Something as I need to get my driver's license because it got lost in the flood. I needed to know how to get my passport renewed because it got lost in the flood, and all of those little things like that, birth certificates and stuff. So that was one resource stop shop. I believe it's still available today, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think they told me they would be here a while, so that's good. I need to call back, and I apologize, sir, in that I kind of snapped at you there, but you were coming at it. But here's what I'm protecting. My local church out of Lubbock, Texas, gave $50,000 to, I imagine, the foundation or something down here. So the last thing I want to do is have a donor community believe that those monies are not going to be spent well. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to the people that are going to get that money. So it's just one of those things we've got to protect because we've got good-hearted, kind-hearted people doing the right thing, and there are legitimate places to put that money so that it's not at risk of being scammed, and there's a process to distribute. In my history with disasters, it ends up going to small businesses to make their payrolls and keep their lights on for a while. It goes to individual assistance. I will give you one example. Samaritan's Purse is currently staying in San Angelo till the end of August, and they're rebuilding houses today because San Angelo had it organized where they had mudded out and debris was gone in less than a week. So they're literally putting up sheetrock today. So it's those organizations that have boots on the ground that can deliver services that should be paid those dollars, and ultimately they do. I will say this, for those local foundations and United Ways and the like that have received a lot of dollars, I think the donor intended that to be a pass-through and not administratively shaved off. So to your point, I appreciate where you were coming from, but we don't want to send a message that your money are going to go somewhere other than it was intended to. And that's really where I came from. So I didn't mean to jump, but when you made that blanket statement, it was kind of like everybody that's given $1 is now going to have a heartsick feeling today.
No, it's not that, man. I'm just so burned out on these people that have given so much. The first responders, these volunteers, just nothing, you know. I mean, they're out a lot of money, you know. There ought to be some kind of pot or something, you know, that would go to reimburse them, if not make money, you know. I mean,
and I'm not sure, I don't disagree with you, and maybe one of these local foundations can come up with an application for reimbursement and proof and stuff. So that's their call, but I think you make a valid point. A lot of people come down here and stay 3 or 4 weeks at, you know, gas, hotels and oils, but a lot of them are working for these NGOs, the non-governmental authorities like Texas Baptist Ministries, they pay for those hotels. So there's a lot of good stuff going on out there, but to your point, those guys that just showed up to try to help you, maybe somewhere in this mix of reimbursement process. To Senator Hanosa's project, part of our task was to come up with a volunteer coordinating system so that when we do get people standing in line wanting to help, we're not having them cause more harm. We are vetting them to make sure they don't have a criminal record that could cause harm if they're filtering through stuff. And so we're trying to get it all under one umbrella here and move forward. So,
Mr. Chairman, before they go, Representative Verdell had a final comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to address this for you, Mike. I had the same concerns you did about the money that's being donated and where it's going, and social media has a lot of those same questions too. And so I've talked to some of the people associated with the foundation and another foundation, and it's my understanding that the volunteer fire departments have received a very generous donation from. So let's take Community Foundation, for example, where a lot of the money is going to. My understanding is that the VFDs, and I don't want to say the number publicly because I don't know if it's supposed to be public, but there's a lot of money that's come into the Community Foundation, and they've given, so far, a pretty good chunk of that out. And those VFDs came out, they received very good compensation donation. I don't know how to say that exactly, but it is there, and I talked to someone with a different foundation that's helping, and I appreciate you, Senator Perry, Chairman Perry, for mentioning Samaritan's Purse. That was something I had a reference to because some of the foundations are not able to give directly to people, but someone like Samaritan's Purse, which actually, Barbara, you mentioned to me before, I think, on Samaritan's Purse, they're able to help directly on the ground. So you may see some of the money not going directly to people from that foundation, but you'll see them going to another C3 nonprofit that can then get money to those people to help them. And so that's I'm with you. We want to make sure that there is ultimate accountability for what happens to those dollars. And the good news is those C3s are required to report publicly. And then just one more back to you. You know, I'm a blue collar guy. I'm a diesel mechanic and a truck driver that moonlights as a politician. And when it comes to wanting to get things done, I don't want to wait around for government to get things done, just like you. And I understand your frustration there where we just want to get out and get stuff done. And so I'm with you. I just want you to know that. And I want you to know that as far as I'm aware, the money that's been brought in has not been deviated to the wrong places at the moment. And we'll sure, as time goes by, if that has happened, we will figure that out. So
there will be an accountability at the end of all this, you know? I mean,
but there's a lot of so the C3s are required to publicly report a lot of their stuff. So I think there will be accountability if there is misuse of it. So yes, sir.
I believe you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Does anybody else got a question? I've got one comment. So to you volunteers, particularly you, ma'am, talking about your bottled water comment struck me because I've been through multiple disasters, and you're right. The first thing to come is bottled water and clothes. And what I always try to tell people and the volunteers, the ones that truly get missed out on the thank you, because you have the disaster, you have the recovery from the disaster, but nobody talks about those that stay back to recover from the recovery. And that's its own disaster, much smaller, no loss of life, we hope, but it's particularly in a small community. And there are state resources that help with those things. AgriLife, Texas AgriLife is well, at least in my world, in the Panhandle, they're always a huge state asset to help. What do you do with 10,000 cases of water that nobody drank? What do you do with clothes that nobody's going to wear, and those kind of things? So we've talked a lot about, you know, we're going to do what we can in this 30-day session. The work to mitigate the next flood will go well into next session, but you are going to have resources to get your town cleaned up and recover from the recovery. Those assets are in place. Anyway, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all being here. I think Senator Colcourse, Chairwoman Colcourse, can get you fixed up in Houston. For those that are looking for mental health, there's 2 local mental health authorities, LMHAs. It'll be our last panel. My understanding is they've already served 5,000 kids or people between the 2 is what I believe I heard. So there is some resources in the area, local mental health authorities. If those are not going to get it done for you, they can direct you to someone that can. But you need to check with Lois there. I know Houston has a very vibrant community of provider groups. So, all right, guys, appreciate you being here and staying with us all day. All right, I'm going to go to the third panel. Judge Andrew Brown of Travis County, Judge Stephen Snell of Williamson County, Chief Valerie Frustro of City of San Antonio, Brian Wilson of Burnet County. I've got Brown, Snell, Frustro, and Wilson. Want to go?
No, that's separate. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to start with you. I'll start.
Yes, please.
I'm going to go this way. So let's go ahead and start from my left. We'll pick you up and go this route. State your name, your position, your title, and tell us what you need us to hear.
All right, thank you, joint chairs. My name is Steve Snell. I am the county judge of Williamson County. Just got the job on April 21st, so exactly 2 months and 2 weeks. We experienced the storm and the flood. I got a call from my sheriff that Kerr County had called and requested swiftwater rescue on the 4th, so he was letting me know we're sending 4 deputies to the swiftwater rescue in Kerrville to assist with Camp Mystic and the others, and that we would be sending more teams in the morning. While the world watched with great sadness as the campsites and others along the Guadalupe experienced the flooding, the rain continued in Williamson County. It had rained all day, so the ground was soaked, but the heavy rain started around 11:30, especially west of Liberty Hill, with rainfall totals as high as 21 inches, unconfirmed in a small concentrated area over that short period of time. I think the official rainfall total was 14.7 inches. About 2 in the morning, we experienced multiple lightning, again, heavy rain, so I was glued to my phone. When I'd just taken over as judge, we'd had some thunderstorms, and it had caused over 10 houses to catch on fire from the lightning. So I was just glued to my phone because the lightning was on top of us. The rain was coming down hard. 911 calls started coming in around 2:30 in Williamson County. That's right about the same time that we got our first flood warning expectation from the NWS. One of those 911 callers was a lady named Sherry Richardson. Sherry Richardson lived in a house right next door to Hope House on the same property. I don't know if those of y'all in Central Texas have ever heard of Hope House, but it is a residential home for special need children with profound disabilities. And her home was a little bit lower and closer to the river than Hope House. But her main concern is she called to tell about her house because she was trapped in her house. The water had come quick off a tributary, a dry creek, trapped her in her home. But all she was worried about is getting those children out of Hope House. A few minutes later, the house was swept away by the flood waters, and she perished in the flood, but not before we were able to mobilize. Teams organized quickly. Camp Mabry sent a Black Hawk helicopter with the Texas Military Department, Division of the State Guard, headed towards Liberty Hill, and we were able to evacuate and rescue all 13 children that were residents and 3 nighttime workers from the home. thanks to the pleading in the 911 call of Sherry Richardson. At that point, we mobilized pretty quickly because on the western side of our county, there are many low water crossings. So we not only had our sheriff and EMS, but we had road and bridge out, putting out barricades, blocking off where we know the low water crossings are. Simultaneously, we had the sheriff's office and we had EMS, and we even had help from the Georgetown City Police going to the east side where we have known low water areas. So we have 2 RV parks that are always underwater every time it floods a little bit. We were actually able to go door to door and get everybody out, and a few RVs out in time before the floodwaters got too high. Those are just a few examples of the heroism that took place in the hours of that storm, the night and into the next day. Many lives were saved in Williamson County by the quick and decisive actions of the Williamson County Emergency Services Team, county fire departments, and city police. Unfortunately, Sherry would not be the only life lost in Williamson County, as we lost 2 more lives due to low water crossings and being swept away by the river. Overall, in Williamson County, EMS teams ran several rescue missions, saving 26 lives from the floodwaters, and ultimately recovered the 3 missing people deceased, and were able to return them to their families. The quick and decisive actions in Williamson County saved many lives. In addition to emergency services, Williamson County also had road and bridge department out in force, identifying and closing low water crossings, and repairing damage. At one point, we had 29 roads that were closed due to washout and 1 major bridge. And we were able to work for 3 straight days and get all of our roads open, but 5 within 2 days. And now we are down to just 1 road or 1 bridge that is still out. We feel this is all due to the training, expertise, and quick decision-making to keep our citizens safe. Public safety and protection of life and property are core values that drive the Wilco EMS teams. My biggest takeaway as judge from the events of that week are the way the team acted quickly and decisively and came together. During the recovery operation, we were assisted by every fire department and EMS team in the county, and then from 7 divisions around the state, including as far away as Brownsville, Farr County, Bryan, Waco, and then we had 1 canine team actually from Mexico come to help. Like many places in Kerr County is no exception, volunteers descended into the community to help clean up, provide donations poured in by the truckload. There was 1 gentleman testifying earlier from the Cajun Navy. The Cajun Navy sent an 18-wheeler to Liberty Hill as well, and we had 50 people there within 20 minutes to help unload that truck. Community came together in amazing ways. As you've heard already today, several churches and ISDs teamed up to get the process started, to help people get their lives back together, and to sort the many donations and sort out all the volunteers that we had. I think on any given day we had up to 1,000 volunteers in Liberty Hill and Georgetown helping. One of the challenges, and you've heard this today also, the generosity sometimes create challenges. We had generous companies donating dumpsters so people could take all the debris from their homes and property, put it in dumpsters. They even offered free delivery back to the landfill, but the biggest challenge is the landfill wouldn't take it, and if they would take it, it was about $1,000. So we were able to hold a emergency commissioners court that week, and thanks to the support of the commissioners, we were able to get money released from the county to give citizens vouchers that have been vetted through our disaster services and also the cities of Liberty Hill, Georgetown, Hope House, and a woman's shelter, some dumpsters, so to help them in the recovery process. Wilco Communications team was excellent as well. We continually communicated with our citizens on the many things, the many services we had, especially as we set up the MARC and the Disaster Recovery Center. The values of Texas, especially as you've seen in Central Texas, we've really shined bright during this dark time as we've showed up to help each other, and many businesses have stepped up to help, of course, HEB being a great one as well. I feel Williamson County was very fortunate. Although we had severe flooding, We do not have the same challenges that Kerr County had with the amount of vacationers on our river. Our geography really doesn't allow for that. So although we did have 73 properties that were either heavily damaged or destroyed, our geography helped save a lot of lives as well. But one of the challenges of the geography is getting in the river to clean up the debris, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Want to thank the many first responders, volunteers, and those who donated. One thing I want to say about the first responders, and I know I saw that when I came to Kerr County, you always worry that as they're responding to the disaster, that we're very fortunate that all of our first responders return to base each night. So want to thank my elected officials. They were very active, Colonel Wilson and Senator Schwartner, very active. I know Senator Flores as well. Haven't gotten to know you that well yet, but very active, very hands-on, wanted to know how you could help, so I appreciate that. And thank the governor for getting us, doing what he could to get us the federal declaration. Also want to thank Nim Kidd and Blair Walsh. Once life slowed down a little bit in Williamson County, Representative Wilson and I were able to come here to this site and get some hands-on training. I believe we spent 4 to 5 hours here seeing how a mass casualty event works. In the event we would never need it. Hopefully we never will, but if it does happen, Williamson County is much more prepared, and I am well prepared. So then again, you know, we're all connected. We all come out to help each other. So just grateful for all the help that Williamson County has gotten, and the fact that we had 2 TDEM employees set up with us at the county from the get-go was very, very helpful to us as well. One of the things you asked us to do is talk about areas to help. Obviously, for the San Gabriel River, we need help from the state in cleaning up that river. I think our emergency total for the county is $25 million, but we really don't have the resources to clean up that river, so we would like some resources from the state. One thing that I think is important, Williamson County is about 700,000 people, and we have a lot of resources to do a lot of great things. We have an incredible team with a lot of experience and expertise. We also have some cities in Georgetown, Round Rock, that have the resources to handle emergencies as well. But half the county is still rural, and we still have small towns, and they have the same challenges that Kerrville and some of the areas around here have. So they don't have the resources. So looking at that, a way to pool resources, a way to help the rural areas, not only of our county, but all of Texas, no matter what the emergency is, I think could help us all.
Judge, you need to kind of wrap it up.
I will. I'll wrap it up right now. Thank you very much. Yeah. The other thing I've heard is on sirens and alert systems. So in Central Texas and Williamson County, we have several sirens, Georgetown and Gerald in particular, for tornadoes. And they're designed for people who are outside, not necessarily inside. And when that alarm sounds, people are trained to go inside and seek shelter. A flood of this magnitude or a flash flood would garner a different response. So talking to the mayors in Williamson County, some new technology that would incorporate either different types of sirens or maybe a voice command along with the siren that lets people know what to do. Like it's a flood, seek higher ground. It's this, do this. I think that would go a long way, and I know you have many experts that can help you out with that. Committee, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity.
And you reminded me to say it a while ago. Somebody asked when the electricity goes off, Lubbock spent $1 million for 45 sirens, mainly tornado, and they've all got a battery supply on them. So that's how you get around electricity being out.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Next judge.
Thank you. My name is Brian Wilson. Greetings, Chairman Perry and Chairman King. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, senators and representatives. I am the Burnet County judge. I was appointed in March, just a few weeks before Judge Snell. So today, I mean, I apologize. I got called kind of late last night, so I didn't have all the preparation time until 11:30 last night at the courthouse. But I'll do the best I can and leave room for you to ask me questions. For us, the story began on July 4th when we heard about Kerr County, and my wife and I were praying and just heartbroken over what was going on, and it was just so devastating. And we we went to bed that night. It'd been a little bit of rain. We've been in about 4 years of drought over there in Burnet County, and remember waking up about 3:30 to some just amazing downpour and lightning. And my wife asked me, "Oh, you think the cows are going to be okay?" And I said, "Yeah, most of them are up on the hill, so don't worry about it." So we only had 2 heifers down at the house where there's a chance of flooding. But by 5 o'clock, I got my first call. The emergency management coordinator said that it was really starting to cause problems, and that we were getting dispatch calls, and I should start to head in. And of course, I'm trapped between the 2 forks of the San Gabriel, the North Fork and the Russell Fork, which is just a couple hundred yards from my house. And sure enough, the first break of day, the water was already up to my driveway, which is more than 150 yards, away from. So there was no way I was going anywhere for a few hours. So I stayed in contact with the Emergency Operations Center, and then got into town about 10 o'clock and went straight to the courthouse and did my disaster declaration. At 5:30, our fire chief, responding to one of the calls, was lost, Chief Michael Phillips at the Marble Falls VFD, the Volunteer Fire Department. And he was swept away, and by then we were missing about 12 people. In the next few hours, our sheriff deputies, dozens of firefighters, every ESD and volunteer fire department activated. Because of the nature of the flood, hit in the north part of the county on the Gabriel rivers, but then it also hit on the eastern side of the county. So basically the part in 2018 that was flooded along the river, along the Colorado River, was pretty much untouched. There was a little bit of, one guy said his boat got ruined crushed in his dock or whatever, but other than that, I heard no stories, anything. And same with the south side in Precinct 4. So it was kind of like a half moon shape across the county. So some of it was river flooding, some of it was flash flooding. Anyway, but we had 63 rescues over the next several hours. They saved people from trees, from holes that were cut in the rooftops over in the north side of the county on the San Gabriel, and from floating houses there in town. Even in the city of Burnet received quite a bit of damage. It was truly amazing to witness the community so committed. Volunteers saved each other as well as the fire departments. We did have some on the resources in Granite Shoals and places along the lake deployed swiftwater rescue boats and things like that. So initially, Burnet County had about a dozen missing people, and over the next 2 days, local firefighters, sheriff deputies, police, and along with DPS, Parks and Wildlife, and the Texas Military Department recovered bodies of lost victims. The special districts sent out special units. The LCRA, Lower Colorado River Authority, sent out their police force to help us, as well as Texas Task Force 1 and Texas Task Force 2. We had a few volunteers that showed up along some of the creeks to help after the water subsided a little bit. The sheriff investigators began seeking more information about how the names were added. So we had so many missing people. They really worked. Calvin Boyd and his investigators really started looking for these people and how did their name get on our list originally. And by after a couple days, within 2 days, we had cleared. We had five deceased persons, and then our missing fire chief. Our local disaster recovery system was called the Ark of the Highland Lakes, and it was a bunch of churches and individuals that was created right after the 2018 flood. And so they provided over the next couple days, 18,000 meals along with food and temporary shelter. Anybody that didn't have a place to stay, we got them a place to stay. If they had pets, we got them. We even took along their children. But they provided diapers, dry goods, gift cards, anything people needed. We had a policy in Burnet County, people first. We don't care so much about the rules. Take care of the people. That's the number one thing that we do in Burnet County. And so over the next, we opened over 527 people came to our multi-agency resource center. We had 433 cases that have been opened by the ARC for long-term recovery and assistance, which would include cash and housing and whatever people need. Our community from others around the state, including legislators, stood up and helped. We had a bunch of legislators and their aides come and muck out our houses, and we appreciate that. They worked alongside my grandkids. Burnet County, like I said, we opened the multi-agency center, then the recovery center, and then we opened the disaster recovery center with FEMA. There was HEB, Red Cross, Bluebonnet Trails Community Service, Rio Grande Legal Aid, and Central Texas Groundwater District. A lot of people didn't know if you got a flood that your well might be poisoned with bacteria. So we got the word out. I got on the radio numerous times to tell people. My neighbor from Houston actually heard me on the radio talking about how to save his well or test his well and then get it shocked. So we did everything we could to get out the word on social media, and then also managing the message. We were talking about websites earlier. You know, it's really important that people manage, you know, what resources are for your county. And then, but still, even people called from Lampasas, they called from San Saba. We sent resources. Our Arc of Highland Lakes even sent resources and muck out teams outside the area to help. So finally, in talking about doing a good job, as I stood out on the parking lot in the sheriff's office that day, I realized the legislature had done a really good job, because I was looking at all those resources. I mean, all this, just amazing. The boats, how do you get stuff like that? You know, how do you have 6 amazing swiftwater rafts out in your parking lot like that? The UTVs, the skid steers, the trucks of all sizes, field trucks, drones, dogs, helicopters, and myriad of other equipment that I couldn't even begin to describe. All this had to be paid for, and people had to be trained to use it. And that's where I think y'all came in, and we really appreciate what you did well before this flood hit us. It wasn't just y'all, it's a whole host of volunteers. But I thank you very much. If you have any questions, as far as one of the things we struggled with during the disaster, if I still have a green light, okay, good. I tried to keep it under 6 minutes, but our Western Towers, we're in Blanco, Llano, and Burnet, have a Western Towers interoperability radio system. We took some damage to that, and we need to look at, just like somebody said earlier, we need to look at better ways to make sure that the interoperability is actually interoperability, that we have some assistance. And I know we're fixing to sign an agreement with TxDOT to take over some of the maintenance agreements, so we appreciate TxDOT stepping in there. That actually happened before our meeting. And then the other thing is the alerts. I don't know exactly what to say when you've got, like where I live, on dry creek beds, and then you've got riparian areas where, you know, massive flowing water a few hundred yards from my place. I think there needs to be some kind of alert, but I really don't have the answer, but I think that would help a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor Don Patrick, Speaker Dustin Burrows, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and Vice Chairs Flores and Martinez. I am Valerie Frosto, Fire Chief for the City of San Antonio. Thank you very much for inviting me to provide testimony on behalf of the city. First and foremost, I would like to recognize the company that I am in, the distinguished members that serve on this committee, as well as the first responders, the emergency managers, and all the partners that are in this room. It never fails that we all come together in times of disaster and when we need each other's help. I'd like to start off by saying that the City of San Antonio has built a very, very strong foundation on planning, operations, and training, coordinating so that we can act swiftly in the event of an emergency. The San Antonio Office of Emergency Management falls under my command, and it is staffed with fire department and police department personnel. Its mission is to coordinate and manage all aspects of an incident, including preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. We work very closely with the Burnet County Office of Emergency Management, the Texas Division of Emergency Management, as well as numerous private and public partners. And we also coordinate all emergency activities for the City of San Antonio to ensure continuity of operations during disasters, and we communicate constantly with state and federal agencies. So I would like to highlight some of the strengths that the San Antonio Office of Emergency Management possesses. Our core strength is we have the ability to rapidly collaborate with regional and state partners. Our strong relationships with STRAC, TDM, as well as surrounding jurisdictions and partners has allowed us to effectively coordinate, respond, share intelligence, and mobilize resources very quickly. We're also very proud of our highly skilled incident management team, which consists of trained professionals capable of managing large-scale emergencies and supporting multi-agency complex incidents. Our incident management team is a regional asset that adds tremendous value to disaster preparedness and response efforts across San Antonio and South Texas. And when we are called to help, we respond. As far as specific actions taken by the flash floods in the summer of 2025, the tragedy in Kerrville occurred less than a month after the flooding in San Antonio. During the 4th of July flood incident, San Antonio Fire Department answered the call to support our neighbors in time of need. We dispatched boat rescue teams, the AMBUS, medical strike teams, as well as IMT and support staff to include chaplains and peer support. At the request of TDM, we had boat teams staged in the area on July 2nd by midday. And since that time, we have worked tirelessly alongside our partners, other agencies, to assist with rescue and recovery operations under extremely challenging and hazardous conditions. And today, we still remain engaged. I want to highlight a close call that we had when it actually brought to light the dangers that we face. In the early morning hours of July 4th, the San Antonio Fire Department, 2 boat teams were traveling down the road, responding to calls for to help with recovery or to help with rescue. And they came upon some high water, has been mentioned multiple times today. They could not escape. They got trapped. They couldn't turn either direction because both roadways were flooded, and they resorted to cutting fences and scrambling, trying to essentially run away from the water. So they ended up having to board their boats that were on their trailers in order to save themselves. And they were very, very fortunate, but it was a very, very close call that we could have been one of the fatalities very easily. Since then, the equipment has been recovered, but both vehicles sustained heavy damage and both need to be replaced, as well as 2 trailers. Equipment can always be replaced, but people cannot. This incident is a powerful reminder of just how unpredictable and dangerous these conditions are, even for the most experienced teams. And I consider the San Antonio Fire Department boat teams and technical rescue team the most trained in the state, without a doubt. When I responded to Kerrville to offer support, I witnessed the aftermath, and it was truly heartbreaking. I saw the look on everybody's face. I saw the first responders struggling. They were very much overwhelmed, and it just puts into perspective that we need to do everything that we can to avoid being put in that position. If we are aware and alerted of these conditions early and we have the avenues to escape, I believe that we can avoid an incident, much less an emergency and/or a disaster. The overall response was a tremendous effort by our neighboring first responders who came together to serve when disaster struck. Just 3 weeks prior to the July 4th event, on June 12th, San Antonio experienced a sudden flash flood after more than 6 inches of rain fell in a very, very concentrated area of the city. Vital Creek on the city's northeast side quickly overflowed. sweeping more than a dozen vehicles off of Loop 410 access roads, and that incident resulted in 13 fatalities, 11 of which occurred along Vital Creek. During this incident, the San Antonio Fire Department responded to reports of multiple people in the water. A total of 15 vehicles were found in the creek, and 10 people were rescued by the initial fire crews that arrived. I was on scene the morning of, and the boat teams told their story, and they shared with me that they pulled off, the first road alongside the creek, and all they could hear were screams in the night. This is a much smaller scale incident than the one here that occurred here in Kerrville, but just the same, we lost many lives, and it was completely unexpected. However, due to the extreme nature of the event, the fire department's arrival, I wonder if, it would have made any bit of difference had we gotten there faster, because this all happened in a matter of seconds. And that highlights the speed and the extreme nature of these type of events. As we continued our search efforts, I didn't hesitate to call the state for help. And as always, NIMKID came through. He answered the phone on the first ring and said, "What can I do for you? How can I help you?" And I can always depend on that. We asked for cadaver dogs and search and rescue teams because we had several people missing and we needed help. And we had a lot of ground to cover. There were vehicles and people that were rescued that were almost a mile downstream from where they got washed off the roadway. We're extremely grateful to the state for their assistance that they provided us for that incident. We experienced significant infrastructure damage totaling $22 million during this one event. Our challenge is the same that you have heard here today from the others. We're in what's known as Flash Flood Alley. San Antonio is considered one of the most flash flood prone regions in the country. We know that, and the city of San Antonio has invested close to $490 million in flood mitigation infrastructure over the last 10 years. However, much more needs to be done. When disaster strikes, there is often a gap between instances where local government can be self-sustainable and instances when we are able to receive federal relief. In the instances when neither are applicable, we need assistance from the state. I heard Chief Kidd mention the need for a strong relief fund, and I completely agree. The need for funds for infrastructure repair, mental health resources, temporary housing support, especially for vulnerable populations, are critical to help restore a community when a disaster strikes. We also see an improvement to data integration and information sharing across jurisdictions and systems. And again, I agree with Chief Kidd that better interoperability between local, regional, and state systems.
Comments.
Yes, sir. We know that the needs of every community are unique and the solutions we require. But I do appreciate the state's continued collaboration, your time investment, and we're going to do everything we can to enhance community safety. I would like to recap. In closing, I want to reiterate the key requests, and those are relief and recovery fund for when damages fall short of FEMA thresholds, as San Antonio just did, funding for enhanced warning systems at low water crossings, and increased funding for the flood infrastructure.
Thank you. Andy?
Thank you very much. My name is Andy Brown. I'm the Travis County Judge. I want to thank you, Chair Perry and Chair King, this committee, and especially Senator Campbell for inviting me here today. I believe having an open and honest conversation about what occurred during the recent flooding events here in Kerr County and also my home of Travis County is going to lead to solutions that will help us keep our shared constituencies safe and better prepared for future events. Although what happened in Travis County on July 5th was deemed a once-in-a-200-year event, recent history has taught us that events like this are going to continue to happen, and we must continue to prepare to respond. Our constituents deserve local, state, and federal governments that work together to meet the needs of the constituents and is ready to respond when needed. I also want to take a moment to recognize the 10 lives lost in Travis County and the incredible work of our first responders, led by Emergency Services District 1, as well as community members and the wonderful volunteers who bravely stepped up when called to help. I also want to personally thank Chief Kidd and the TDEM staff who've provided critical support to us throughout this, from before the event to today. I cannot count the number of times that I've spoken with Chief Kidd and with Cody, our local regional person, and with Cade Long, who was the incident commander, who came in at our request to help us out starting on the Monday after this event. As you know, we're still in full recovery mode today in Travis County, but I just do want to mention that because of the coordinated work across our community, lives were saved, a greater tragedy was prevented, but of course we always still can and must do better. ESD1, they were the incident commander at first in Travis County. Coincidentally, they are actually here today, and there's an ambulance of theirs behind those doors staffing this event here in Kerrville. I had a chance to visit with the lieutenant who I last saw Sunday morning, July 6th at 8 a.m. at the ESD1 briefing that morning. He relayed to me the fact that while we did have 10 folks that did not make it in this event, he saved a family with 6 parents and 5 children, or 6 adults and 5 children, at about 4 a.m. on this map that I gave y'all. It's about halfway down Sandy Creek, which is kind of the fatter of the two lines. He still has a cut on his elbow from where he broke the glass to get into the home to help save those people's lives. And I just want to thank him for his work and all of the first responders that were up all night on the 5th. Senator, at your request, I'm going to kind of go through the timeline. If that gets too cumbersome, happy to jump forward, but I wanted to give you all a little base of the timeline. So over the early morning hours of July 5th, the Sandy and Cow Creek areas in the northwestern part of Travis County, that's represented by this map that I handed out to y'all. It's 176 square miles that are in ESD1. That area sustained fatal flooding that resulted in the loss of 10 lives. Neither of these areas had been identified in early warnings from the National Weather Service that folks should be on alert for a substantial flood risk that day. So at Friday, July 4th, 4:48 a.m., a Starflight. So we're lucky to have 3 Starflight helicopters in Travis County. We actually sent one to Kerr County because that's where the emergency was, obviously, at that time. When weather permitted, Starflight 2 responded to Hunt at the request of Texas Task Force 1 and was one of the first aircraft to make it into the area. The crew was the first to land at Camp Mystic and ensured that no one there was injured that needed transport at the time. They provided information to the Coast Guard and Texas Military Department Blackhawks that were tasked with evacuating campers. They performed hoist rescues of 2 adults needing medical attention from the river inn, where the water rushed through the first floor and the inn was now isolated because of high water. These 2 hoists were out of 5 total completed during the day 1 of that response. So they evacuated 3 injured victims to a hospital in Kerrville, 6 victims to the casualty collection point, and then responded to numerous reports of potential victims. It stayed overnight in Gillespie County, eventually returning here to Travis County. At 11:53 on Friday, Starflight, our EOC staff, and I checked in about activities in Kerrville. We looked at forecasts for Travis County. Nothing seemed significant for the Sandy Creek area. On 4:13 p.m. on Friday, no issues for the county, no flooding expected. Light rain this evening and overnight was the forecast. 9:34 p.m. on Friday, the Starflight aircraft and crew returned to Austin from Hunt. And we had an extra aircraft on hand at the Blanco base overnight just in case. 9:43 p.m. TDEM reached out to me personally and asked if we had any needs relating to the water in the Colorado around Marble Falls. There were chances of opening some floodgates. Neither the TDEM folks that reached out or myself anticipated major flooding, and of course nothing was being forecast about the Sandy Creek area. At 10:43 p.m., this was kind of the first time we started getting some sign of things happening. Travis County Office of Emergency Management Duty Officer Blake Clampfer began tracking severe flood weather to the west, but anticipated still no impacts to Travis County. At that time, we expected no impact here outside of some much-needed rainfall. 10:52 p.m., the National Weather Service issues a flash flood warning, kind of the second level of warnings that y'all have heard about today, for areas south of Big Sandy Creek, neighborhoods of Pecan Hollow, south of Pecan Hollow, south of Windy Valley, south of the places that you're hearing about today. The polygon drawn for the 10:52 p.m. warning that the iPOS system sent out was focused south and west of these neighborhoods, primarily around Lake Travis, indicating the initial underestimation of the event's scope. The National Weather Service warning was effective until 1:15 a.m. 11:55 p.m., our Office of Emergency Management Duty Officer Blake contacted a sheriff's deputy to check on reports of flash flooding or high water in the area of Big Sandy and Cow Creek. The sheriff's deputy advises that no 911 calls had come in about flooding, but we asked him to go check Cow Creek anyhow at FM 1431. 12:08 a.m., the deputy finds water over the roadway and a car washed off the road. Reports this to the EOC. Cow Creek near 1431 LCR rain gauges at that time at 12:08 showed 7 inches over the past 2 hours and rain slowing down slightly. Nevertheless, Blake requested that the National Weather Service upgrade their warning to a flash flood emergency. So that happened at 12:08 a.m. And this, again, the iPOS system alerts all cell phones that are in the area, whether or not you've signed up for those alerts. 12:23 a.m. The situation escalates rapidly as the first water rescue call is received by 911, with Emergency Services District, ESD1, who's here today, dispatched to the 24408 block of FM 1431 Road. This marks the beginning of a series of emergency calls. 12:36 a.m., Emergency Management Coordinator is notified by the duty officer Blake of flash flooding in northwest Travis County. The Sheriff's Department reports a car washed off the road, possibly near Cow Creek. Turned out to be a family of 6 that was rescued. 12:41 a.m. Northwest National Weather Service escalates to a flash flood emergency at our request. That alert goes out. It says it's effective till 5 a.m. This alert's polygon does include Big Sandy, Windy Valley, Juniper Trail neighborhoods, the areas that we're talking about here today. 1:03 a.m. they issue a second. The National Weather Service issues a second flash flood warning effective till 3 a.m. Notably, it ticked back to a warning. I'm not sure why that happened, but that's what went out. It covered the Big Sandy, Windy Valley, Juniper Trail areas. 1:07 a.m. we had a sheriff's deputy that was washed off the road. So he on his the camera that you can see as he was driving, he was coming down Nameless Road. You can see the double yellow lines as he's approaching what is a low water area. It's not even a crossing over a creek. It's a low water area at that time. He was going 25 miles an hour. Then you see the water over. He was fine. He got out just fine, but his car was destroyed and washed away. We lost a second vehicle as well a little bit later. 1 a.m., Big Sandy Creek rose from 6 feet at 1 a.m. to 21 feet by 4 a.m. 1:30 a.m. Our ESD liaison, so we have a person who is hired by all the emergency services districts in Travis County. We've got several of them. That's the fire and emergency service outside of the city limits of Austin. They've hired someone named Gus, who is their liaison to the EOC. So he started at 1:30 a.m. In addition to the computer-aided dispatch that was calling and dispatching ESDs and Austin Fire from across the county out to Sandy Creek, he picked up the phone and started calling to make sure that all the chiefs were aware of what was going on and get them to send their folks out there. By 3:30 a.m., all ESD chiefs were aware and had been sending assets. The command post was in Lago Vista at ESD 1 at an administration building next to their ISD. That was the first incident command post that we had. And that remained the incident command post until TDM, at my request, took over. I'll get to that in a minute, but we requested their help on Monday, and they took over. 1:58 a.m. to 6:50 a.m. we had 36 water rescue calls to 911 dispatch, with ESD responding to addresses across Nameless Road, Cottonwood Drive, Long Hollow Loop, Windy Valley Road, Yopon Trail, Big Sandy Drive, Sandy Meadow Circle, and other locations in the impacted area. The rapid succession of calls underscores the severity of the flooding, with homes and roads being inundated. 2 a.m., starflight efforts. Starflight aircraft attempted to respond to the initial request for help along the Big Sandy Creek and Nameless Road starting at 2 a.m. Despite multiple efforts, the crew was unable to get to that area due to the lack of visibility and the torrential rain. So our 3 Starflight helicopters, which are some of the best in the world, were unable to fly in that torrential rain that night. They hopscotched around a little bit, but they could not get there. Let's see. All right, so Starflight leadership responded to staff in the Travis County Joint Operations Center at 3 a.m.
Sandy,
Yes,
if
sir.
you can just kind of,
Yes, sir.
I know we go
Okay.
about minute increments and they're important. So effectively, you were in control of it till Monday morning when
Yes, sir.
TDM took over. You contacted TDM.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, you had sheriffs dispatched. You had helicopters trying to get in.
Yes,
So I think there's several members with questions, but what would you need to tell us to finish up it?
I think to finish up that, the questions about that initial response, we had 78 first responders from all across Travis County, Round Rock Fire, Austin Fire, Leander Fire, Austin Travis County EMS, 2 TIFMAS teams were on the ground. The county's role was to coordinate all of these efforts. ESD-1 was the incident command at that time, and again, this is all in that short time period on very early Saturday morning. I declared a disaster at 9 a.m., updated the governor's office about that, talked to Chief Kidd, talked to TDM, was in touch with them the whole day. I guess if I want to say something in summary, it's that TDM and Chief Kidd are amazing, and I talked to them constantly throughout this. They set up that incident command. They had DPS at the incident command once they set it up the entire time. They had over 560 people there in Travis County responding. 300 of those were search teams, which is those green areas on this map that I gave you is where the dogs went. They had GPSs on them, 300 folks.
So to be clear, there were really no state assets until Monday.
That is not, no, sir. We got our first state assets Saturday afternoon. TDM sent 2 teams. One was from Llano to help search along the creek.
Okay, and we were told earlier they were cadaver dogs from New York, not Texas, which they were also involved in Kerr. I have a hunch cadaver dogs are really rare commodities, and so I don't know if we had access to cadaver dogs to go around, so I don't know what that is. I know I've got several members. I don't know who they want to talk to. I just got 3 members to go to. Do you have any? Okay. All right, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge, for that account. I'm not sure who has your ear, but what I've heard today compared to what I've heard before with you, there's just such a conflict of where assets were and where they were absent. And it seems like Sandy Creek, Windy Valley, Long Hollow, Cow Creek area, wherever those assets were situated, and you did say, you know, there's a lot of square miles covered, but the emergency response team, people that gave witness today, testimony, they just didn't see them at all. And even today stay in crisis. And the folks initially, the heroic efforts were by the volunteers. I mean, we have Auburn, Gallagher, and Melanie Strong, who brings in her own backhoe or some large piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Or an excavator, who knows, she's able to drive it. And then Ashley Willis, and then Timothy Mabry, who's from Canyon Lake, comes in to organize things. So the volunteers that actually, except for Mabry, live in the area, well, and Melanie, I'm not sure how she was reined in, but she knew the people in the area, and so she was helped. But that's who was on the ground. They just didn't find other resources. And you talked how we had all these, and I can't tell. I mean, there's no words to explain just how excellent TDM is, our DPS, Texas Parks and Wildlife. There's just no words to say how excellent they demonstrate. But calling them, and you first asked them to come in, when did you say? 5? 7:30 in the morning, or when did you say you asked Tatum to step in?
On Monday.
Monday.
They helped us before that, but to become the incident command structure. So Cade Long, who has worked in Asheville in their recovery, he works for TDM full-time. I asked Chief Kidd to send someone to run the incident command, and he came, and yes, that was on Monday.
But then the flood was really on the 5th, the morning of the 5th.
It was. So that was Saturday morning.
Why do you think it was so long between the time the flood happened on the 5th and reaching out to TDM, asking them to put boots on the ground, which they did, but on the 7th?
Yeah, fair question. So I'm in touch with TDM the entire time. So we asked them to send the teams that we needed to help us search on Saturday. They sent those right away. Those teams had to leave to come back here to Kerr County Saturday night into Sunday. So on Sunday, it was our group that was doing the search. So I met at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. I was out there at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. That's where we set up the initial command. I had the pleasure of meeting Aubrey, who came and testified here today. She was there with me. We both saw over 50 firefighters in the parking lot that morning at their briefing together. Okay. There was, no question that we had every resource possible there from Travis County, from TDM on those first 2 days. Those were the days where they were doing search and rescue. Okay. They had these things that looked like radar guns that looked for heat that they were going up.
I think what we need to do is, I've talked with them to get specific information from them and dates, and sit down with you and have you go out there and see what's going on, because they're still in crisis. They still need funds, infrastructure, having a big problem with aqua water. That's a whole nother issue that is not just because of the flood, but that we need to deal with. I would like to do that, because I think with the conflict of information, the only way we're going to do better going forward is to make sure we clean up now what's wrong, and make sure we don't revisit, that never happens again, with timing, response, because we've seen the state agencies all work so well together and quickly. I do want to ask just some questions that I got from the group.
Sure.
Some I think we'll have to, you may not have an answer for. We'll get the information regarding funding, but will you investigate claims that the 911 calls that Sandy Creek sent out after the flood were unanswered? Will you look into that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a concern. If any time anyone has a 911 call that goes unanswered, please. So if you'd investigate that, and
yes,
we'll write that down. And did you notice that, or did you receive notice that troopers, and we can write it down for you too, but you can make those notes. I appreciate that. Did you receive notice that troopers from other regions were available? And if so, why didn't we access those troopers?
I can answer that one right now. We had a DPS trooper, a lieutenant in the headquarters the entire time.
Oh, just at the headquarters?
At the incident command headquarters with Cade Long the entire time. He was aware of everything that we were doing. Okay,
and again, the incident command headquarters was stationed.
It hopped around at first. It was at the ESD1 at first, and then it went to the church, the Round Mountain Baptist Church, and then it got a more permanent location, thanks to Leander ISD at Heisel Middle School. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next three are related to funding that will, and they're just questions I can't answer, but my office will get with you. Will flood relief funds require all the listed documents? Because just as Chairman Perry was saying, documents are lost, passports, driver's license. How do you even prove up that you have an electric bill when you can't find anything?
And thankfully, we have DPS out there this week printing new driver's licenses for people if they need them. We had on Sunday.
And where is that? Where do people go to get that?
To the Round Mountain Baptist Church, the sort of resources of, we have showers.
Are they going to be there? That's the place you've got
yes.
the laundromat, showers. Is that right?
Yes, laundromat, laundry, showers, cooling tent, resources. HEB has been amazing
And
throughout
that's
this.
on somebody paved a parking lot to put these on?
Yes.
Or
Yep, I
okay.
believe it was Pflugerville Road and Bridge that came and paved that parking lot
Okay.
early on.
And will assistant amounts be based on losses or incomes, and how do they prove that last tax?
So we,
return?
along with, it was this judge's idea from Williamson County, but the Central Texas Community Foundation, they set up a fund with them. We followed suit and did the same thing. All of the money that we raise, I think that they raise, is going to go, it will go directly to residents only. And none of it is coming to us.
So how do they, how do they access that, or what is either a site? Where do they go to look into receiving funding? So that it does go pass
Yes, ma'am.
through and not taken up as administrative fees by other organizations. Where do they go?
So we're still in the fundraising part. So if anyone's listening today and wants to donate to Travis or Williamson County, it's the Central Texas Community Foundation. But they are administering it. They have experience doing this. Any money they give out is considered disaster relief, so it's not taxable.
And where can they find the site, either the physical location or the email? Where do they find where they either need to show up or where they need to email?
So
where can they get that info?
So right now, if they need resources, FEMA and Travis County Health and Human Services is set up at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. That is the epicenter of all assistance. We will have the same, once these funds become available, once an application process is developed by the Community Foundation, they will be at that same place.
When it's developed. So the application, it's not developed yet?
I think they probably have it already. We just haven't said go because, frankly, we're still trying to raise money into
Well,
it.
still trying to raise money, but they're needing funds now. So if we can get that
Yes, ma'am.
going, that
we'll
would
get that going. I think we have about 300,000 is my understanding. We're trying to get to 2 million.
A lot that can, they need that. There are multiple dams, homemade, I didn't know this, homemade dams, because the area is fed by springs. So homemade dams, which are not earthen dams, they're not cement structures produced from the Corps of Engineers, they broke. And
Yes.
that added to the flooding. I don't know, what are the ordinances, or what does the county say regarding homemade dams? And are we going to prohibit that?
So we put a stop work order on the dam you're referring to. It was sort of a two-part dam. There was a lower part, an upper part. The lower part was destroyed at some point in the flooding. My understanding is they were rebuilding it. We put a stop work order on that.
So that's on personal property,
Yes,
private
ma'am.
property.
Yes,
But it still affects people downhill.
it could.
4 of them, just how many? But the point is, Travis County's going to look into every one of those homemade dams to stop, because they can't just.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm in touch with Melanie on this. We texted earlier today
Melanie.
about that. So, yes,
Okay,
yes.
that
Yeah.
Melanie, okay. And trying to have a better flood detection system. I think we've heard that out of that's a main theme going on through.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like us to meet and go over, compare the timelines, see what resources we can get to them now. They are still in crisis.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's still not enough communication. So if we can do that, it's a lot to unpack here, but thank you very much.
Could I give you one anecdote about that dam?
Yes.
Is that all right, Mr.
No,
Chair?
it's fine.
Okay, so this is, I think, a bright spot in disaster recovery and TDEM. So on Monday at about, 1 or 2 o'clock, we got word from a TCEQ engineer that the dam you're referring to, the upper one that had not burst during the flood, might burst. And it was upriver from about 380 people in the part of Sandy Creek that were trapped by that bridge going out that I'm sure you've heard about. So I talked to the sheriff immediately. We were about to start evacuating those 385 people. I called Cade, who's my contact at TDEM. I said, can you talk in 5 minutes? And he said, yes. And so he patched us through to the State Operations Center, headquarters. We got our county engineer, we had the sheriff, me, and we told them what was happening. They got the Army Corps of Engineers on there in like 30 seconds. They had their entire team of expert engineers on there. They found a TCQ engineer that was in the area, sent her out to there, so she was filming while we were on this phone call. And the engineer and the Army Corps of Engineers, they were literally about to get on a helicopter in Dallas to fly down here to help us. In seeing the video, they saw that there was a dam, there was, I think, something like 20 feet of water. It was a large amount of water in there. And they saw the spillway off to the side in the video. And they said, get a pump truck from your fire department up there and pump it out slowly. And we did that, and it worked great. We did not have to evacuate anyone. And had it not been for TDEM and their ability to get folks together,
Okay, so we'll get together. And then the last comment I would say is the deputy that was trapped in the water.
Yes, ma'am.
He was rescued by the volunteers there, by Miss Gallagher.
That's wonderful. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Thank you.
So he owes them a debt of gratitude, personal meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Snell, hello, and I'm glad to serve Williamson County with you, and welcome to your introduction to county government. You came from school district?
Correct. I was superintendent of Liberty Hill ISD for the last 6.5 years.
Well, we'll get to this together, and I appreciate you. My comments for Judge Wilson. Judge Wilson, thank you very much for being here, and of course you jumped into your new position at about the same time, and it's an honor to be able to serve with you, and our condolences and regrets to all the citizens of Burnet and Marble Falls and that have suffered from this event. And especially our first responders. You know, they go forth in spite of the risk, as the saying says. And in Marble Falls, we had a volunteer fire chief, Chief Phillips, who answered a call like he always did. His neighbors called, we need help, and he didn't hesitate 1 minute, threw his equipment on, went out in that flood, and he's been missing since then. His truck has been found, but not him. He's still missing. Is that correct?
That's correct. Brian Wilson, that is correct.
So, and we had a memorial for him the other day, and rightly so. Do you have everything you need? I understand Task Force 1 and 2 have been redeployed to try to make another attempt at another stretch of the watershed there to try to find him, as it's been our commitment to try to do our very best to recover all that are missing. So is Task Force 1 and 2 still there working?
No, sir. Brian Wilson, Burnet County Judge. The last Friday, or actually it was Thursday, I think some communication between the governor and TDEM, NIM Kidd, had called and sent representatives and asked to come back one more time to just, even though we'd done exhaustive searches with volunteers and volunteer fire departments and fire departments, they had some additional technology they wanted to try and some additional cadaver dogs. At that point, they, on Friday morning, early in the morning, I went out to the site and they did, so from where Chief Phillips went in to the county line is only about 1.5 miles. And so they went ahead and researched that entire 1.5 miles, and they said they went about another 0.5 mile into Travis County. Sorry, Andy, I didn't ask your permission. But anyway, the other thing was the 3 days before that, 2 or 3 days before that, Parks and Wildlife, Houston PD dive team, sorry, I don't remember all of them. There's quite a few resources that have been applied. They went into Lake Travis. They did a very exhaustive search trying to look in the debris field that's right at the end of Cow Creek in Lake Travis. But it's so massive and so thick, unfortunately, we still were not able to find our chief.
So I would ask, what in your opinion, and based on what you know of how this happened, and before, during, and after, what would be some of your top 2 suggestions on how to what you did right, or what needs to be corrected, so this doesn't happen again.
Well, I mean, we've heard some testimony today about, what to do about heavy rains and things like that. I mean, my kids were down in Houston when Beryl and Uri hit, and it just spent 2.5, 3 weeks without any power, living in a downtown area. And the thing is, I mean, I've been a rancher my whole life and out in the country, and flash floods are just part of, the flash flood alley part is a reality. We need to continue to teach people. I mean, I'm so grateful to have an emergency management team that's ready to respond, a sheriff that's just all in all the time, and all of his staff. We had, thank God. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but I've kind of always begrudged these ESDs and additional taxing authorities. But quite honestly, in the last couple of years, I've seen the wisdom of the legislature, because the resources that we have in place in Burnet County with 10 ESDs, fixing to be 11, is just incredible. There's just no way we could pull off what we did in the last 2 weeks. Because, I mean, it was all in for days and days, right? I mean, 18, 20-hour days just on end for everybody while we were missing people and had a hope to find them. So I appreciate that. So we need to make sure that the ESD system stays strong. Consider providing additional funding, because they really did get out on the front end of this thing when the sheriffs. I was trapped. I told you, between the Gabriels, and there was one or two, I think 2 deputies that were trapped with me. So I mean, what are we supposed to do to get to provide help? Nobody was calling on that end of the county. All the calls were on the other end of the county. So anyway, and then this continue your legislation and work on the interoperability radio system so that we could communicate. We had a few hiccups on communication, but we're very grateful to all the help. And NIMKID called me numerous times, and I appreciate that. Cody McDonald was in our operations center. We set up immediately in the sheriff's office, and but we did have a command center at Faith Academy in the south side, because we actually had 2 search areas. First there in the city of Burnet, where we lost several lives, and then also down in far south, right on the Travis County, close to the Travis County, where the bridge washed out. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I understood. There was that recurring theme that we have of communications was a big issue, and we all coordinated communications to come in from Fort Worth, I believe, is where they brought it from.
Yeah, they brought in the mobile service on wheels, because in Cow Creek, on the border between Travis County, some of those peaks and ravines were just impossible to get cell signal into, especially along Cow Creek. It's just a deep ravine cutting through the 2 counties. So,
thank you. So I want to switch to San Antonio, if I may, and Senator Menendez, if you don't mind, and Senator Campbell. But I brought it up in the last hearing, since we're talking about flooding and responses and how to be more effective or to prevent. On about June the 10th, there at Vital Creek on 410, I think it was the access road, there was about 3 inches of rain. But San Antonio is notorious for flooding. I've served in Burnet County, so I know how that is. But 13 people, while they were commuting right there at Vital Creek, were all swept into the creek and lost their lives. And then we heard about it for about a couple of weeks, and then we heard nothing more. And then, of course, now we have this. But it's still the same thing. It's a flash flood. What steps is San Antonio taking that you know of as an emergency management responder on that event and other events just like it in that urban area, but especially, that 13 people lost their lives there. There's other similar events in low water crossings in not only the urban areas but everywhere else. That's another topic as we do our response. But can you tell us what after action that you did or that you know of that would prevent people from on their morning commute with a 3-inch rain getting killed on 410 at Vital Creek and other places similarly situated?
Yes, sir. Valerie Frosto, San Antonio. We have taken measures since then and had an after-action report or after-action meeting, and there were issues that were identified, but we are finalizing that report, so I have not had the opportunity to see those items. I do know that we have hired a third party to review or to assess the infrastructure damage, and because the area that the vehicles were washed off of, it was a frontage road of 410, that is not one of the areas known to flood. We did not consider that flood-prone area because historically that creek has risen, but not to that level. And I believe that it was because of the 6+ inches of rain in a very, very concentrated area that actual incident occurred. But until we get the final report from the third party, for now we're just holding off and letting them assess the damage, and also provide us with their findings as well.
Because it's been said that in structures like that, and not just Battle Creek, but other areas, especially urban or suburban, that the concreting of the creek beds, instead of being grass plain open that absorbs, is exacerbating that situation. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess two things, Judge. I think by now you know that Senator Campbell is one of our solidly most tenacious senators in the Texas Senate, because representing her area and her constituents is number one. There's a lot of parallels between what happened here and a little bit of what happened at Sandy Creek. You've got a late night storm. You've got late advisories. The other, were you actually present there too, or were you in the county during that night?
Not that night. First time I was on site was 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. So ours was kind of a day behind what happened here, basically.
Now, so first off, because we asked the judge here in that day that you weren't there, you were represented by who and what decisions were being made?
Yeah, so our structure, I have the person that I appoint to be the emergency manager is Eric Carter. His deputy is Blake Clampfer. So Blake is the person I referenced that was on duty all night long. He knows that he is empowered to call the National Weather Service like he did when he sees something that is not being met. So he called them, asked them to up the alert and send another one, and they did. And he was also the one directing the sheriff's department to go look at the roads.
I agree it's a bit of an oddity for you to get upgraded to an emergency and then the next advisory to go backwards.
Yes, sir.
And so that's something that if we get to the National Weather Service testimony, we'll talk about that. I think it's an important point because the judge from Williamson County, when he's running into major debris fields problems, he's not shy about asking for money and help, okay? Now, this brings me to the questions. I have never been at a hearing where we walk in thinking that we're talking about one disaster and the first three witnesses are about another. And there were two more witnesses during the day, I counted 5 of them, who are vociferously unhappy with the Travis County response because their eyewitness testimony of what they saw is completely different than what you laid out. And I think I'm really concerned by what Melanie was saying about debris fields that have a large amount of human remains in it that are still in existence. So have you been reaching out to try to get help on that at this point?
Yes, sir. So the map that I gave y'all is so this is the TDM search, and I can answer the chair's question also. So the Texas team of dog teams, so we had 14 teams. The Texas teams took Cow Creek, so they went up and down there. This green area is where the dogs searched. They did 3 searches. So they did an initial very fast search, and then they did 2 very methodical searches. Each of these numbers on here is a zone. So this also caused a lot of frustration, I think, among the residents, understandably so. It's a slow process. The dogs can do what the dogs can do. We had 14 teams to do it. Ideally, we don't want debris removed until the dogs have completed these 3 searches. But if you have private property and you see a bunch of debris and you want to remove it, that's your right. So to answer your question, they have searched those 3 times in the best way that TDM knows how to. TDM they gave me a report that I'll send to you, sir, about what the searches encompassed, everywhere that they went, all their findings. And I'm more than happy to send, the Sheriff's Department can send, if there are individual instances of suspicion of human remains somewhere, our Sheriff's Department can do that. Happy to call TDEM if we need to get a team back out here, but I would like to send you the report, sir, so you could read it more in depth first.
And Judge, I think, look, this is, you're ably represented in the Senate by Senator Campbell. And, but you have an opportunity, because there's a whole group of people behind you, that I hope you take the opportunity to turn around and look at this point besides Melanie, okay? And Senator Campbell is here as well. So I would hope you would avail the opportunity to have a discussion, because I've not seen such a disconnect between the first few, eyewitness testimony in a disaster, and then have the elected official come in later. And these are just two non-intersecting tracks at this point.
I agree, and I don't know what to say. If we want to grab the paramedic from the back that was there himself all night, if you want to look at pictures from my social media,
not to
more than any of that is.
I would bow to the wisdom of the senior senator. Okay. But at some point in time, you do need to have that meeting, because
I would love to.
We don't get this type of testimony very often, and have it that graphic, and have it that detailed, and have it that factual.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for their continued support of Burnet County, in particular San Antonio. I want to thank Chief. Chief, you're pretty new on the job at Burnet County in San Antonio. How long have you been the chief now?
My first day was November 1st of 2024.
24, so I shouldn't say you're that new. It's been a while now. What I do want to say is, on this flash flood that occurred June the 12th, we had 15, according to the letter you've presented us your testimony, we had 15 vehicles found in the creek. 10 people were rescued. And this, you're telling us here, these were swept off Loop 410?
Yes, sir.
So just for my colleagues from the Houston area, imagine vehicles swept off your Loop 610. That's unheard of. I've never heard of vehicles swept off. It's not Loop 410 is not a low water crossing. That is unbelievable. And one of the things that I think is a concern for water to go that fast, the 6 inches, part of it has to do with the fact that there's been so much development in the northern part of the county that has sped the speed of water that has been flowing through our creeks and our rivers and our floodways. And I mean, we've tried to address that with detention ponds and other things, retention ponds and other things. But have you done any studies on the flow of the water? Because I know you said we've invested almost $500 million in flood mitigation infrastructure.
That, I would say, would fall under Public Works.
Yeah.
And we do have an expert witness here if needed. I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I'm not 100% sure what kind of studies have been done, but I do know that there is a substantial amount of construction occurring throughout the city.
My understanding, I think, and you had it in your testimony, yes, it's right here, you had the total damage of $22 million in this single event.
Yes, sir.
Of damage. So now my understanding is that the FEMA threshold for relief is $55 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what happens if it would be the gap? If you don't meet the FEMA threshold, what happens?
Well, we did not hesitate to file the disaster declaration, and took steps to ensure that we were knocking on doors to gather all the losses. But we are very much relying on that funding, and it was very bad news when we heard that we did not meet the threshold. We didn't anticipate that was even a possibility, because we knew that the damage was substantial. So at this point in time, I don't believe that we've identified the funding, which is why that is, one of the top items on my list.
Very good. Thank you very much. And so,
Yes, sir.
thank you, Chief. And Judge Snell, new on the job. How long ago were you a school superintendent at Liberty Hill?
So I finished on August 20th and started on, or April 20th and started on the 21st. I was a superintendent total 11 years, school administrator for 28 years.
Very good. Oh, thank you for your service to the children of our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. We have gotten an opportunity to hear a lot about what has happened in Kerr County and Kerrville, and there's been so much reporting around it. But the same question applies to everybody here, because each of you in that same period of time, days before or after, or weeks before, have experienced loss of life, and in some cases significant loss of life, because of the flash floods. So I'm asking the same question, hindsight being 2020, and some of you have more gauges, monitors, but for each of you, if you don't mind, and I know we heard your story of the one individual that was concerned with the residential camp, and that may be the answer there. But if each of you could identify, is there something that needs to happen differently to be able to give folks the warning of either low crossing waterway, closing off roads quicker, better information? And the one caveat to that, all of you have expressed and all of us have experienced, weather prediction is not perfect. We're going to have a panel to talk about that in a minute. So I'm not talking about the failed predictions. I'm talking about what do we need to do better to see the reality in real time and get warnings to folks.
Brian Wilson, Burnet County Judge. I think when you look, Judge Foley talked a little bit earlier about Hydromet at the LCRA. I mean, it's an incredible system, the Lower Colorado River. So I happen to live in the San Gabriel River Valley now, but most of my life I've been in Bastrop and except when I was at Tech in Level Land, the few years I lived out there, where we had 19 inches of rain in one day when I was running an apple orchard out there, and I mean, just 3 feet of water stood up on its rear and then had nowhere to go for about a day and a half. I lost the entire crop that year. And so the thing is, it's going to flood wherever you are. Whoever would have thought that 19 inches of rain would hit Level Land, Texas, of all places. But Hydromet has set up a system where, like Judge Foley described, it's got gauges, it's got rain gauges, it's got river gauges, it's got creek gauges. Having river authorities to be required or have something like that and invest whatever money that they get from the state or ad valorem taxes. I didn't know that river authorities had ad valorem until today's meeting. So, but those kind of resources are invaluable because that measures the water that's falling in from the sky at a time when you really need to know that ahead of time. And I've always relied on Hydromet whenever I need to know something about how much rain should I be expecting or whatever, is just look at the rain gauge upriver. When I lived in Bastrop, we could always tell what was going to happen next. Thank you.
And in your circumstance, were these deaths transportation that people are driving and get swept?
Most of them. There was one man that was in the RV. There was an RV park down there by Faith Academy in the south part of the county, just off of Hamilton Creek, and that creek flooded, and that gentleman died in his RV. Most of the other ones were related to low water crossings.
And one of the things that we talked about last couple weeks ago or a week ago in Austin was the responsibility for folks that need to block off roadways when appropriate. Were these circumstances in places where you would normally go out and block and it was just too fast, or was there no information, or were it new locations like we've heard about in Bexar County?
Well, for one thing, I mean, even in we're certainly large, 50,000 people. We're a larger county than the first group that. But again, we don't have that many deputies across the massive area that this hit at the same time. The sheriff tries to use zones, to keep people in zones, South County, North County. But even those, it's huge. I mean, Burnet is bigger than most other counties. If you look at a map, you recognize. I think I remember Webb County is like 6th largest, and I would dare say Burnet's still somewhere in the top 10 or 12, just in its the way it's from north to south. It's humongous. So there's just no way we could have covered even the three. There was, so to get out of my house, I could either go north or south, but there was 3 points of the San Gabriel, plus hundreds of water crossings just in my precinct. Precinct 2 is the whole northeastern quadrant, and there's just no way a deputy would have been able to get to all the low water crossings in my precinct, let alone across the whole county.
Steve Snell, Williamson County. You know, it's an interesting question because this storm was so different. We've had water over our low water crossings before, but we haven't had the road washout. So the speed of the river and the debris in the river were wreaking havoc on roads as well. So that was part of the problem. I think it's a multifaceted approach. I don't think we just throw everything at it. I think we need to be strategic and purposeful in what we do. But I think one thing that can happen, regardless of the weather prediction, is now we know how much rain is possible and what it does. So there shouldn't be any more surprises when 21 inches drop and what's that going to happen to the watershed. Williamson County has spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on a new, it's called the Atlas Floodplain Mapping System. And it was pretty darn accurate to that 100-year floodplain. But I think all the gauges we have across the state, if they could be hooked up to an alert system that maybe you could subscribe to, what rivers are close to you, that you could subscribe to that. And definitely our first responders know, hey, we got this much rain, the rain gauge has hit a certain amount, we need to start sounding the alarm and letting people know this isn't, because when we went door to door, we weren't asking, and everybody knew because of what we saw in Kerrville what was possible, so they got out quickly. We had zero resistance. Yep. And I've been in Houston where there's hurricanes and, went through Katrina, went through Ike, went through some tropical storms, and it gets to the point where no one wants to leave because they haven't seen it. So I think now we know, hey, this is serious and we need to pay heed to the warnings.
Ms. Johnson, can I interrupt you 1 second? Just for housekeeping, those of you that intend on testifying, I hope you filled out a witness affirmation form. We will be closing witness affirmation or the witness portal in 10 minutes. So if you want to testify and you have not filled out a witness affirmation form, please do so in the next 10 minutes. Sorry, Representative Johnson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Valerie Frosto, San Antonio. I truly believe that we could not have done anything differently or better during the response. And
it's not the response.
Yes.
Just to be very clear.
Oh, no.
I think for all of us, for the first responders, for the folks that have been out, that have been responding, the loss of life and the concern that we have, we appreciate very much law enforcement volunteers, everybody stepped up. My question is really geared more towards now that we have the ability to look back and we have the select committee to be able to say, because you all are describing, we've heard from countless counties, and everybody has almost said the same thing. Never thought it could happen, never expected it, got my whole year's amount of rain in one night, or a road 410 that has never flooded on a frontage road and never had the possibility to wipe cars off the freeway. We're now experiencing this extremism. And so knowing that this is no longer extreme, it just is, looking back, what, if anything, did you need, not for response, for prevention and for warning?
Yes, ma'am. The reason I started with that is because we've come to anticipate that. Anytime that there's rain, any significant, when I'm talking significant, I'm talking even 1 to 2 inches could cause flash flooding in the San Antonio area. That's why I started off with the response. But overall, I really believe that it's a multi-prong approach because we have sensors that are over roadways, low water crossings. And those sensors, when they detect that water has crossed over the road, enable us to know which roads to close off. Public Works, they're very proactive, and they pre-position barricades, and they have multiple teams that are throughout the city ready to deploy barricades. Once those sensors communicate to a central location, which is monitored 24/7, in order to get the barricades in place. So I believe that if we were to have automatic arms barricades with flashing lights, signage, lighting, and a more robust system that has better sensors, I believe that that could make a difference, because at least that would automate the gate operation and close off the roadway. In the June 12th incident, I don't believe that that would have made a difference, and that's why I think that it is a multi-prong approach, because I believe that we have to invest money in our roadways, in our drainage systems, culverts, retention ponds, that sort of thing, because there's not a one solution for all the problems that we have in San Antonio.
And so did you say that on this 410 section, were there no monitors out there because it had never happened before?
Yes, ma'am. It is not considered a low water crossing in that location that they were swept off the roadway.
Okay. And all of you have mentioned TDM, and I think all of you have praised TDM. And I just want to clarify, Judge Brown, I think TDM was embedded with you guys at like 10 a.m. on the 5th. Because I got confused by some of the questions earlier about when you brought in TDM, but TDM was with you.
Yeah, so the way it works
And we're all lucky to have TDM,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
for those of us like us in
Yep.
Houston where we've experienced it and we're preparing for it, they are a key partner, and we appreciate that. So I just want to make sure the record is clear.
Yes. Yes, so they were with us the whole time. The way it works is you enter a STAR request for a helicopter or for water or whatever the thing, and TDM gets that to you. They were doing that, as they always do in disasters, from before the event, through the event. What happened on Monday was I actually asked them to send an incident commander, which is unusual. This is, I believe, the first time they have done that for a county, because we saw the scope of how big this was, frankly, for Travis County. So they sent in Cade Long, who was our incident commander. That's the thing that we requested and that happened on Monday. But before that, yes, they were still there. They were providing the same kind of help that they were to Williamson and anyone else.
That was on top of the cooperation that they had been
Yes.
giving for
Yes,
at least
ma'am.
48 hours.
Yes.
In coordination with it. What about same thing? Because we heard from LCRA last week when we were in Austin.
Yeah.
And they talked about the impressive systems that they have out. Again, this is an extraordinary event, a significant loss of life in Travis County. Looking back, what lessons have we learned, or can we do differently? What needs to be put in place as coordination between all of our state, local, federal, anything? What have we learned?
Great question. So I think there's a few things. One is there was a guy named Paul Ura who worked for the National Weather Service until about, 3 or 4 months ago. He was the liaison between the National Weather Service and San Antonio, or Bexar County and Travis County. He left. He took, early retirement, something with, all that was going on in D.C. They did not replace him. But he was the person who would say, hey, Travis County, I know you get, flash flood alerts, thunderstorm alerts all the time, but this is a big one. You need to pay attention to it. He was the human being in there that is no longer there. So I would say the number one would be to replace Paul Ura. The other ones that I think we could do better, clearly to your point, Senator, we need to communicate better with the affected neighborhood. We could do a lot better on that. It is a big area, 176 square miles. There was hundreds, 500 first responders and Texas military and others out there doing all sorts of things. But what they said is true for them. They did not see enough of it. They did not see those folks. They did not hear from me saying, hey, this is what we're doing. So we need to do a better job communicating with folks what the plan is and as it gets executed. Once I got contact with Melanie, I think things improved a lot. There was a debris pile that she heard of that some folks that were having a memorial service needed removed. Before we had that line of communication, it wasn't going anywhere, but we addressed it and were able to go on private property because she secured a release to private property and got it removed. So I think better communication with the affected residents would be a big improvement. Another one is 2 ways out of all subdivisions. We require that in Travis County. We've required it since before I was judge. But these places in Sandy Creek were not built that way. So they had one way out, and most notably this community of 380 or so people that when a bridge failed, they were trapped there for several days. I mean, they could walk across. We got them food and water, basic necessities, but they couldn't go to work as they wanted. They could walk across and take a shuttle. It was not a good situation. If there had been a second entrance in that subdivision back whenever they built it, that would have helped. So I would think having that as building code across the state is something, I don't know if it is or not, but that would be great. Those are the top things that come to mind right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the last thing, Judge Brown. Search and recovery, is that still going on in the Sandy Creek area? The whole area there, Windy Valley, and I know they found a leg just not very long ago. They're wondering where the other parts are. Do you know, is search and recovery still going on?
So TDEM sent 14 teams of search teams that had a dog and the humans attached to it. Half of them are from Texas, half were from, I went along with some teams from Alabama and Florida. I went with the Houston police divers in the lake.
Have we called it off, or we're still?
They have called it off, yes ma'am. They sent a final report and they called it off. They told me if we come across additional things like you're talking about, that it is a call to 911, that is the response, and the Sheriff's Department will respond to that.
Okay. Well, I don't know when the right time is to call off search and recovery. So thank you for that information. We'll find out.
It's a tough call. And I talked to the Burnet County judge here about, because obviously we were all searching for the fire chief, and it was a tough discussion of when to call it off in that situation. But I believe he talked to the family, and I think Cade Long talked to the family, and it was a mutual decision on that. Yes, sir.
Can I clarify that?
Yes, sir.
This is Brian Wilson. It's a tough thing to ask a county judge or a group of volunteers or the fire department to call off a search, and we're not going to do that. I mean, the governor has said we're going to keep searching till we find.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we're going to search every day. What we did last Friday was to try another avenue, to look under additional debris piles, to use other technology. We've used LIDAR. We've used gas ray detection equipment. But to ask us to say that we're not going to hope to find Michael Phillips someday is just too much. I can't bring myself to do that. But we're stopping for now, and if we have other opportunities or other things that come to light, that we'll continue that at that time, and we may ask, as I said in my release to Texas Task Force 2, that if we find any additional information or opportunities, we'll call you back. And they said that was fine. So.
Who said that was fine?
The Texas TDEM.
TDEM? Okay. So. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Wilson. I know losing Chief Phillips is a gut punch to the whole community. 30-plus years, and he totally beloved. And then you had the Hammond family, 17-year-old girl who made sure her brothers and sisters got out of the van. I know the families, the entire county is hurting, plus the others that was lost.
Thank you.
And I just want to back up. When I was at Faith Academy and seeing the whole task force efforts, and you could just see the first responders are just so tired. 18-plus hour days, and just, man, they're just not going to give up. And anyway, we can understand that that's what community's all about, and we just appreciate you stepping up in such a very short period of time, very difficult time for the county, nonetheless, outside of the storm and so forth, but thank you, and I know that we won't stop looking for Mike Phillips. We know that this is also a gut punch on the economy in Burnet County because tourism. Obviously, this is the tourist season with the beautiful lakes that you have there in Burnet County, Inks, Lake LBJ, Lake Marble Falls, and so forth. And I know just as there's a lot of debris in Lake Canyon, there's a lot of debris in your chain of lakes as well. What is it that the state could do to help us get on that community on their feet with this debris, considering that LCRA focuses on navigable parts of the lake only, realizing all this stuff goes to the shore, fills up the coves, all those sorts of things. What could the state of Texas or even LCRA do to help in that endeavor?
Well, today I got some good news while I was listening to testimony that TDM had stepped in for a lot of our debris management. So, you know, like I said, we lost 40 homes totally destroyed, 100 homes that were significantly damaged, and then another couple hundred that were seriously damaged. So people have been mucking out, and we set up a debris field. A site through the assistance of the TDM has taken that over to start removing that and taking care of it, and so we appreciate the assistance to help. I wasn't expecting that. We were in the middle of making contracts, but for the same purpose. I mean, a lot of that debris that's collected into the lakes, that would be another good part, because, you know, of course, as you most people probably know better than I do. I don't spend a lot of time on the lakes, but a lot of those lots are owned back, you know, by private properties down into the lake. And as Judge Brown spoke earlier, counties are not allowed to touch private property unless we have very specific circumstances and situations. So that's one area that the state, through LCRA or through its own authority, could begin to draw out some of that debris out of those coves and away from property owners. So.
No, I appreciate that. When you look at it, especially in the coves, Highland Haven, Granite Shoals, and so forth, actually the municipalities own that lake, a lot of that lake bottom as well. And of course, you know, with the economy as part of the concern, you know, I would hope, and if you put more thought to that, because I know that we have some thresholds on the FEMA piece, right, but there may be some additional opportunity there for which the state can assess in that direction. Just need to hear from you. Judge Snell, sir, thank you for your leadership. Obviously, Liberty Hill, you may have been a school superintendent, but you were a leader within the community, and obviously Liberty Hill jumped out and started supporting outside of their city limits, especially along the San Gabriel and so forth like that, and so it was really good to see a lot of work in that community. I know that Leander was looking to push support into Travis County. Between yourself and Judge Brown, can you kind of walk us through that, if you have any knowledge of that, and if there was any hiccups and something there that we need to look to make sure that even though they share the same zip code, that doesn't mean they're actually part of Leander proper, but when you look at the Sandy Creek effort, it's in close proximity to one another.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the Leander working with Travis County, but I was in contact with my mayors on their needs, and I'm assuming Mayor Delisle from Leander was in contact with Judge Brown on her needs for the ETJ. You know, a lot of these cities were in an interesting spot because most, if not all, of the damage around Liberty Hill was not in the city, and similar for Leander, but those mayors stood up and led for their communities as well, and we had a lot of help from state people, from other cities in the county. So I was calling Judge Brown either every other day or every 3 days, and Judge Williams too, or Wilson too, to get if they needed any help whatsoever. So we were in communication throughout.
Especially when it came to establishing a fund and so forth, like, or a place where people could actually
Right,
send contributions.
The-
So there's a lot of
the
county to
community
county
foundation,
discussion.
and it was
Yeah.
actually just people in Williamson County. It wasn't my idea. We just gave them the vehicle of using the Wilco Cares to donate. They've raised over 800,000 right now, and the goal is to raise $1 million and keep going. Travis County started about a week later, so we got Travis County Cares, and we've got Burnet County as part of it too. So it's a great organization, looking out for the whole community, not just for this disaster, but for every aspect.
No, appreciate it. Would you like to comment on the Leander? Because eventually what happened in terms of the Sandy Creek support, the basically started to become headquartered out of Leander, did it
Absolutely. Leander ISD was where the incident command was, where the initial, where the volunteer center was, and where the resource center was initially. They've been wonderful partners with us. Judge Snell and I have talked several times, as he said. And our radios, I know there's been some discussion about this, but as of something like 2008 or something, our radios are all interoperable. So our first responders from Travis County and Williamson County can talk easily. I double checked that with ESD1. They've got the Wilco frequency on their radios down here today. So yes, great partnership here between Williamson and Travis County.
That's good. So when, and thank you, Judge Snells, thank you, Judge Brown, on that question. It handed us this and shows us basically the terrain. And oh, by the way, when you're talking edge balcons, in the balcons, and you're talking about, especially in the Crow Creek area, in the area of the Sandy Creek, extremely difficult terrain. And so you mentioned that TDM was co-located. Was that at the EOC or at the Incident Command?
When it was the Incident Command. So we asked them on Monday. I think on Tuesday they were there setting that up, and it ended up being at the Leander ISD Middle School.
Okay, and that was ESD1 initially, was
Yes,
the
sir.
Incident Command before
Yes,
you
sir.
requested TDM, just to make sure I got that straight.
Yes, sir.
How many ESDs does Travis County have?
Man, you're going to ask that. 13 or so.
Okay, no, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. It's large.
Yeah.
And out of how many ESDs was basically directed to go and support the ESD? Because it was ESD1 that was impacted, correct?
Yes, sir. It was every single one of them, is my understanding, that they came. So
they had a part and piece because they also have to make sure that they protect against fires and so forth like that, or other emergencies across the county.
yes, sir. And I
But
think
every
that's,
one of them was engaged.
it's a big reason why we asked TDM to come in Monday, because that exact reason, that these firefighters obviously dropped everything, came to the aid in Northwest Travis County that night and into that morning, but they have to answer 911 calls for the rest of the community, and so that's a big reason why we're so
And it was
thankful.
pretty overwhelming, and that's why we got TDM in
Yes,
there.
sir.
And TDM basically took over the 7th or 8th of July.
So 5th, 6th, 7th. We asked them the 7th. They took over the 8th.
They took over on the
Yes,
8th
sir.
of July. So, and I can only imagine that the terrain that you're describing here, with this number of search teams and so forth going, a lot of cadaver dogs.
Yes, sir.
Plus, you have the issues going on in Kerr County as well as the other counties for which was impacted that testified earlier today. The state had a lot going on as it was supporting the local leaders, and them kid will be the first say it needs to be led by the locals.
Yes, sir.
And I can appreciate that, especially since y'all know the terrain and so forth. What I would ask for time's sake,
Yes, sir.
I would like to just build upon what Senator Campbell requested in terms between Travis County and rebuild that timeline.
Okay.
And also share that after action review once, because I'm sure y'all are going to do one. When do you think y'all will execute the after action review?
So we're still it's not after the action yet. As you have heard today, there's
Sure.
still a lot of work to do there.
So you wait till the total piece. You
Yes,
don't
sir.
do it by phase or anything else like that. You
Yes, sir.
Wait till okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
got it. So we'll wait to hear to see when you think you may be able to make that. But when you go to build that timeline, because I'm pretty sure when you're talking about this amount of terrain,
Yes, sir.
that you were focused on recovery first to save lives and recovery.
Yes, sir.
And that goes for several days. And so I imagine, obviously when you look at this complexity of terrain, you may not see a lot out there.
Yes, sir.
In your local place, because your incident command was how far from Sandy Creek?
20 minutes away.
20 minutes
Yes, sir.
away. Okay. So if you could, please, could you also articulate in that timeline when other management pieces come aboard? Like, for example, the management system that y'all, or processes you put in for volunteers, where they would report to. How would they report? How did they know? If you could just kind of give us a total picture so that we can understand and we can learn as well. Because the one thing that is obvious is that the people do need to see us, and they need to see us out there working hard and helping to organize. There's an expectation that we organize. And so if you wouldn't mind including the management pieces, all the way down from the water and food that was provided, if it was, or did we depend on the volunteer base from the churches and so forth. But also, if you could put inside that timeline how the low water crossing was discussed and determined, and what resources we were looking towards, because that community really didn't have that low water crossing in place for, 8 days, 10 days?
Yeah, I've got that in the timeline. But yes, it took a while. Yes, we first got, I think, TxDOT engineers out there, then Travis County. Do you want me to go into the timeline?
No.
Okay.
I just want you to build it into that timeline,
Sure.
if you would,
Happy
that
to.
Senator
Yes, sir.
Campbell was talking about. And I greatly appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you hanging in with us. It's been a good panel. I'm going to call up the next batch of publics. Kyle Nidever, Nidever, Catherine Fox, Evelyn Miller, Rosa M., I believe it's Toter, T-O-T-E-R maybe, Rosa M., Deborah Strain, Clay Lambert, Sarah Stewart, Chris Distel. Kylie DeDever, Catherine Fox. Who do I have up here?
Catherine Fox.
Kylie? You have Kylie?
Kylie.
Okay, and who's this?
Sarah Stewart. Sarah Stewart.
Sarah Stewart. Catherine Fox. Okay. Kylie. Evelyn Miller. Is that you?
I'm Deborah Strain.
You're Deborah. Clay Lambert. Clay Lambert. Chris Distel. Chris Distel. Rosa. That's you. And Evelyn Miller. Not you. Are you just with her, or are you testifying?
I'm signed up to testify,
Okay.
but I'm with her for.
What's your name?
Courtney Calhoun.
Calhoun?
Yes.
All right, we'll find yours.
Okay, thank you.
Give me two more. So Evelyn Miller's not here.
Courtney.
Courtney?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll put you in. Need two more. Barbara Oates and Ashlyn Bolton. Barbara Oates and Ashlyn Bolton. Lawrence Walker, Rebecca Fowler. Lawrence Walker, Rebecca Fowler. Wait a minute. Are you Rebecca? Okay. Daniel Edelston. Daniel Edelston, got you? Okay, all right, we got a full panel. Let's go ahead and start with you, Kylie. 3 minutes. Pull that mic real close and talk real big.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Nidever, and I am a lifelong resident of Kerr County. I live in Bumblebee Hills, a working-class neighborhood located off Highway 39 in Hunt. Of the 33 homes in my little community, only 5 were untouched by the raging floodwaters of the Guadalupe River. The home where I live with my mom and sister was one of these 5. In the early hours of July 4th, my neighbors' homes were flooded with anywhere between a few inches to over 8 feet of water. By the grace of God, no one in Bumblebee Hills was seriously injured or lost their life that morning, but many homes were ruined, and we are now faced with the monumental task of rebuilding and resuming our everyday lives while bearing these new unseen scars of trauma. The only thing more powerful than the flood has been the outpouring of volunteers and community members who have taken it upon themselves to help us recover. Assistance and prompt guidance from our local government regarding our rebuilding efforts have been non-existent. I have met no local county officials in Hunt or in my neighborhood, nor have I encountered anyone from the state. Those of us impacted by this catastrophe are not asking for handouts. We're asking for a functioning government. Kerr County simply does not possess the infrastructure to handle this recovery on our own. The solution the county has proposed for dealing with the flood debris is incineration, a giant fire that will burn for months, doing nothing more than polluting our air. Isn't there a better way to handle this that won't result in breathing problems for a community that is already broken and hurting? Right now, it is primarily families and local volunteers who are the ones hauling debris to the dump and paying the fees for it. Survivors across the state of Texas cannot wait any longer for emergency relief. We need knowledgeable officials, debris removal, housing support, and mental health care. This community is in desperate need of educated assistance handling the enormous burden of this catastrophe. The individuals who experienced the flood, who are not full-time Kerr County residents, need help too. When my neighbor's home was flooded, she and her husband were in shock. My mom and I stepped in to help them begin the cleaning and recovery process in their home because that's what friends and neighbors do. We were all traumatized, but we did it anyway. Texans are showing up for each other every single day. Now it's time for our elected leaders to do the same. Please use the authority you already have to release emergency funds and make this session about flood recovery and nothing else. We can't do this alone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. State your name.
Catherine Fox.
Pull that over there real close.
Catherine Fox, born and raised in Kerr County, resident of Hunt.
I'm not sure it's on. They're working on it there real quick. Lights on. Try it now.
Catherine Fox.
There you go. I hear you.
Born and raised in Kerr County, resident of Hunt. In my 67 years, I've been through about 25 floods in Kerr County. A mark on our property of the 1932 flood was far surpassed this time. USGS has been out. They'll get the exact numbers to us soon, but a rough estimate is 50 feet on our property at the confluence of the Guadalupe River and Bumblebee Hills Creek. As we've seen prior in testimony, things just, our confidence has been shaken by the lack of coordination, chain of command glitches, and time taken to issue a code red, as well as the lack of the warning system and on that was discussed earlier. And what comes to my mind is a word that hasn't been brought up yet, and that is complacency, not just by our government, but by all of the residents who have not lived there as long as I have in many instances, and just decided that, you know, out of sight, out of mind. We haven't had any major floods for about 15 years, so let's just let the good times roll. And everybody started building along the river, especially during the COVID surge on our state. So, having established what we've already established today, 2025 is now the new benchmark. 1932 is out the window. And I would like to say that or quote, Judge Rob Kelly in his testimony said, "This just was not forecast." As someone who's lived here for 67 years in this area, I would like to say that it was, but no one caught it. History shows that when the National Weather Service issues a flash flood watch and mentions a subtropical air mass could potentially stall out of the hill country, we all better set up and pay attention. We were warned, but in a roundabout way. We didn't pay attention. And here's what happened. Here's what we should be doing. Bring whatever you can to higher ground, including vehicles and boats, just like preparing for a hurricane. Stay vigilant. When it starts raining buckets and it doesn't stop for many hours, you form your own family watch, especially at night. Change your plans if you know that this is coming and you're not from the area, especially if you have extremely small children and elderly family members. Have an escape plan. Practice it. Yes, it's inconvenient, and yes, often nothing happens. Yet when I was a little girl, that is exactly what the community of Hunt did every time. Not just the camps, but everyone who lived along the river or a creek. We didn't have today's technology. And as it has been alluded to earlier, and even one person on your committee stated, no warning system is fail-proof. We braced for impact without technology just in case, and we managed many times to save lives and property. Finally, stricter building code and enforcement. Currently, FEMA only maps main river channels, and as we have had people mention earlier, creeks need flood gauges that go into the Guadalupe River. And in FEMA's plan,
Ms. Fox, kind of finish up.
creeks are not factored in. If someone wants to build a house or a development by the confluence of a creek and a river, they're allowed to. Mother Nature humbled us. She reminded us that she is a force to be reckoned with.
Thank
We
you, ma'am.
must improve our flood plans to honor those who were lost and save lives in the future.
Good suggestions. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas. Sometimes to move forward, it's important for us to look back. So I thank you for providing this opportunity, especially my rep, West Ferdell. So they don't build them like they used to. We've all said it. Maybe it's time we built them like they used to. I grew up in Tornado Alley, and we had civil defense sirens. Everyone knew that sound because they tested them monthly. They drilled once a year, all the way back to my great-grandparents' day. It was ingrained in us, and there was no cell phone required. If we want to prepare for a 500 years flood, then we need solutions that are going to be around for our children's children. Another old idea that didn't get much attention today is a water reservoir. State support from you guys for a water reservoir here would be priceless. It would provide flood safety, provide a water supply, and even possibly hydropower. That is a triple blessing for our county that would last for generations to come. These are tried and true solutions that will be here for our children's children. Let's work together and build them like we used to. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair and members. Is this on? No? Okay, well, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rebecca Fowler, and I'm here on behalf of Mental Health America of Greater Houston, as well as the Texas Coalition for Healthy Minds, a network of over 35 organizations focused on mental health and substance use recovery across Texas. Personally, I am here in person because I've lived in Houston for the past 15 years, and we are no stranger to disasters and trauma and recovery in that process. So I really wanted to share with you all what we have learned. My written testimony is quite extensive, and I encourage you all to reach out to me and our other organizations to really learn what are these best practices and what are organizations that are in place. We are already working with folks on the ground here in Kerrville to kind of help implement that practice, but I also wanted to share with you today that flooding is not just a physical disaster, it's also a psychological one, as we've already heard today. Kids, families, neighborhoods, this entire community has been impacted, and this will be a years-long recovery. We need to start thinking about how do we give supports now for kids who are afraid of the rain or water, who don't want to be separated from their families, and there are real ways that we can do that. And there's already kind of a very clear example that the committee understands it, this community understands it, and I'm very grateful for that. One thing that we did want to point out is that unfortunately disasters sharply increase suicidal ideation and substance use, and specifically here in Kerr County, the suicide rate was already nearly twice as high as the state average, and we already have very limited access for mental health services for youth. So we want to get in here and really amp up the supports that we can provide now that we know that they are needed more than ever. Schools have kind of formally been that front line for recovery in the past, and we would like to go in and support them as much as we can now. And for us, that really does come from looking at how the state can invest in emergency funding now. We saw after Uvalde, there was flexible state investments of about $5 million specifically for the Resiliency Center. We think that's a great model, but we would love to see that with additional flexibility so that communities here can turn to people that are already trusted, turn to the schools, turn to the churches to meet those communities' needs. We would also love to see, we've talked about T-Chat, we've talked about the LMHAs, we've talked about ESCs. Those programs exist, but a lot of schools that aren't connected is because they don't have the technical assistance or they don't have the actual internal infrastructure within the schools, whether that's a classroom or someone to kind of be with that student. So if there can be some sort of crisis mental health funding, either through the ESCs or to the districts specifically impacted, we would love to see that targeted mental health supports just so we can build out those structures in a new way. Thank you.
Good testimony. I did check. Kerrville ISD does participate in T-Chat, and they said it was awesome. So good. I didn't know if it made it here or not, but it's good. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, is this on? Yes. Hi, my name is Daniel Edelstein. I'm a local resident. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to take this opportunity real quick just to thank all of our first responders and county officials and many volunteers that have poured their hearts and souls in this community. I mean, it's been a real blessing. My wife and 4 children reside here in West Kerr County, and I'm speaking today as a local resident on behalf of my parents who have a local business in Ingram, Texas. I'm here today just to bring light to the rebuilding of our communities and the struggles that we're facing right now. My parents own the Ingram Dam Center, which is located directly next to the Ingram High School, just across the street from the dam. The strip center is filled with other local businesses and residential apartments. This business was my parents' livelihood and their retirement. It's been extremely devastating to their lives because with their medical conditions, it's impossible for them to rebuild themselves. Thank God for all the volunteers and community help that we have received because without it, my parents, the business wouldn't have been salvageable. At least the building wouldn't have been salvageable itself. Their business and others at the Ingram Dam Center sustained 6.5 feet of water inside for hours. We had 4 residents in there, and they also survived and were water rescued, which was amazing, until the waters receded. So we had friends, family, random volunteers, and many churches and private organizations help us demo everything to the studs. So you go over there now, a lot of people know about the Ingram Dam. They've slid down the dam, when they're kids or their kids have done it. It's just kind of a central location in Ingram, and it's really sad to see where it's at right now. Things that I've learned a lot about, because I've never been in a disaster like this or anything close to it, that a lot of people don't know and I didn't know, is that once you take funds from FEMA, which they don't help businesses, but even individuals out there, once you take the funds from FEMA, in a catastrophic event, even like this, even if you're not in floodplain, they're going to require you to have flood insurance. And knowing the market quite well, being as a realtor, that's going to reduce families' home values or, really just price them out of the communities that they live in because they can't afford flood insurance as well as mortgages and all that kind of stuff. So it's really going to hurt the people in the long run by them just taking the FEMA funds. So I've reached out to a lot of those communities and told them just because they're only giving them $12,000 to $18,000 for the damages in their houses. And I've told them just to go look out for grants, get as many grants as possible because taking FEMA funds is just going to be detrimental to them in the long run. There's been very, very little relief for small businesses that are supposed to be the pillar of this community. FEMA doesn't offer recovery assistance for small businesses, even if we had residential units inside. And the SBA, just to be honest, has been kind of a joke. They told my parents that they give them an 8% loan, and they'd have to, the only way they'd give them a 4% loan is if they either had bad credit or couldn't get approved somewhere else. So it's really detrimental to them, because that's their livelihood, and that's the way
You're going to have to kind of wrap
Yep,
it.
I'll end it right now. So I just want to switch gears real quick. I'll end it right now. As a preventative, I really think the debris inside that wall of water that was coming through really had an effect, and it'd be great if we could figure out what effect that had and put a plan together in place in order to maybe clean out the rivers and things like that before these happen and all that debris comes down.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
My name is Debbie Strain. I am from San Antonio and was involved in the Sandy Creek relief efforts from pretty close to the beginning. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak before all of you today. I come before you not only as a Texan and constituent of Senator Menendez, but as someone who witnessed firsthand the heartbreaking failures in Sandy Creek after the July 5th flood. I'm a volunteer, and like many others, friends, neighbors, and strangers from across the state, we showed up because help was needed. By the time government entities were seen on the scene, we had already recovered bodies, coordinated supply chains, brought in heavy equipment, served hot meals, provided medical care, and tried, often unsuccessfully, to get help across a broken bridge. Volunteers were threatened with arrest for attempting to deliver supplies to areas that needed them. On July 14th, TDEM and others opened a volunteer resource center, which I know was discussed at the previous hearing. But by then, much of the critical early response had already been led by the everyday people on the ground. Communication from TDEM and Travis County OEM was inconsistent, unclear, and often contradictory. Policies changed multiple times a day. Volunteers didn't know if they could take their tools from the VRC on the bus to the sites. It changed 4 times in one day, the policy on that. The confusion delayed help and discouraged volunteers from coming out to provide the assistance that was so desperately needed in the area. TDEM arrived in the Sandy Creek area on July 10th, was the first time I can recall hearing that they were there. They left by July 25th. Is that enough time to manage a disaster? Is it even enough to start? Through it all, help did not come from official channels. It came from volunteers, contractors, nurses, teachers, business owners, off-duty responders, parents. Regular working-class Texans and grassroots organizations stepped in when the system failed. Research consistently shows that the disaster response efforts are often hindered by fears of disorder or lack of control. However, it is frequently the unaffiliated volunteers, those who are undeterred by obstacles and driven purely by the urgency of need, who deliver the most timely and effective aid on the ground. Sandy Creek deserved better. They still do. And we're asking you to ensure that no other community is left to navigate a disaster alone. We need action. Specifically, mandate minimum staffing and rapid activation timelines for county emergency operations centers during declared disasters, so that no gaps like the ones we saw from July 5th to July 10th happen again. Codify communication protocols that require clear, centralized, and accessible public updates during disaster response, especially because so many of these areas do not have good cell phone coverage.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Please proceed. State your name, please.
Do you want me to go first?
Oh,
We're swapping.
Okay.
I am speaking on behalf of a couple of
Ma'am.
Sorry. Yes?
Okay, under House rules,
Oh.
you can only testify on behalf of what you put on your witness affirmation form, and we have you as testifying just on behalf of yourself.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please proceed. Just state your name, and you got 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Or 2 minutes.
My name is Courtney Kate Calhoun. I was born and raised in Hunt, Texas. I was born at the Sid Peterson Hospital in Kerrville, Texas, and I simultaneously grew up in Hunt and Kerrville. Weeks prior to the flood, I was privately living with my God family in Bumblebee Hills. I did not announce this to the public. I came back kind of in private. They lost mostly everything in their home, and I lost most of my personal items that were there. On 8 p.m. of the 3rd, I decided to leave town to go to Travis County for the 4th of July. I awoke late in the morning to the news of what had happened to my hometown, immediately took action, started purchasing materials, loaded up a truck, drove down with the anticipation to drive down to Kerrville. The second I stepped foot in my truck, I received flood flash warnings for Travis County. I waited with my mother near my front door for nearly 13 hours in terror, watching my hometown be destroyed, annihilated, unable to go there. Without the proper notification that I could leave, I took a risk and I left her and my pets. I rushed down to Kerr County. I came to my God family's side, delivered my materials, immediately went boots on the ground for search and rescue. On the 5th, I was doing search and rescue at Casa Bonita, and based off of the information from someone who testified earlier, I can without a doubt say that we recovered some of her family members. We were amongst the first to come by. After the wave came from help looking for survivors, we were amongst the first to come by to start looking for recovery that those were not alive anymore. We did this for several days. On the 7th, I decided to make a mass resource list for Hunt to Kerr County, and upon this, the chief of the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department gave me a badge and a vest and asked me to also help with the first victim needs intake list and volunteer sheet. Then I went back to search and rescue. Every day I did search and rescue. Over the next few days, Governor Abbott came through Hunt. I just happened to be there at that time where I met Mr. Verdell and a couple other people, and I spoke on behalf of my county, speaking about the lack of communication and leadership and volunteer turnaway that was happening if you weren't there for search and rescue. My godmother was amongst, and so were these kind people amongst the others that were in Bumblebee Hills that did not receive aid for a couple of days because they were not involved in the missing. They were forced to sit there and watch mold go up their walls. After this, I was removed from Hunt, Texas by the Chief Volunteer Fire Department, being told that I was taking sight away from the mass disruption of what was going on in my town and that I was there for other reasons. I asked for a clear explanation as why I was being escorted out of my town, and I was never given one. I went into hiding, but I came out to Kerrville, and I decided to continue my search and rescue.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Verdell.
Thank you. 2 things. One is...
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Verdell. Rosa?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to are you testifying now? Okay, you just wanted her to go first.
Yes, sir.
That's why I skipped over you. I thought you had decided not to.
No, sir.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Rosa Toller. I live in Bumblebee Hills. This is our neighborhood. I've been here 26 years. I've never seen anything like this in my life. In Bumblebee Hills, we all survived. There's always sunshine after the rain. Cindy Lynn from Michigan, you're not alone, but we were.
But we weren't, because we are Hill Country Strong and we're the heart of the Texas Hill Country. And we had our neighbors, all of us, together. At 2 a.m., I've heard the first transformer go out. Poof. I told my husband, "Did you hear that?" He said, "Yes, our power's still on. K-Pub will come. Our lights are on." 3:15. Our warning was screaming down the road. That was our warning, our screaming neighbors, yelling for help. So I ran up and got out of bed and went to the door and started out the door with a flashlight. It was dark and pouring. My husband opened the door and the river raged and ran through the front and the back door and took all of our belongings with it. I lost my son 10 years ago, so I have complex trauma PTSD already. And now it's a million trifle, along with all my other neighbors, so now we all have it. We are now facing monumental of rebuilding Bumblebee Hills, and now we have been told this afternoon, while I'm still working logistics as being here, I was able to. I am representing us alive. We're alive, the survivors. Where's our help? Where's our excavators as I stood on the highway for 5 hours to track down our semi to come through the gates just to let them know that I had 17 skid steers lined up in the front waiting to unload the debris. I have the black mold disease bacteria and infection of follicular in my body. I am the only one. How is that possible that I am the only one? I was in the hospital at 11:24 p.m. on July 4th, that same day, for injuries that I sustained. The next morning, when the final light shone what had come through to our neighborhood, this is what's coming now, today. Bumblebee Hills, FEMA Home Foundations are now saying that they have to raise our foundations higher. FEMA trash cleanup is coming when? When are we going to see this FEMA help come in to remove the debris? I've got logistics on the ground. The toss-up dumpsters are there and waiting for the skid steers and the excavators that FEMA has parked in Ingram. These are the taxpayers' dollars, and we need help.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we get to questions, as a matter of housekeeping, just for the way the house rules work, Sarah Stewart, are you Sarah? On your form, I have to have an occupation, even if you just say you're self-employed or home or
Self-employed.
Self-employed. Do I have your permission to change that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for the witnesses, Mr. Verdale.
All right, thank you, Chairman King. So a couple things here. One, Bumblebee Hills has been mentioned. Thank you for mentioning that, and you too. So my team has sent an email on the 21st asking questions, trying to find out what is needed to get y'all help over there. And they also sent an email out yesterday, again, asking that same question. So we're trying to find answers for y'all, just so y'all know, because it looks like Bumblebee Hills has I don't want to say forgotten, I don't mean it that way, but has been left out of where a lot of work is being done right now. So we're trying to find answers for that. And then Ms. Calhoun, I know you ran out of time. If maybe for 30 seconds, if you can finish your statement, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me get my date right really fast, if you'll let me find where it was. On July 22nd, I started going back into Hunt, and I was servicing Heart of the Hills. I brought them a 3,000-pound water trough and a power washer. For the next 4 days, I continued to go there and continue to help. And on the 26th, I got word while I was down on the ground searching with one of the uncles of the remaining missing children that I was off of my medication, which I don't take anything but an inhaler. and someone was going around showing a video of me where I spoke out against that. I believe that there are more missing persons. And I was escorted by 12 state troopers off of that road, away from the side of this uncle looking for his daughter, as I was the only person there with him besides the Navy SEALs and some task force. Then I was met by 20 state troopers, a sheriff, and deputies telling me if I went back into Hunt, Texas, where I am living, I would be arrested. I was staying at a cabin deep in Hunt, and I was told that I was not given access to go back to this cabin. To this moment, I do not have my inhaler. I do not have my allergy medications. I was prohibited from going to the Hunt store reopening, the Hunt store concert. I have not been allowed to go to any funerals. There is a family of one of the homes that I searched for an hour and a half that I found out is alive and well, and I am not allowed to go to their house to meet them. I am trying to say all this, that I do not believe there is a proper structure of who is in charge, and there is no clear indication of what power can be executed by whom. We are all exhausted by trying to figure out who's in charge, and we are all exhausted by the abuse of power. And we are trying to get back to our homes. We are trying to regrow and live, and I'm being prohibited from my home. But I also want to speak in regards to those that are missing. Yes, a lot of people were found, and I firsthand have been on the ground to find a lot of them. I am a 28-year-old that was born and raised here. I just happen to have the opportunity to come back. There are still the other parts of their bodies that are missing, and our search and rescue teams have been sent home. Our equipment is being sent home, our free food for all of us, because we don't have our houses, we don't have kitchens, we don't have laundry. They are being sent away. We still need them. We still want them. And please, if this list of the remaining persons could be officially released for those of us that are not in law enforcement, and we were there, the first ones that were there with boots on the ground, we want to know who is missing. So that we, if y'all leave, that's fine, but we want to stay and keep looking. We are not done.
Thank you,
Thank
Courtney.
you.
Appreciate it. Sarah, I just want to say thank you for your ideas, too, that you mentioned. Well, we appreciate that. And that's all I had. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I have a little bit of a hearing loss, so I can't, with the echo, hear everything you're saying, but I hear your passion and your emotion. I wanted the lady on the end, your name?
Kylie Neidiver.
Thank you. You spoke of the debris piles and how those might be removed. Just speaking from a little experience, Mr. Chairman, and to Representative Verdell and Senator Flores, post-Harvey, I'm the senator from Rockport, Fulton, and at the time, Port Aransas, the debris piles were 3 and 4 stories high. One of the concerns, certainly in Rockport, in Aransas County, was burning the debris. And when we brought in the task force, and we used the Texas A&M Aggie agencies to come in and help our local cities and counties who were overwhelmed, and I'm not so sure we shouldn't look at that model again, especially as it's isolated to Kerr County, and maybe most destruction here in Kerr County, to Senator Flores and Representative Verdell. It worked really well. On the incinerator, we brought in incinerators so that there were not plumes of smoke because of our citizens being very concerned about the quality of air. So that is something that we could possibly do. FEMA was our partner in that as we, move through this. They are our federal partner in paying for that. So I wanted to offer that to you. And again, the debris is part of the healing. I've been through this. I think I had more destruction in Harvey over a geographic area than any other senator, and debris removal is a part of the healing. To the lady, 67 years living here, thank you for your quote that Mother Nature humbled us. I do agree that Mother Nature can be a force, and this is the new watermark, as you said. So thank you for that. And then finally, I want to clarify on the end. Are you saying that you're not allowed to return to your home?
So I moved back to live with the Tollers 3 weeks before the flood. We're all displaced. They were given a small cabin. I was given one to myself. that's a little bit deeper into Hunt. It's right before the Hunt crossing. No, ma'am, I am not given permission to return back to that home. I have not been given permission to go back and gather my belongings, and I am not given permission to go into Hunt as orders of Chief Poole from the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department, who has been given access to all of Kerr County sheriffs and state troopers. I am not allowed past the border of Bumblebee Hills.
So this is July 31st, and I do think that we need to cut through that red tape as a part of meeting our citizens' needs at this point.
And ma'am, I have already gotten permission, and I would love to resume search and rescue with that family looking for their child, their niece.
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, I had some constituents that have been volunteering and drove to here today. They weren't able to stay to testify. I know that we're going to get their written response. It is a very consistent message on volunteers being turned away and the frustration. I like to say that Texans take care of Texans and Texas, and in every disaster we learn from it. But I do think in our smaller counties, and I represent a lot of smaller counties, that we need to help our elected officials and step in with a similar model that we used post-Harvey. Aransas County was tiny and devastated, and we were able to put people around them, help them fill out the FEMA grant papers, get things moving more quickly. So I look forward to working with this committee, with the Texas Department of Emergency Management. I just want you all to know your voices are being heard.
Senator, in particular, I think there has to be a better way to deal with all of the mature cypress trees that are down. This seems like perfectly good lumber that somebody somewhere might want, and instead of just burning it, I appeal to you all to find another solution that's more environmentally friendly.
We drove to Hunt in Ingram today, 3 of us did with our staffs, and I saw them. And I'm a nature lover, big. That's what I love to do most, is to be in nature. And that is one of the things I said to my husband today is the cypress trees that are, some of them hundreds of years old. It was the hardest thing after Harvey to see those trees chipped up and burned. And so we'll try to help you with that. It is a fact at one point that you have to remove the debris. And it is tough. But there could be potentially, especially with those very large cypress that are very special, given to us by our Lord and Creator, that we could do something with it. We hear you.
I also have concerns about the riparian barrier, and can these cypress trees be used to help us prevent worse flooding in the future? So before it all just gets turned to ashes, I think we should all pause and think about what we're doing to the environment and how we can help things in the future to maybe make this a little less worse, potentially. So.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been in one of our local newspapers. I don't remember which one, but the incinerators are going to be used. That was in the paper. And as far as volunteers being turned away, it's my understanding, I've had a lot of volunteers on our private property, and they said that they had no problem as long as they registered at the Tivy High School in Kerrville before coming out to our area. You must register or you will be turned away. But if you register, you're A-OK in most instances.
On private property. Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for coming today. I want to thank my constituent for being a volunteer and helping people. We've heard similar stories about volunteers being turned away, so I think part of what this committee should do is look at, how do we make sure that people who are just out of the goodness of their heart who want to help are able to help. But by the same token, I think part of what's going on too, I think if it's factual, and we must trust, but we also need to verify information. And one of the concerns that's been mentioned to us is that with the volunteers, they want to make sure that these are people who are here for the right reasons, that have the right expertise, or that have, and they want to put them in places where they need them. And so I think that there's a balance of helping Texans, letting them help Texans, and not letting people just pick and choose. And I hope that what seems to be, based on what you've told us, that you're not being isolated or, you know, singled out for your views or for speaking out. Well, we have to look into that. And you have to imagine, you know, we get to hear three sides of a story for many issues. And so we're kind of used to hearing this side, that side, and we have to look at what's the reality. So I want to remind everybody here, because your testimony was very valuable, all of y'all's was, but none of you handed us anything in writing. And Chairman King mentioned at the beginning, and Chairman Perry said, yes, please go to the House website where you can input your testimony on the website, as you can type in what you've read to us, so that we can go back and read it, and not just us members of this committee, but all 181 legislators, the 150 House members and the 31 senators, so that we can come together. We're not the only ones in the legislature that want to help. We just happen to be the ones that are fortunate enough to be selected by the leadership to serve on this committee. So we want to help, but we also need to hear more about what's going on with the businesses and what can we do to help them. And sometimes need to verify, is the FEMA, you know, situation, what are you going to be forced to do something if you take the help, that sort of thing. And if that's the case, can we do something about it? So there's a lot of, you've given us so much to digest that I don't want us to let any of us forget. So if you would please go to the website and input it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you guys for hanging in here tonight, and it's been a good panel. Always learn something. So y'all have a safe trip out. If you are staying, it's going to be another couple hours. So hopefully you've got other entertainment options. But thank you for being here today. Chair's going to call up the fourth panel. Y'all are dismissed. John Honore, Carla Guthrie, John Nielsen Gammon, John Schrader, Phil Bedient, Nick Fang, David Maidment. So I got John, got Carla, John Gammon, John Schrader, that's you? That's I know that guy. Phil Bedient, coming? All right, there you go. All right, let's go ahead and start. John.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John.
Pull that real close and speak loud.
Good evening, everyone. My name is John Honore. I'm a section chief with the Texas Division of Emergency Management, and I am the agency's chief meteorologist. I've been an operational meteorologist for 31 years, an overwhelming majority of that in various regions of Texas. And I've been with TDEM for a little over 8 years. I've been asked to speak on a couple of topics today, so I'll speak about those now. One of the things I was asked to talk about is how meteorological data is collected, analyzed, and used for disaster planning by TDEM and our partners. Most of that data is collected by the National Weather Service, as well as the Weather Service's parent agency, NOAA. That includes satellite data, radar data, weather balloon data, surface observations, and other types of remote sensing. That data is then taken and put into different computer models that are generated by not only NOAA, but private companies, foreign weather services, and other entities. I take those forecast models, and my team analyzes that scientifically, as well as analyzes it based off of our experience to help inform the agency's operational posture. As far as how that is used, I'd like to refer you to Chief Kidd's testimony last week and how he uses that information for his decision making. But the big picture is this. We didn't have any access to any exclusive information. My team we're there to inform TDEM's operational decisions based on public information provided by the Weather Service, as well as that weather information that comes in from the Weather Service. Our team's extensive experience and understanding of Texas weather and the history of Texas weather is what leads us to make some of those operational recommendations to TDEM leadership on pre-deployment timelines to best support our locals ahead of potential storm impacts. While our field teams are often and regularly communicate these forward-leaning operations and work with our local partners to ensure proper coordination, we also provide updates on these tactical decisions on a 10 a.m. statewide weather call, which is hosted by TDEM, featuring a National Weather Service briefing, updates from the Texas Emergency Management Council members, and other partners. With regard to conditions leading up to the 4th of July, for several weeks this summer, we had a persistent onshore flow at all levels of the atmosphere, from across the Atlantic Ocean, through the Caribbean, into the Gulf, and into Texas. It was pointed right at us. It made for, even by Texas standards, unusually humid conditions. So we had a moisture-rich environment. Then the weekend before, leading up, or actually 3 weeks before, pardon me, that's been mentioned before, we had a serious flash flood event in the San Antonio metro area. Parts of Medina, Bexar, Comal counties had areas of 5 to 9 inches of rain. We saw that, given a lot of the weather data, the potential for that type of flooding. There was no way to pinpoint exactly where that flooding would be. The atmosphere was very, very wishy-washy. It's very difficult for the computer modeling to get a handle on exactly where that heavy rain is going to set up. But the conditions were out there for something like that to happen. And sure enough, we had a serious flash flood event in San Antonio. And that put us on even more vigilant stance going into the upcoming weeks. So the weekend before the 4th of July, we had Tropical Storm Barry make its way on shore into Mexico, traveled through northern Mexico, kind of dissipated, but its remnants moved through West Texas and eventually started to work its way into central Texas. At that point, some of the computer modeling started to pick up on the heavy rain threat. That in and of itself, just the fact that we've got a weak disturbance floating around slowly in a very humid environment is going to set off red flags. It's even been mentioned here on this panel. Also mentioned was Harvey, Imelda, Allison, all slow-moving storms. The difference with this, though, is that it wasn't a named, organized storm with a well-defined center that the computer models could really latch onto and understand where it was going to go and how much rain it was going to drop in specific locations. We didn't. This system was much more analogous to the flood of 2002, where you had just a very weak disturbance floating around the hill country, tapping into a very humid atmosphere and dumping a tremendous amount of rain. The problem is we've seen that before, after 2002, didn't generate this type of rain. So going into the 4th, in the days coming into the 4th, there was computer modeling showing extremely heavy amounts of rain, but it was not consistent as to how much or where it was going to fall. But given our experience and our knowledge of Texas history, it gave us cause for concern to inform our leadership and our partners that there was concern that there was a serious flash flood risk going into the 4th of July weekend. So that's basically what the setup was going into that storm that occurred over the 4th of July weekend. And I just wanted to say we remained committed to working with our local partners and stakeholders to ensure communities have the resources they need before, during, and after a disaster. And I thank you for your time.
So I'm going to violate my rule because I can, our rule. Real quick, really what I wanted to hone in on, because there was a lot of confusion last week, and rightfully so, we're not weather people, as to who's got data, who uses data, what they use the data, and where does the data come from. So specifically, and I'm going to share from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, and I've got another 6 opportunities are here to correct me for sure. NOAA is the keeper of all inputs that generates the models that you take and every meteorologist around the country takes.
An overwhelming majority of it, yes.
And so NOAA is getting feeds from gauges, USGS gauges, we've talked about those ad nauseum, local sources, private sector sources, mesonettes. Texas has large mesonet networks, both at Texas Water Development Board, and then private sector, and even I think I heard a different one today. LCRA may have their own.
Correct.
So all of that is pushing data up as inputs, no modeling, just they push that raw input. They put it in their system, and they generate what they believe is a forecast, and that's what your 10 o'clock calls are based on. That's what your internal conversations are centered around. Is that basically the correct understanding?
Sir, I'm not fully up to speed on everything that the Weather Service puts together to come up with their forecast, so I wouldn't want to, it would be irresponsible for me to definitively say, yeah, that's what
Sure. But in general, we have more data gatherers than we have more predictors. We leave the predictions up from kind of coming out of NOAA down to National Weather Service, and then the local guys kind of get to add their flavor to it, I guess. Is that kind of a general statement?
You're saying that when you say the local guys,
there's local input once it gets kind of out of.
So you're referring to the Weather Service,
right?
Again, I
That's
don't
fine.
think I'd be very responsible for me to comment.
We'll go to the next the panel. We'll try to get through them, members. I just wanted to set effectively what we needed to know is who's sending data, who's using the data, what it's for, and then we get into the whole modeling conversation in this panel too, which is kind of where all the magic happens. You know, all this stuff comes together and people put it together and come up with what they think is right. So let's move on down it. I just want to kind of set that stage because we're going to hear, if you're going to say the same thing that we just agreed to, you can skip that part of your 10 minutes. All right? Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, Vice Chairs, and members of both the Senate and House Select Committees. My name is Carla Guthrie, Surface Water Division Director for the Texas Water Development Board. Thank you for the opportunity to describe our Tex Mesonet statewide weather network that we're working to build for Texas, and to answer any questions that you may have. Although floods are a part of the Texas landscape, the events that occurred this past month are particularly tragic, and I offer my heartfelt condolences to everyone who is affected. Today I will provide a general overview of the Mesonet system operated by the Texas Water Development Board, a description of its utility for natural disaster-related planning and response, and recommendations for improving Tex Mesonet for this purpose. I will address each of these topics and welcome questions to fill in the gaps. You also have a presentation in front of you that will be helpful for understanding what I'll present. So next slide, please. The Tex Mesonet is a statewide hydrometeorological observation network that's operated by the Texas Water Development Board. It is designed to collect and distribute high-quality, near real-time atmospheric and soil moisture data across Texas. The network supports water resources management, drought and flood monitoring, emergency response, agriculture, scientific research, and more. Specific to natural disasters, the initial stations in the network were installed to provide better data for warning and forecasting of flood events following the Memorial Day Wimberley flood. However, station data also is informative for droughts, heat waves, tornadoes, fire, wind, winter storms, and tropical systems and hurricanes. In 2023, the 88th Texas Legislature authorized the TWDB to serve as the statewide resource for hydrometeorological data as described in Texas Water Code 16.026. However, the first text mesonet stations began reporting in 2016. And today we have 118 stations reporting across Texas, and we're continuing to build this network out to at least 225 TWDB-owned stations to fill in gaps in coverage. The map on your slide shows TWDB-owned stations in orange, and the gray triangles show all other locations where we have partner networks that have similar weather station information. The counties shaded in gray reflect those most impacted by the recent floods. Next slide, please. Each text mesonet station collects a suite of parameters, including temperature, precipitation, and soil moisture. The data we provide is available for use as needed by others, both during disaster and in clear weather periods. In a few slides, I'll go over how we make the data publicly accessible. But I also wanted to show on this slide the mesonet coverage in Kerr and surrounding counties. There are 2 stations within Kerr County, a station at the Kerr Wildlife Management Area and another at the Kerrville Municipal Airport. However, there are other stations just outside of the county that also provide coverage. And so if you look at the slide, you can see a series of orange circles and gray circles. Those circles represent the coverage around a station. And so we're building out the network so that there is at least a 20-mile buffer or between stations. So around each station, there's a 10-mile radius. So when you look at that, you can see that there's fairly good coverage for mesonet stations in Kerr County. This also is not showing the GBRA rain gauge stations, which also provide coverage. So while there are gaps, there is a reasonable amount of coverage, and I wanted to point that out to you today. Next slide, please. Much like the National Mesonet Program, of which Text Mesonet is a member, we have designed our program to operate as a network of networks. We rely heavily on partnerships as well as our own stations. Texas is large, and by working with existing Mesonets and state partners, we are better able to provide a cost-effective means for ensuring broad coverage. There are partnerships such as with West Texas Mesonet, who covers West Texas and the Panhandle, and other entities, as listed on the table on the right. We are able to display data from over 3,500 cooperator-owned stations on textmesonet.org. With respect to the collaborative nature of our program, we rely on the Text Mesonet Advisory Committee to guide our program on data collection and dissemination methods and on product development. We have 2 of our committee members here on the panel today. Dr. John Nielsen Gammons serves as our chair, and Dr. John Schrader is representing West Texas Mesonet. We also have representatives from the National Weather Service, Regional Weather Networks, Oklahoma Mesonet Program, state agencies, and members with expertise in a variety of subjects. Text Mesonet also contracts with several universities to improve data products, data quality, station coverage, education, and outreach. However, one important point that I want to make today is that Text Mesonet relies on landowners to provide space to host stations. We have agreements with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, other state and local entities, as well as with private landowners. And this is one of our greatest limitations to expanding the number of stations in areas that lack coverage. We need to find landowner hosts who are willing to provide the space and access for a station, and we welcome those who have the space and are willing to partner with us to help us continue to expand the network. Next slide, please. TWDB stations collect and report out all measurements every 5 minutes. However, many stations in our partner network collect and report at different frequencies. There's not a standard across all networks, and remember that each network is designed for a different purpose, and not all need to report at a 5-minute rate all of the time for all parameters. The pie chart that is shown on the left slide shows the proportion of stations in Texas that are collecting data at various frequencies. From our assessment, a majority of stations, the color shown in blue, so 39%, collect data between 5 and 15 minutes. But only 23% of stations are collecting data at a frequency of 5 minutes or less. And so in terms of the frequency of reporting data, most networks are not reporting at a fast rate. The American Association of State Climatologists recommends a 5-minute collection and reporting rate, and this is the rate at which our stations adhere to. And there are only 2 networks in Texas, Tex Mesonet, and West Texas Mesonet that meet this 5-minute data collection and reporting requirement for stations. And these locations are shown on the map that's on your right. And so you can see much of the state lacks stations that are reporting at a high enough frequency to be informative during intense rain events. Next slide, please. On this slide, we wanted to show why it's important to have 5-minute rain data. You can see here a graph for rain gauge data at the Kerr Wildlife Management Area. It's within the watershed of the North Fork of the Guadalupe River. In this graph, the orange line represents data at 5-minute intervals, and the gray line represents a 1-hour reporting interval. If I can draw your attention to the yellow highlighted area, between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., we can see how receiving information in 5-minute intervals allows for quicker decision making. And I want to note here that at 3 a.m., we already had 2 inches of rainfall in the watershed, and we were about to receive 3 more inches. So having a 5-minute data reporting rate is extremely important for monitoring intense rain events such as this, where rain fell at a rate of ½ an inch every 10 minutes for that period of time. And so we would encourage a 5-minute rate of reporting for all partner networks if the National Weather Service and emergency responders agree that it would be meaningfully helpful during such events. Next slide, please. I want to close by describing the 2 ways in which we access our data. Our data is accessible. First, TWDB station data is delivered from our stations to our cloud server via AT&T's FirstNet communication platform, and then it goes to our online web viewer at texmesonet.org. The viewer is the most common way to interact with the data. It contains TWDB station data, which is pulled from our cloud server. It also contains active radar precipitation visuals and data from over 3,500 stations within and surrounding Texas. For the viewer, we also pull data from non-TWDB stations. So we pull that from Synoptic and from West Texas Mesonet. The main landing page is available in Spanish and English, and additional pages provide precipitation and temperature maps and allow for limited data downloads. During the July 2025 flood event, Tex Mesonet stations were reporting near real-time data, and the viewer remained operational throughout the event. Users of the viewer include the National Weather Service Hydrologic Service coordinators who've used this viewer at the State Operations Center and as part of their briefing notices. Other users include educators, news meteorologists, general public, emergency responders, farmers, and more. Next slide, please. The second way to access our data is through Synoptic, who pulls our data from our servers into their database. Once the data goes to Synoptic, it is available to be downloaded for use by anyone for whatever purpose they need. Synoptic houses TWDB data, partner data, and data from other public and private entities. And within Synoptic, the National Weather Service is able to use the Meteorological Assimilation Data Ingest System, MEDIS, to access this data. And so to recap, we have 2 ways in which this data is available for events such as this. Our data viewer, which is helpful during an actual event to see the event as it unfolds, and then via Synoptic, where raw data can be downloaded for scientific analysis or use in modeling. And so this concludes a high-level overview of the Tex Mesonet program at the Texas Water Development Board. I thank you to the committees for your interest and attention in our program. We are also appreciative of the support this program has and continues to receive from the legislature. We believe Tex Mesonet offers great value to Texans, and we welcome all suggestions
Thank you very much.
Make this program more beneficial.
Thank you very much for that. We'll be back to you shortly. Please proceed. Just state your name and tell us what you're here for.
Thank you. My name is John Nielsen Gammon, College Station, Texas. I'm the Texas State Climatologist, Professor of Atmospheric Sciences at Texas A&M University, and the Director of the Southern Regional Climate Center. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and committee members, let me say at the outset I hold deep sorrow for the victims of the Hill Country floods this month, their families and friends, and everyone else has been touched by this disaster. In the interest of time, I'm going to hit the key points of my written testimony here. I was appointed the Texas State Climatologist by Governor Rick Perry in the year 2000. The mission of the office is to help the state of Texas make the best possible use of weather and climate information. The Office of the State Climatologist, or OSC, has no statutory responsibilities for disaster planning and response. Indeed, there is no enabling legislation for the OSC. The office was created at Texas A&M by Governor Briscoe in 1973 in response to a pullback from NOAA, from state-level climate services. We receive no direct baseline funding through the state budget. Our operating budget is provided by Texas A&M University. We also receive occasional funding from state agencies for particular projects. Given my own scientific background and experiences, I've made the focus of the office extreme weather in Texas, particularly droughts and floods. Much of this research and service is directed toward understanding extreme rainfall risks, which in turn can inform planning and preparedness activities. In my testimony, I highlight a few examples, and I provided a more detailed list as an addendum to this testimony. In 2005, we analyzed every rainfall event in Texas from 1948 to 2002 that produced at least 20 inches of rain. There were quite a few such events. We also looked at computer simulations with rainfall in one particular event that happened to be the July 2002 event that John Honore just mentioned. We found that for events like this, it was not possible to predict the locations of extreme rainfall at the county level a day or two in advance with computer models, no matter how good the data is. I also work directly with state and local agencies when requested, such as TDM, ERCOT, the PUC, the Railroad Commission, and TCEQ, and TWGB. For Harris County Flood Control District, we look specifically at the new numbers from NOAA Atlas 14, which is the document that lays out how much rainfall you expect in a 100-year event, and considered whether those numbers were too high for southeast Texas because of Hurricane Harvey skewing the statistics, or alternatively, whether they were too low because of climate change. We concluded it was some of both. The 100-year amounts are probably overestimates for the present-day climate, but in 3 or 4 decades, the climate will catch up. We later broadened our study to look at all the south and southeast United States and found that overall the amount of rainfall with a 1% chance in any given year has increased by about 15% over the past several decades. What particularly concerns me are the implications for all the places outside of southeast Texas, like Kerr County, that didn't get a Harvey bump in their statistics. For them, the official 1% annual rainfall numbers and floodplain extents are likely already too small because they assume there's been no trend in extreme rainfall. There are things going on right now that try to fix the problem. NOAA has work in progress, for example, due to their own study mandated by Congress. But the TWB has contracted with me to develop new extreme rainfall return values for Texas that take historic trends into account. I brought in colleagues from A&M and from Rice University to help on the project. We're testing out some strategies we think will produce more reliable numbers than what NOAA will be coming up with. We're in the final stages of that study now, and we expect the results to be available sometime in the fall. Now I wish to talk specifically about the Hill Country floods and some recommendations regarding them. This being Texas, there are plenty of past floods in this very river basin that in different parts of the basin rivaled or exceeded what happened on July 4th at or upstream of Comfort. July 1869, September 1915, July 1932, August 1978, and July 1987. More broadly, various historic precipitation totals in the Hill Country are sobering, keeping in mind that the Guadalupe River flood was caused by 10 to 15 inches of rain, and the floods near Mason County and Leander were produced by about 20 inches. September 1921, east of Austin, 36 inches of rain in 18 hours, a United States record at the time. July 1932, Mountain Home, about 20 miles upstream, 19.6 inches in 6 hours, over 33 inches in 24 hours. May 1935, north of Dehanis, 21.8 inches in less than 3 hours. June 1948, Sycamore Creek, 36 inches total. June 1954, Pandale, 35 inches total. August 1978, between Hunt and Medina, over 48-inch total rainfall over 2+ days. Based on a simple count of these events, we should expect a 35-inch rainstorm, which would be well over a 1,000-year event, somewhere in the area, on average, every 2 decades. Now, that doesn't seem possible if it's a 1,000-year event, but keep in mind it's a 1,000-year event at any given particular location, and every individual location has its own odds. Regarding weather warnings, getting warnings is one thing from the Weather Service. Determining the proper action is another. Sometime in the middle of the night, the situation changed from there's a flash flood, appropriate action is to stay indoors and not drive, to there's a flash flood, appropriate action is to seek higher ground if you're less than 20 feet above the river, or then less than 25 feet, or less than 30, or possibly less than 50, as the situation evolved. And the weather warnings did not keep pace with that threat and with the change in action necessary. But during the past 23 years, there's been 111 flash flood or flood warnings issued by the National Weather Service specifically for Hunt, Texas. It's critical that any future warning system clearly identify the appropriate action to take, and that action needs to have a reasonable probability of actually being necessary under the circumstances, or people will again start ignoring the warnings. And furthermore, that action to be supplemented by education on which places are at risk and what to do, how to evacuate any given location. Regarding better data and models, I'll focus on models of the atmosphere that predict precipitation. The Weather Service runs several models, short range to long range. The shorter range models have higher resolution, can actually resolve thunderstorms. Most private companies don't run their own models. They take the NWS models and forecasts and apply them specifically to customer needs. With the threat of extreme rainfall a day or two in advance, or even understanding the rainfall potential during the event, it's remarkable to me how poor the National Service models were at providing a 24 or 48-hour warning of this event. Probably other models didn't do much better. Part of the problem is that in Texas, the air that makes extreme rainfall enters the state from over the Gulf or northern Mexico, where observations are scarce or of lower quality. I've heard the key tip-off of heavy rain potential was the Thursday morning weather balloon launch from Del Rio. Why Del Rio in particular? Believe it or not, Del Rio is the only upper air station along the Texas border between El Paso and Brownsville, a distance of over 700 miles. It's worth considering whether additional observations along our border, what's coming into the state above ground level, would improve short-term forecasts of extreme rainfall and severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. I believe that they would. It's possible to do experiments with computer models to test the impact of different observing systems on the forecast, and then put in the systems that make the most sense. Among the technological options are profilers from the ground that measure moisture, temperature, and wind aloft, and having additional information from 3 or 4 sites may well have narrowed the area of flood risk considerably. Looking even more broadly, the Department of Atmospheric Sciences, my department, has been developing an idea to host a Texas Hazard Weather Interagency Coordination Center, which would help coordinate meteorologists in various agencies, including TDM and TWB, and other agencies on a longer time scale than the primary concern of TDM, which would be looking from 2 to 14 days and up to seasonal outlooks. We would look closely with TDM, and TDM would take over once emergencies was impending. So thank you for your attention. I'll be looking forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Schrader. I'm a professor of atmospheric science at Texas Tech University. I'm also the senior director of the National Wind Institute. My career has almost exclusively been focused on making measurements from the atmosphere using radars, lidars, tower-based measurements, and other devices. I'll be offering insights today on our West Texas Mesonet, as well as some forecasting insights and making some recommendations on how we might improve our monitoring systems for this particular type of event. Next slide, please. A good project within my institute that has a first-order impact on situational awareness of weather is the West Texas Mesonet. It's a network of 168 high-quality weather stations that are distributed over the western part of the state. It was initiated over 25 years ago and has slowly grown over the years outward from Lubbock in just about every direction. It's truly been woven into the fabric of West Texas. Our team handles almost every aspect of the related workflow. We deploy and maintain the stations. We create, manage the IT systems. We generate custom products. We disseminate the data. We integrate outputs onto our website, cell phone application, and data feeds. Next slide, please. The user community is really diverse: agriculture, energy, transportation, but we have maintained a strong focus on weather, and one of our major partners is the National Weather Service. Our measurements directly feed into NOAA via the National Mesonet Program, but they also directly feed into the regional offices of the National Weather Service through our partnership in the local Weather Service office in Lubbock. Our measurements end up in the AWIP system, which is the National Weather Service's own system in their office. As mentioned previously, we've also sent data to other partners, such as the Texas Water Development Board, and take part in their network of network approach that was promoted earlier. Now, thinking about forecasting for an event. Forecasting in the 1 to 2 day ahead of time perspective really is handled by using two different types of information. One is the measurements themselves that gives you situational awareness of what's going on in the atmosphere and the atmospheric conditions. The other is using the numerical models that will assist you in making future predictions of what maybe the atmosphere might do in a few days. The same measurements that provide you situational awareness also are inputted into the model as it help provide the initial state for that model that gets marched forward in time. As an event gets closer to happening, or maybe is starting to happen, the measurements become exceedingly critical. In most cases, the warnings or the emergency communications that go out are going to be based on real-time understanding of the measurements, what's happening on the ground, what's the facts that are coming back that are available to the forecaster. Now, you might think that once we get to that point that modeling really doesn't play a role, but that's not really the case. Even in that case, the storm has already formed. Some of the best tools that have been produced by NOAA in the recent years is the Warn On Forecast system. That system may actually produce better information once the storm is already produced. It has an advanced assimilation technique where it takes even things like radar data and ports it into the model. And then there's a high-resolution ensemble-based system that actually produces probabilistic output based on things like, what's that storm going to do in the next 6 hours? Is it going to die? Is it going to stall somewhere? Is it going to move off to the east, to the north? These sorts of things can yield probabilistic output that has real value, sort of like, hey, there's a 50% chance that the western part of this county is going to get 7 inches of rain in the next 6 hours. That's very actionable intel for a forecaster. It's exceedingly valuable. So even at that late time frame, numerical models can provide input. So in looking towards making recommendations, a sort of a comprehensive recommendation is probably what we would lean on. Let's go to slide 5. Yeah, thank you. So one of the things we've heard over and over again today is this idea of adding stations, adding ground truth, okay? Filling gaps in existing networks, whether that be rain gauge gaps or high quality mesonet stations. The map that's shown there is from the region and includes the West Texas Mesonet stations and the high quality Texas Water Development Board stations. And there are still gaps, even in the hill country, that could be filled. And we've heard numerous times today the idea of filling rain gauge gaps and maybe strategically placing rain gauges in certain places upstream where creeks and streams are especially vulnerable. Next slide. But we would also recommend that you consider adding additional technology. Radar can be added to help map the rainfall. In particular, adding high-resolution radar at locations closer to the headwaters region and using low-level scanning techniques can really enhance our ability to pinpoint rainfall and occurrence, not only the location and intensity. Radar provides a spatially continuous coverage. That's advantageous. And when you merge high-resolution radar data with the ground-based truth underneath of it, with the rain gauges and the high-resolution weather stations, that provides the most effective way to monitor rainfall. It's actually the best tool we have in our toolkit. Next slide. The other recommendation we would make is that Texas consider setting up its own Texas Prediction Center. This would not be something that would replace NOAA. Rather, it would just complement NOAA's own national forecast models. In this particular case, we believe that it would focus on the 0 to 48-hour period. It should use high-resolution systems that can better model thunderstorms and more accurately produce rainfall intensities. At the same time, we believe it should use an ensemble approach, so it can capture uncertainty, highlight extremes, and provide probabilistic forecasts. You remember before, one of the things I said was this nice tool that NOAA has called the Warn on Forecast system. NOAA decides each day where to apply that system. It's applied on a subgrid across the country. And if they usually try to find places where there's going to be high impact weather to apply it. Well, if there happens to be a tornado outbreak focused for Iowa and a flooding event focused for Texas, there's a pretty decent chance that we would lose that fight. And I think one of the things that we should do is set up a Texas system and bring that Warn on Forecast system architecture over to that system so that we're never left out. We always have our forecasters have access to that level of information because it is really valuable from their perspective. So I've been talking a lot about forecasting in these systems and what they could provide. Obviously, the output can impact much more than just a forecaster. That output can impact weather warning systems. That output can impact how agencies prepare to respond to an event. That output can be handed downstream to someone who's going to model the hydrology. If we can provide a probabilistic output of the weather output and hand it to a hydrologist, they can provide probabilistic output for the stream. And so you can build upon these ideas downstream and build a better system. The fundamental idea here is we want to arm our forecasts and our decision makers with the best possible information we can, with the best possible tools to do their job. And we believe following through on recommendations like this would take a giant step forward to do that. Thank you.
Next.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I greatly appreciate the invite from the chairs and the committee members here. I'm Phil Bedient at Rice University. I run the SPEED Center, Severe Storm Prediction, Education, Evacuation from Disaster Center. It's been in place all the way back to for about the past 15 years. In the aftermath of this devastating storm in 2025, it's clear that the need for reliable real-time flood warning systems has never been more urgent. The meteorologists up and down the table here that have just presented have set me up very nicely because, again, at the end of the day, the rain hits the ground, and that's where the issue is with the runoff and the floods that ensue. So it's never been more urgent. While rural and urban areas experience flooding in different ways, both face life-threatening risks without timely information. For decades at Rice, SPEED has led efforts in flood modeling and disaster preparedness. The state-of-the-art model flood information and response system called FIRST provides accurate real-time forecasts to protect and critical infrastructure and communities in the Houston area in 4 major watersheds within the downtown Houston area and outer reaches as well. The system's capabilities are applicable to both urban centers and rural regions nationwide where flash floods occur. The floods happen fast, and as extreme weather events are becoming more common due to all sorts of changes, we're seeing these happen more frequently, especially in the last 15, 20 years. In Houston alone, we've just been hammered over there, but nothing as devastating as what hit here in the Hill Country. The designer of this system and the way in which we pulled this together, and my colleague here, Dr. Nick Fang at UT Arlington will speak next. We helped put this together to create early possible warnings and ideally hours before flash flooding occurs. So it's a unique approach, and it actually started more than 25 years ago with work on the Texas Medical Center post-Tropical Storm Allison. So it was initially developed there. It serves as a critical decision support tool for emergency management. It provides data every 10 to 15 minutes over a variety of the watersheds, and it instantly displays flood risks in a very easy-to-use visual map. Now, by that I mean we get rainfall on the ground in visual maps, and those are provided in some of the handouts that I've given to you. But in addition, we also get to see in the background we have built out about 100 floodplain maps, and these maps are driven by amounts of rain that vary from 5 to about 18 inches in the upstream and the downstream portion of these watersheds. And that combination of rainfalls then provides 100 floodplain maps. As the radar falls each 15 minutes, those floodplain maps are selected and shown, and basically you're seeing that rain passing through the watershed, and so it has a timing sequence associated with it. So FIRST was created to serve essential facilities, critical facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, fire stations, communities. It could be camps, it could be whatever, that are vulnerable to flooding. During major storm events, every minute counts. Our system helps city and county officials and emergency responders in Houston determine where and when to issue warnings, close roads, or evacuate neighborhoods. If any region records in Houston for over about 5 inches of rain, the system pulls from an extensive floodplain map library, which was invented by Dr. Fang back for his PhD work years ago, to simulate and display expected inundation zones. And this system has been built and tested for a number of years, and it's worked extremely well for us. These maps allow precision flood forecasts based on both upstream and downstream rainfall levels. We're not just looking at rainfall, we're looking at how the rain moves through the watershed. And of course, we're using very accurate radar-based rainfall that's been adjusted by actual rain gauges. And this occurs every 10 to 15 minutes throughout the watershed. It interacts with infrastructure and how it puts people at risk. And that's what makes FIRST so powerful. It combines real-time radar with detailed flood modeling to tell us what's happening and what's likely to happen next. The July 2025 Hill Country flood is a sobering reminder of what's at stake. We took a careful look at the radar data for that, and Dr. Fang will report on that. We got about 10 inches of rain across the upper Guadalupe River Basin within just a few hours. The landscape, known for its steep hills and of course rocky terrain, transformed into a powerful raging torrent with the river surging over 30 feet. This is one of the worst floods we've ever seen in this area, and it moved at staggering velocities with a staggering and devastating loss of life. It's heartbreaking to see that. Events like this reinforce why real-time flood warning systems based upon radar and advanced technology are not just in big cities and rural areas, but they need to be provided. The tools exist, we just need to put them into place. I've also got some handouts that I've provided to you that clearly show some of these maps and what they look like through time. And with that, I will close, and I'll defer to my colleague, Dr. Fang.
Go ahead, Dr. Fang.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Phil, and thank you all, Chairman Perry and Chairman King and all the committee members, and be very honored to share my knowledge here today. I want to really today, I think all the scientists, researchers, professors here, already shared many good, stuff here
Dr.
too.
Fang, if you'll pull that real close and talk real big.
Trying to eat it. So what I'm trying to say here is a couple points. Any flood warning system is not about the system itself. It needs a couple things. One is the infrastructure, which is all the model and the system itself, computer infrastructure. And second one here is human being, because you cannot really solely depend on, the system itself and to make a decision, there too. So that really leaves in a couple, really the questions right here is the system not only need the upfront funding, but also we need to have a recurring funding to support the system and even putting the operation maintenance costs there as well. And plus additional funding for future research and development there. So those are the things I think over the years I really realized to have a successful system is not only about building system itself. Obviously, we're researchers and we're also educators as well. So many different things when we're doing it, we wanted to provide a very solid public education. Flood science is a very complex topic these days. And Texas is big, and we have very sophisticated terrain in Texas and different climatic zones. And so we cannot really develop one single flood warning system for whole Texas these days. We have to tailor the system itself for different zones because terrain is very different. Climate is very different. So universities here, we are actually helping, it's the state agencies. And we like to kind of work with the state agency, provide what we learn, not only the past knowledge, but also the new knowledge, AI, machine learning. We've been very fortunately working with the Water Development Board over the years and to assist them to develop a flood warning system guideline and also the rainfall enhancement there as well. So really the point right here, I want to urge the state to really consider about the flood warning system is not one-time investment. It's a recurring investment and continues. And second one here is a flood is very infrequent natural phenomenon. It's very easy to lose people's focus if the weather getting dry. And we still need to continue invest this area as well. So I'm just going to, for the interest of time, stop right here.
Chairman Perry, Chairman King, members of the committees. I'm David Maidment, Professor Emeritus of Civil Engineering, representing the Center for Water and the Environment of the University of Texas at Austin. Like my fellow Texans, I have been shocked and devastated by the awful flood disaster that occurred on the Guadalupe River and elsewhere on Independence Day. The loss of 137 lives, many of them children, marks a heartbreaking chapter in our state's history. For me, this is especially poignant because for the past 10 years, I have been at the Center for Water and Environment. Our team is working with the state agencies, the National Weather Service, and the U.S. Geological Survey to enhance real-time flood information. We focus on assessing what happens to the water once it hits the ground, flows through the rivers and streams, and creates flood impacts. We do not work on weather or precipitation forecasting. During these years, we have worked closely with Chief Kidd and TDAM. I served in the State Operations Center throughout Hurricane Harvey, helping to provide improved flood information. Since 2017, our research has been sponsored by TxDOT. This is the largest single research project in the history of that agency. We wish to thank the TxDOT Research and Technology Implementation Program for their strong and sustained support of our research effort. Over the past 10 years, steady progress has been made in the following areas. National Water Model. In 2015, the National Weather Service established a new National Water Center in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, to improve national flood forecasting. We led the engagement of the academic community with the National Weather Service to create the National Water Model. A prototype of this model was developed in Austin at the Texas Advanced Computing Center, or TAC, in 2015. And the model was made operational by the National Weather Service in 2016. The National Water Model continually forecasts flow throughout the stream network of the United States, including 200,000 miles of streams and rivers in Texas. Water has become like weather, forecast everywhere, all the time. Statewide flood inundation mapping. With the support of TDAM, we created in 2016 the first version of large-scale real-time flood inundation mapping. This methodology was adopted by the National Weather Service and is now being deployed in an improved form across the country. Real-time flood inundation mapping covers now half of Texas, and the rest of our state is expected shortly. publicly accessible flood map services from the National Weather Service depict current flood inundation and worst-case future flood inundation. Flood decision support gauges. Since 2017, with TxDOT support via research funding, we have initiated a consistent program that deploys novel radar stream gauges on TxDOT bridges. These gauges measure both water level and velocity rather than water level alone. TxDOT later expanded this program to 80 gauges which are installed and operated by the US Geological Survey. We call these flood decision support gauges because they measure stream flow during flood events. These gauges are particularly applicable for flash flooding because they can potentially detect the velocity spike that often precedes the rise in water level during rapidly rising flood flow. The nearest TxDOT flood decision support gauge is on the Guadalupe River at Comfort, just downstream of Kerrville. Provisional data provided by the USGS for the July 4th flood show that the water level began rising there at 8 a.m. The velocity spike happened at 8:10 a.m. and the water level peaked at 9:45 a.m., 1 hour and 35 minutes later. Now I want to stop here. This is a really critical piece of data. What happened at 8:10 a.m. is that the velocity of water in the Guadalupe River increased from 2 feet per second to 14 feet per second in 5 minutes. It just went straight up. And then the water stage height gradually increased over the next 1.5 hours to 35 feet. But before that, there was a signal. So, Vice Chair Flores, you spoke about the monster. The monster was sending a signal. There was a signal coming ahead of that. And that's well understood in fluid mechanics. When you quickly increase the slope of the water, there's a velocity wave that gets sent out of the head of that, and that velocity wave is detectable. And our gauge at Comfort detected it in this July 4th flood. Now imagine if that gauge, or gauge like that, had been at the Mystic Camp. The flash flood occurs upstream, the velocity wave propagates downstream, the velocity spikes detected at the camp, the siren goes off. I mean, it doesn't take much to connect the dots here. So there are solutions that can emerge out of this. There is new kind of gauging that can occur. Although not suitable for all gauge sites, radar stream gauges have the potential to be less expensive than the full-range gold standard USGS gauges, and they collect water level and velocity as compared to local flood alert gauges, which collect only water level. The TxDOT network is the largest deployment of radar stream gauges in the United States. While significant progress has been made, our work with TxDOT is still in the research phase and is not fully ready for operational use today. Integrating components into a seamless, unified system remains a challenge. To improve resiliency for future flood events, I recommend the following. Statewide flood decision support gauges. Texas has 25,000 bridges over water, more than any other state. We can use this as a foundation for a statewide coverage of flood decision support gauges by equipping more bridges with radar streamflow sensors. Texas Flood Hub. Data from all the real-time precipitation, streamflow, and water level gauge networks operating in Texas should be ingested into a single system that is publicly accessible. Improved flood inundation mapping. Over the past 5 years, Texas has developed base-level engineering models for statewide flood planning. In parallel, we have developed the methods to translate the output of these models into real-time flood inundation maps. The application of these translation methods should be accelerated. Training Center. A technological transformation in which real-time flood map services from the National Weather Services have become publicly accessible for everyone has occurred. The existence of these services is not well known and they are underutilised. A training centre is needed for public officials and first responders to learn how to get direct access to flood map services during flood emergencies. Thank you for the opportunity to make this statement. I will be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, it's Dr. Medment.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly? Are you familiar with the Bureau of Economic Geology?
Very familiar.
Okay. And you mentioned the advanced computation
Yes.
both in 2015 and
Yes.
16. Are you familiar with their work that they're doing in water mapping right now?
I'm sorry, the work they're doing?
The work that they're doing right now in water mapping?
Well, I do a lot of water mapping, so tell me about that.
Are you familiar with what they're doing
With
right
the
now?
TAC or the Bureau of Economic Geology?
I can't understand you, sir.
The Texas Advanced Computing Center or the Bureau of Economic Geology?
Together, both. Yes, sir.
No, tell me, I'm
so
not.
if you would, if you wouldn't mind, please, I would like you to take a look at, get in touch with them at the Bureau of Economic Geology, and if you would look at what they're doing on water mapping,
Okay.
I appreciate your feedback on it.
I'll
Thank
do
you.
that.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Go course.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this esteemed panel. Very quickly, I believe it's Dr. Nielsen Gammon. On page 5 of your testimony, I'm going to go to the second to the last paragraph. I'm not going to read it, but one of your testimony starting there talks about it's remarkable to me how poor the National Weather Service models were at providing 24-hour or 48 warnings of this event. Skip down to the Del Rio. Believe it or not, Del Rio is the only upper air station along the Texas border between El Paso and Brownsville, a distance of 706 miles. As I would say, crow flies, you chose vulture. So herein lies the question. Who's in charge of these upper air stations, and why is there not one in between?
The National Weather Service is in charge of that.
Can you lean forward?
Pardon? Oh, John Nielsen Gammon. The National Weather Service is in charge of the upper air stations. Presently, they are, after a reorganization of the Weather Service in the 90s, they were co-located with local offices of the National Weather Service. And those are the only 2 local offices. Well, the 3 listed are the only local offices along the border. So that's the reason there isn't anything in between.
Maybe we can remedy that. I'm going to go to now, I'm not sure who provided this. Was this?
That's the Speed Center.
If you would state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, Phil Bedient.
I'm noticing on your map, I think these are the forecast gauges with the red dot. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Fang answer that because he created that.
Okay, Dr. Fang. Are those the present gauges or those which y'all are proposing?
Okay, closer. Those are existing gauges. And whether USGS and but basically NOAA Weather Service, they provide those flood warnings, at those red dots as on these particular maps.
Obviously nothing along the South Fork where Camp Mystic is.
Currently, no. Okay. But it's on the downstream of the confluence right there, that first one you see.
Okay, and then as I skip to Texas Tech and your recommendations. So if I look at all of y'all's recommendations, and Dr. Maidment, Your accent's a little different than mine, and this room's really hard to hear. And so if you could provide, if you don't mind, what you said in writing to us, that would be great to have as a reference. These recommendations, if we did this, Texas would pay for it. The National Weather Service and another station along 706 miles, could we coax them into doing that? And if we did the combination of these, would we have some pretty good, accurate forecasting? Somebody just say yes or no.
You're asking if
there's some
all
recommendations.
those things were funded.
Here's some recommendations. I'm not a meteorologist. Maybe I desire to be one day. I like to read about weather. But we have the National Weather Service here, and not having anything on a 706-mile distance. We have these recommendations from y'all.
Right.
Would the combination of those give us better forecasting?
On average, absolutely.
Okay. And so when we talk about costs and things like this, what are we talking about here on this Texas solution?
If all those recommendations were followed and it was scaled as it's shown in those images, you're talking about $20 million or so for that.
Okay. Did you give me a number there? Like
$20 million.
20 million?
Yes.
That is not very much money. And and what I would recommend to Chairman, if you're carrying this bill or whatever, sometimes we form committees and we take a long time. I don't care if we form a committee or not, but Texas is wealthy enough to spend $20 million to have better mapping. We can work with the National Weather Service to come up with another, I think between 706 miles, we're a huge state. And the combination of that would give us better forecasting, which we talked about a great deal in the last hearing. Would y'all all agree? And we can do this and we can coordinate it. And then after we have that really good information, it's who gets and disseminates that information. Because what I have learned in looking at all these timelines, and I say this for all the parents who have lost children, at 1:14, the warning goes out. Really, they had minutes if you're on the South Fork, because the gentleman that testified here, who was a mile below Mystic, said he woke up at 2:40. I'm not going back in my notes, but 2:40. By 3:05, he said we need to leave. And at that point, the water was around his house. He'd never seen that, and they've had that property since 1930s, I believe. And his estimation was at that point it was 41 feet. Guys, the emergency warning didn't go out until after 4 a.m. We weren't even close for those along that portion of the Guadalupe. So I think it's incumbent upon us to look at those timelines, to heed that, and to do better. And like, if flooding happens at 3 inches, which we heard in testimony in Austin, my goodness, how badly did we miss on this? It really is a life and death issue.
Yeah, one of the things that was mentioned multiple times up here was this reporting time interval, and the fact that it needs to be, the reporting intervals need to be very quick on these measurements, because the forecasters need the information. In the heat of the moment, they need the information. And when minutes matter, we don't need to be waiting 30 minutes to get a report. We need it every 5 minutes or even less in cases.
Agree. And if you travel out to hunt, you realize that this is a 2-lane highway, a very narrow highway. There was no way you could evacuate unless you had started at earlier on July 3rd, way earlier when you're talking about a holiday weekend. So it really was the warning to seek higher ground and seek it now. Do y'all agree?
Yes.
Lessons learned. We need to put it into action. Doctor, do you have something to say?
Yes, John Nielsen Gavin. I want to mention the observational recommendations we're talking less than $1 million. And the federal government would pay for part of them through the National Mesonet Program, which already helps support the mesonets that we have heard about already.
Bingo. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, Dr. Guthrie, thank you. Thank you very much, because this has absolutely answered some questions I had last week. And when I was asking about getting historical data, this actually answered a lot of the questions. I was told that that was forecasting, and it's not. Because when you when you accumulate historical data over the years, would this be able, by what you're showing us here today, would that be able to tell locals when they're working on a flood mitigation plan on what the impacts are in those certain areas by the amount of rainfall that has been accumulated on that data?
The information would be useful for that purpose.
So it would be available and they could do that. And then another thing that I was looking at, and I kept on kind of trying to find answers for this, and I got on the website, the Interagency Flood Risk Management website, which is actually very helpful. And I looked up Kerrville and I looked up the Rio Grande Valley, and if there were gauges and additional gauges, because this also shows us forecasting on it as well. And for example, right here it says the streams rising and falling. This is available to the public as well, right? So if they have any type of, if they want to have some warning devices, would this be able to be utilized? Because here it says water level rising above a foot an hour, water level rising above 2 feet an hour. So it's kind of giving you that, and then it's showing you in different areas where the low water crossings are, where not to go. I mean, it's giving you a lot of data. And is this data on that flood decision support toolbox, is this in real time?
I am not familiar with the flood decision support toolbox.
Okay. Well, it shows Water Development Board on it.
I'm sorry, that's our flood division, so I'm just not.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
in
but this
surface
is
water.
right. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said I'm in the surface water division, so we don't. The only way we touch flood is with the Tex Mesonet network and our USGS flood gauges.
Okay. So I'm assuming that this is also kind of linked to maybe the National Weather Service and obtaining the data from gauges that through the flows of rivers and creeks and on lakes. And that's what I'm assuming it's picking up here. And then I go over and I look at the Tex Mesonet, and that's also giving us some forecasting data on rainfall and the amount of rain that's falling. Am I correct?
Correct. It's showing observed rainfall data that's being collected by rain gauges, but there's also some information about forecast warnings and other information on the website as well.
Okay, wonderful. So if we're gathering all this data and we want to say in 2018, let's say one of the cities wants to find out what the impacts are so that way they could have a flood mitigation plan. And they want to figure that out and say, okay, listen, I need to figure out how much rain fell in these areas during this rainstorm and the ones that were impacted the most and by the rise and fall of the water, and how should I invest my money for flood mitigation? You all would have that data compiled so that they could be able to do that. Is that correct?
The data would be available at Synoptic, and there'd be other sources probably available for that consultant or researcher to use to do that work.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, there's a lot of knowledge sitting there, in 7 people. With all your knowledge, with the models, are they just theoretical? Have they been measured? Did you use any of the knowledge you have or the models that you've talked about or patterns that you've talked about on this storm that we just had? Or is it just something you've got to pay for and have put in place? Any of you? Not a long answer, just
Let me try to answer that. So the floodplain map library approach that we've been talking about in Houston, we think is directly applicable here in the Guadalupe Valley. What it does is it takes measured 15-minute radar data across the whole watershed area.
Did y'all do that this time?
Say it again.
Did y'all use it this time?
Yeah, it comes from the National Weather Service, and it gets ground truth, and it's used. We use it in Houston.
What did you do with the information? Would it have helped? Did you share it with anybody?
We didn't have it.
No, you didn't have it.
At the time of the flood. We just ran this just recently.
After, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It wasn't operational at the time. We ran it, and it's in the handouts. You'll see the amounts there. It's very, very detailed, and it's very, very centered in the far upper end, where you see 6 inches of rain in about 3 hours, and so on.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Of course, we'd want things to give us advanced warning, not back up. And I suppose the model, if I really looked at it, would do that.
Yes, the idea is that rain would then convert to those floodplain maps, and it would provide that information downstream. Yes.
Dynamically, just as it's happening?
Yes, as a function of time. Yes.
Thank you. And then, to any of you, or maybe John, with Tatum, was there any cloud seeding going on? That may sound kind of far out there, but was there any cloud seeding any days before this flood?
I don't have any knowledge of the cloud seeding. I know that cloud seeding does go on. Even if it were, that would not have really significantly contributed to the flooding.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
John Nielsen Gammon. There was cloud seeding on July 2nd in Karnes County, I understand it. I ran a trajectory model, and
can you just speak maybe a little slower and louder in the mic?
There was cloud seeding in Karnes County in July 2nd. I ran a trajectory model, and the air that was seeded would have ended up in Nebraska or South Dakota by the time of the flood.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Just a couple quick questions again. Y'all are mentioning like the modeling maps. Are y'all familiar with the North Carolina flood inundation map? Have y'all seen that one?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, and do we have anything like that in Texas that an emergency manager or anybody can go to right now to basically see, for those who aren't familiar with the map, you can go to it, you can put in how much rain you expect or the height of the water, and it will map out where the flooding is. It lets emergency management know what roads to shut down, what buildings are touched. It'll actually even calculate the amount of damage that the buildings in the area will receive from that. Do we have anything like that in Texas?
Yes, the Flood Decision Support Toolbox that we've been discussing is a similar system.
Okay, what's that name again?
The Flood Decision Support Toolbox.
Flood Decision.
That does a similar system to the North Carolina.
Okay, and do we have access to that now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, copy that, thank you. And then next question, which is just kind of a Forrest Gump question. So sometimes technology can be, I made sure I wrote this down so I didn't mess it up. Sometimes too much technology can become a hindrance and we begin to rely less on common sense. I know you mentioned that it's hard to take out the human factor that happens. If we look back at data over 20 or 40 years, and we spent billions of dollars on this technology, y'all have dedicated your lives to saving people, which we greatly appreciate. Would you say that we're safer today than even 20 or 40 years ago related to flash floods or anything like that?
I think we are safer, but we are getting bigger floods.
Yep.
There's no question about that, but I think we're definitely safer. There's so much information out there. There's so much gauging, and there are these model development tools available on the iPhone for warning. So it's gotten better. It's just we've got to work on that communication link. That is the missing link right now. We've got to make sure that there are folks on the ground, boots on the ground, emergency managers, mayors, folks in charge that get that information in a useful way.
I appreciate you bringing that point up. I think that's the most important point to know.
It's the most important. Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So I served during Hurricane Harvey in the State Operations Center. For the first 2 days of Harvey, we really didn't know much about what was going on at all. So we had resources coming in from all over the country, and they were asking, how do I deploy? Do I deploy from Sealy? Do I deploy from Conroe? Do I fly in from San Antonio? We couldn't really respond. As time went on, the number of maps that were produced increased until there was a deluge. We were completely overwhelmed. What we needed at the time was one water map across the whole state. What's going on now? What's going on 7 o'clock tonight? What's going on 7 o'clock tomorrow morning? That did not exist in 2014, but it is about to exist now. Now that's a critical step forward. Right? What that means is that the response community, Chief Tidd and Tidd and so on, can see this water situation at the State Operations Center as the people are seeing it on the ground where they are. Now that is a huge step forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for y'all's time too. Appreciate it.
Senator Schwartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to Dr. Bediant, Dr. Fang. I'm referencing this, your handout from Rice Engineering Computing. Just to make it perfectly clear, on the back page, Dr. Torres is, who's not part of the panel, but he's gauge, design, and placement. What I care about most is the last line of defense before something tragic occurs at headwaters, which appears to be what happened here, without the ability to contact the county judge and get them up and get them to order to higher ground, for instance. It has to be automatic, it seems like, at headwaters of various rivers. Does the technology exist to measure the rise in a river, either through ultrasound, radar, or just simple buoy gauge, and have it remotely go to a siren that's battery powered, that goes off when a certain level of river rise occurs within a certain amount of time? Can y'all please just say yes or no to that?
Yes, that technology exists. You can turn lights on. You could set it up for the alarm to go off.
And how much is it depends on how many gauges and sirens and things, but I mean, in general, what is kind of it seems like a fairly basic kind of last minute line of defense, something serious is about to occur. What does that cost? Is it installed across the state anywhere?
One of our strong recommendations was to add about 20 or 25 gauges into the Guadalupe Basin, and these can be put in easily in the range of $10,000 to $20,000. Remember, you've got to build these. If you're putting them against low water crossings or against bridges, you've got to build them so they withstand the onslaught of about a 30-foot wave. Right?
And again, are they installed in any river basin at the headwaters in the state that you're aware of, that we could look at, or people that we're going to hire look at as a state? And go,
oh yeah, they're
all over.
There are basins that have them all throughout the basin. Yeah,
and Dr. Torres does this type of work. Who's not here? And he's the guy that he designs them, I guess, gauges. So
he's in the audience. He's right
all right.
back
Well,
there.
thank you for your engineering.
Yes, thank you for your question.
Sir, if the network of 80 radar gauges that I was talking about were extended to 800, I believe that would provide a base level of coverage across the state and a densified coverage in the hill country. The capital cost of that would be about $7 million, and there would be ongoing O&M costs.
Okay. Representative Moody.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions for Dr. Nielsen-Gammon. And I appreciate everybody's testimony. I think it's very helpful. I mean, I think drilling down into the testimony you've offered is going to help create guideposts for us going forward. As we've had the hearings and taken up witnesses, I've heard over and over again, multiple times, we've never seen anything like this. We've never seen anything like this. And I think we're conflating that into the level of, maybe the level of destruction and loss of life in this incident. And I was looking through page 3 and 4 of the written testimony you provided us, where you've listed out events in this area that, in your words, rivaled or exceeded what happened on the 4th. So I just want to kind of crystallize that, because the conditions that can create this type of destruction have been seen. And in fact, your bolded statement at the end of this paragraph is, based on you counting these events, we can expect a 35-inch rainstorm somewhere in the area, an average of every 2 decades. Can you help me dig into how these instances, where they occurred, population? I mean, do you have that kind of data too? Because I think we're conflating the level of loss of life and the conditions that could exist. So are these examples you've listed here, are these conditions that, if in a populated area like this, could create the same or similar effect, loss of life and destruction of property?
Yes, John Nielsen-Gammon, thank you for your question. It depends upon a variety of circumstances. So, for example, in the 1932 flood, cabins that housed campers in the South Fork were destroyed, but there was no loss of life, and the camp managers reported that was because the flood happened during the daytime, and they could see what was going on, and they could evacuate safely. So this flood was particularly damaging in terms of loss of life because of the time it occurred and the difficulty for people to understand what was going on. Similar rainfall totals been happening anywhere, and we have to be. The next flood's not going to be, hopefully, in this river valley. Is going to be another one nearby somewhere, and we have to be prepared for all of those. Part of the problem is people not having seen something like this before. I've seen some interesting technology looking at storm surges, where you basically can do a three-dimensional picture like Google Maps of the terrain and show how high a flood would be and what it would actually look like. And that has a bigger impact than a flood map does on people's perception of what's possible.
No, and I think that's what's important, because I think when we talk about we never see anything like this, right, there was a number of, and I think we had some reports in our first hearing, there were a number of factors that were very unique to this that really exacerbated the damage, the destruction, the devastation. But I think what your data tells us here is, we've been speaking in terms of 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. These are conditions that exist more frequently than that and just maybe don't have those other factors. And that's just a matter of, I'm not going to say chance, but it is a matter of those things not kind of coming together at the same time. And so when we're looking at this, I think that's what the urgency is. And I hope that people drill down into the data that you provided. And I think this data, if we use this data, and from all of you actually, right, we have amazing tools available to us. The pivot forward from there, and I know we have someone from the Water Development Board, and kind of mirroring off what Vice Chair Martinez talked about, the game plan going forward, right? That data informs where the risk is. I'm looking at the 300-page report from 2023 on the flood plan for this region. That's got a number of deficiencies, it's got a number of ideas, it's got a number of concepts, and I think what we need to do is figure out how the data informs that better, and then as policymakers and as those who look at budgets, right, Water Development Board exists to identify those things. We also task them with opportunities to fund those and figuring out how to triage that, because these are events that are going to happen in our mind. We can't push that out to 100, 500 years. Those are metrics we use for convenience of understanding these events. But this is going to happen, and triaging this into the highest risk areas, because those are all laid out. We have it. We have it all. And this event is going to help better inform those things. And so not a question, but as we work forward, this is a group of folks that we need to figure out how to harness that and put that into action in communities like that. And it becomes a funding question at some point, and how we prioritize things. And that's where really the complex part of our job is going to come into play. What do we put into statute that says, here's how we want this to unfold? Because 20, 30 years down the road, we do not want this type of tragic event to this level of devastation when we had a plan on paper and we just didn't fund it. And so I want to thank you all for the work you do. And I want to thank the prescient Governor Briscoe for creating state climatologists here in Texas, because it is an office that we should utilize more in the work that we do going forward, because this is not going to slow down. Thank you.
Senator Mendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the whole panel, thank you. Dr. Bedian and Dr. Fang, your partner is Dr. Torres?
Yes.
I wish he would be on the panel with you, but maybe you can help answer for him. He's the expert, and we've established he's installed over 60 flood gauges in the state of Texas, correct? So,
yes.
So these are remote. These they can tell the early flood warning systems, automatic activation. Is there the technology? Is it available? Because I've heard from people, well, the sirens may not work because we can't hear them inside. Here's the thing. What do most people already have inside their homes to detect something while they're sleeping? Can you answer that question? If you have a fire in your home, do most people not have a smoke detector? Is there the technology available that in the event of a flood, that if you had homes in a floodplain, that this technology could say, the alarm could go off and could say, go to higher ground now. Is that technology available?
Senator, let me give a first step right here. I would say yes. First one, cell phone service is right there. I mean, it actually can be easily really tapping into this decision, and for the people sign up, I mean, they will be able to receive those warning timely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm thinking about the camps of these children. They didn't have their cell phones with them. They didn't let the children have them in there. So if they'd had something in these bunks and the alarm starts going off, the counselors get up and say, move to higher ground now, and the alarm's going off, you can't ignore that.
I would say, I mean, such a device trigger off the warning. It's very feasible. I mean, it's right there too. And based on what I talked to Dr. Torres, and he mentioned about the data feed and the signal being transmitted could also go on the satellite. So that will be, I will be the second channel to make the communication smooth.
Well, I mean, and this is not something you need in every home in America. You just need it in the ones that are in these flood alleys.
I totally agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to try to make sure everybody leaves here with a cohesive message. I don't know why. First of all, Water Development Board, who do you give your data to? Who are beneficiaries? Is it Rice and those guys? Who uses it for modeling?
Yes, Carla Guthrie, Texas Water Development Board. Our data, at least talking about the text mesonet data, because we have lots of different types of data, as you know. Text mesonet data is available for public use, so through the Synoptic Public Benefit Corporation. So our data is delivered to them, and then it's available.
So that's the flood decision tool? No,
sir. That is just a database that houses data from Texas Water Development Board, West Texas Mesonet, other weather and similar networks can report their data to that, and that is then available to whoever wants to use it, including the National Weather Service.
You're a warehouse and people can grab it?
It's not our warehouse, but similar.
Okay, all right. So I want to make sure, and I don't understand all of this, so there was multiple concepts presented. You know, the North Carolina model, which is kind of on the end there, that's kind of been out there. An individual came by and espoused the benefits of it, and it sounds really cool stuff, and I think it is something that's a consideration. You guys are the modelers, correct?
Yes, we are.
And then text talking about radar, is that unique in that it's kind of a newer...
That's standard operating procedure these days.
Is the radar kind of unique? What tech is talking about, is that a unique...
It's been around for...
Let me ask it this way, is it in use in Texas today?
Yes, extensively.
Clarify, because I was thinking it was different.
It is different. What we're proposing is different. So you have S-band systems sitting in New Braunfels and St. Angelo, et cetera, but they're at great distance from the headwaters regions in, for instance, western Kerr County. So what we're talking about is integrating higher resolution systems, different types of systems that are closer to the headwaters region to be able to paint much more detail in terms of that map. So you'll still get a map of rainfall, but it's going to have a much more higher level of detail to be able to pinpoint what corners of that basin, what streams are being impacted by certain rainfall.
So under your method, I know you gave me some detail. You were talking 75 new gauges and 35 of those radar components, or 65? I don't remember.
No. We were talking about if we were going to fill the gaps in the hill country with Texas high-quality weather stations, we identified about 36 gaps, I believe it was. There were only 4 radars involved.
4 radars, 36 gaps in the hill country, but you were covering a bigger area. I know Water Development Board is currently in expansion, so that would be a complementary. Y'all wouldn't duplicate.
Right.
Y'all would make sure you wouldn't overlap there. This information ends up in your world for modeling, correct? So y'all take what would come off of a better data set. So you're not in competition. You develop it. You got a better granularity. You guys can use it differently.
Absolutely correct.
So you're all working together. And Water Development Board's in your world. They're talking about expansion of gauges, or mesonet tires both, I guess, and y'all are too. So I kind of like the idea of every one of y'all in the same room and getting a game plan to come back. So I know the number was named down there, and then another number was named as far as dollar cost, but it did include gauges. What I have heard across the board all day long, is there anybody in disagreement that we need more gauge? Everybody thinks we need more gauges. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right, good. All right, I don't have anything else, members. Is that, guys? We could have had y'all the first one probably last week and saved a lot of trouble. It just kind of got a legs on its own. But I appreciate you. I know a lot of y'all are out of town, and you know it's going to be midnight by the time we get out of here. So, but I appreciate y'all hanging around. It's very valuable. But we will figure a way how to coordinate, because I don't think there's one silver bullet. I think all of it provides extra benefits that we don't have today. I will ask this last question. I was told this may give us a better opportunity to predict with some more specificity as to where a rain bomb might occur. It may hone it into where you can get a little closer with. The vortex looks like it's going to form, and we think it can be in this little region instead of we don't know. Is that a fair statement?
John Nielsen Gammon. Yes, the first statement. It also can tell you where it's going to move next.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. Appreciate it. Yes.
If I may, Nick Fan. So if we can take the data from John, and put it into the real-time flood warning system, yes, the really you can maximize the benefit in terms of provide a warning message earlier. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I think this gentleman here that just spoke, that's got the accent, I don't know from where, said it best. The best data in the world with a warning that has no action plan, and I said where we're going to go with the action plan today. If you live in this region and you get a flood warning, you're going to higher ground. Then if y'all are wrong, it don't matter. If you're right, then it didn't matter, right? We just got to get them out of harm's way. Thank you.
Thanks for the invite. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, if y'all have a few minutes, my director, and if the House component, if Megan or somebody wants around, go back in here in the back room and coordinate a time when we're on a little bit of a time crunch here. You know, we've got a special session ending in a couple weeks, but I would really like to know a plan of action as far as getting you guys together on the same page so that we don't waste money, but we get where we want to be, and let me know what to run.
Been awesome.
Yeah, he's going here. The big guy, right there. All right, Chair is going to call up the next panel of witnesses, public witnesses. Paul Chatelain, Lauren Pena, Michael Horns, Richard Asner, Man, I got somebody that looks like a heart. Spearheart or Spear. It may be William Spearheart. Looks like S-P-E-A-R-H-A-R-T. Lives, well, I won't say where. Alva Zalori. Ava. Renee DeReese. Who are you, ma'am?
Lauren Pena.
You're Lauren Pena? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Getting down to the bottom here. Renee DeReese. You're here? All right. Come on up. Mark Means. I'm going to run through these real quick again. Okay, I'll call them all out. Shannon Donahue. Morton Baird III. Raymond Howard Jr. Come on up, sir. Dr. Laura Presley, I saw her sitting out there. She's in the wrong room, wrong committee. Michael Silverman. Brian Truitt. Come on up, Miss Truitt. Henry Ortego. Ryan Logue. Michael Watts. Michael Watts? Not here. He's coming. Okay. Pamela Hart. Pamela Hart. Brian Olenek. Brian Olenek. Come on up, sir. Sheila Hemphill, have you gone? I saw you earlier. She's in the wrong committee, wrong city. Sheila Hemphill. She'll be here late. James Jackson? James Speaker. James Jackson, James Speaker. Is it you? What is your name? I've got two names here. Jackson. I've got a James Speaker and a James Jackson. James Jackson. Okay. Scratch to the other guy. All right, that's got a full panel. I didn't get to that one. We'll get her later. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's start with you, Ms. Presley, on this end. Let's go this way. You got 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Perry and Representative King. I'm Dr. Laura Presley, PhD. Have a PhD in chemistry and physics from the UT Austin. I've spent 17 years managing engineering teams in the semiconductor industry. I have 4 patents, and I've managed lean manufacturing teams. And I understand from a technical standpoint and from a policy standpoint what needs to happen to save lives. Like most of us, I was devastated with the loss of life of these children here in Kerr County. I spent hours praying, hoping they would be found. And in the prayer, on my knees, and I recommend that, praying on your knees when you really want something bad from the Lord put something on my heart. And the fact is, there is not a discrete, consistent flood risk scale terminology or system, Senator Perry. You love systems, so do I. I'm a systems person. Similar to hurricanes, Senator Colhorst, there's threat levels, 1 through 5. We do not have that for floods warning systems. Isn't that obvious? That's what the Lord put on my heart. So this is why I'm here, Senator Perry, in the wrong committee, because he put this on my heart to tell you guys this. We heard up here, the guy that was sitting right here, his first name was John, I don't remember his last name. All throughout today, we've heard terminology that's not discrete and not specific. The guy sitting here said, oh, there was a serious flood risk on July 3rd. We've heard flash flood, watch, warning, emergency. We need grade levels. We need a numbering system. We need you as lawmakers and policymakers to require that for the state of Texas. Period. Done deal. Okay? Pretty obvious. Now, when you define those levels, the next step is that you define in your policy and in these bills and in their laws what the county officials have to do at a minimum standard, Senator Perry. Now we have a system that's required, what they are to do. We had Andy Brown sit up here and say there was a one guy at NOAA who left and everything in Travis County was on that man's shoulders. I say no. We don't use human glue. And nobody up here called him on it. I was in shock that not one of you guys, and I love you. Many of you I know very
Ms.
well.
Ms. Presley,
personally.
you're going to have to wrap it up.
Okay.
Real quick.
All right, so I'm telling you, a system, numbering system, you guys define what the minimum standards are, and when the county officials don't do it, make a penalty, civil penalty, and also, you could also allow us to recall those officials.
Thank you.
Okay, I want you to think about that.
Just an insider baseball. Several of these individuals testifying in front of this committee today are regulars in Austin on other issues. So that's why when we say you're in the wrong room, the wrong
I
committee.
know, you're teasing, I know that.
Yeah,
But the Lord talked to me on this one, and he said,
usually it's
go
selection
tell him
integrity.
this.
All right, sir,
Okay.
pick it up. Appreciate it. State your name, and you got 3 minutes.
You have the paper. There's one
Yes,
more thing.
ma'am.
You have to let me say one more thing. There is actually a paper that was published in 2014 that you have that
Okay.
says we need discrete levels and we don't have them, and you need to do it.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ray Howard. I'm one of the city councilmen in Ingram, Texas, and I live right on the river, and I mean, I'm right there, and we were just high enough that it didn't come into our neighborhood, but I was right there where I could see campers going by with people screaming in it, and later on later on as the morning progressed, I was out there trying to do what I could do. After I woke up, well, let me start real quick. I, like everybody, got the warnings on my phone. The first one, I didn't do a dang thing about it. The second one, I turned on my phone, looked at the radar, and I could see that there was a cell sitting out over there, this South Fork, and it was just pumping out. And I was thinking, this could get bad. And I went back to sleep. The third one, I got up, opened up my front door, and it was water all the way across, 600 yards across. That's the only reason why our house didn't flood, is because the river gets real wide right there. That's the only reason why it didn't flood in my neighborhood. So later on, as it got a little lighter, I saw like a 13 or 14-year-old kid going by screaming for help. And I've been trained as a high water rescue person, but I'm dealing with stage 4 cancer, and I just don't have the lung capacity to do that anymore. I have barely enough to speak right now. So I saw this kid disappear. I couldn't do anything. What I am doing for the city of Ingram, I took it on my personal fight, is I am getting this system, this alarm system, this siren system. This thing not only puts off a siren's call, but it also has alert, a siren, inform. It'll tell the public around the 360 area what to do. If it's a tornado, stay inside. If it's flood, head to high ground. I'm fighting for this. I'm fighting for this for that little kid that I couldn't help. Now, when they were just talking about all the gauges and stuff. Mr. Torres, Dr. Torres, that was right there. His system will hook up to this, but will automatically set it off. You don't have to go through, what was it? What was it? 2:53 in the morning was the first 911 call. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they were getting wiped out in front of my house in the RV park. How long was that? That's an hour. That's an hour. All those people could still be alive right now. Every one of them. They might not have lost. They may have lost their RVs and stuff, but they'd still be alive. So, if you're interested about this system right here, this is what Ingram is going to put in. And I've already talked to Senator Flores.
Go ahead.
And we're gonna get this.
Finish it up there. I appreciate your service on your city council, too. It's a labor of love. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Byron Olenek, Olenek Construction Incorporated. I'm a local contractor from Blanco, Texas, and I've been helping volunteer hauling off debris. Thank you for the members of the committee, my Senator Campbell. I'm proud to see my senator here representing our district. And for the people here speaking very bravely, I think being able to write things down longhand is very therapeutic and helpful for the critical thinking to get over the trauma that we've been through. I commend you for doing that. If we're here to talk about preventing the loss of life in the floods here today, then we're talking about banning all public and private weather modification and geoengineering in the state of Texas. During this special session, we can bring back SB 1154, which was introduced by Senator Hughes, which was left pending in committee, but we can be reintroduced to also include banning private operations, as well as amending criminal penalties for possession of investment or weather modification and geoengineering technology while owning a redevelopment contract, such as a 15-minute city that's being planned here in Kerrville, or a water permit down in Canyon Lake worth millions. What is geoengineering and weather modification? Well, we're more familiar with cloud seeding from silver iodide, but geoengineering requires us to expand our vocabulary. There is a thing called stratospheric aerosol injection, where aluminum, strontium, and barium are used as a conductive medium in the atmosphere. Ionospheric heating from very large, powerful phased array transmitters, such as HARP in Alaska. There's SuperDARN, neutrino ice cube, and then there's dual laser filamentation. There are phased array transmitters spread out through the NextRad network throughout the United States. And these things are able to use high voltage frequencies on these toxic metals to control storms, make it rain wherever anyone wants to make it rain. It's funded by the National Weather Service, by NOAA, and the U.S. Air Force. Layman's terms, if you've ever stuck a fork or aluminum in a microwave, you're basically creating a small storm. It's a disaster. Imagine that times 10,000. So now I have cards I can provide, and I have out there for geoengineeringwatch.org. Dane Wigington has been doing this for decades. He's a very valuable resource on this and can testify in committee. On a smaller scale, here in Texas, we have the South Texas Weather Modification Association. It's funded and operated by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. They say on their website they were founded in '96. They started the first cloud seeding program on the Guadalupe River in '97. '98 flood went over the Guadalupe River Bridge on 281. The STWMA paid a private company to cloud seed the headwaters of the Guadalupe River 2 days prior to the flood of July 4th. You may have heard of Augusto Dorico, the CEO of Rainmaker Incorporated. He said, and quote, that he only put 60 grams of silver iodide in the clouds and it dissipated, and that it wouldn't have been there 2 days later. That's not entirely true. There are surfactants, which are soapy substances that can allow these metals to stay in the clouds for 2 days. So we don't need to be a meteorologist to understand there's something strange about a tropical storm running into a cyclone over the desert of Mexico, coming back to life with so much power that there's a red sprite you can see from space, and then rolling into Texas with an eye forming over dry land. That's not natural. And what I would say is that our solutions are pretty simple, is that we need to ban geoengineering. We need to publicly, privately, locally, state and federal in the state of Texas have some accountability, and that this is our notice of liability. We do not give implied or informed consent to any weather modification or geoengineering in the state, whether covert or permitted by law. So help us God, we do not consent.
All right, thanks, sir. State your name and who you're with.
Chairman Perry, Representative King, committee members, thank you for allowing my testimony. My name is James Jackson. I am from Bulverde, but I have a heart in Houston as well and other areas. I am a former Navy SEAL and belong to an organization called the SEAL Future Foundation, which is comprised of about 250 former Navy SEALs across Texas and about 2,000 across the country. I also represent a nonprofit called Valor Response, dedicated to disaster search and recovery. Over the weekend of July 5th and the following 3 weeks, we helped coordinate teams of highly trained volunteers who worked around the clock alongside game wardens, volunteer fire departments, police, and sheriff deputies during the recent recovery efforts. We rotated shifts across multiple locations, setting egos aside to serve the families of Kerr, Kendall, and Comal counties the best way we knew how, using every resource and ounce of skill available to us. To support the families of Mystic, and with the permission from local landowners, such as Mike Richardson and Centerpoint, who had testified earlier, we refused to be turned away, and in a couple instances, despite being threatened with potential arrest, perhaps in the confusion of the disaster, our fellow veteran volunteers remained steadfast to continue God's work and help the remaining families get closure. Our volunteer veteran teams, working alongside private industry partners, stepped in to canvass and scan large sections of the Guadalupe River banks from Hunt all the way down to the Comal County line, with everything we could find, including borrowed chainsaws, off-road ATVs, borrowed boats, borrowed earth-moving equipment. We carefully searched both above and below the water, inspecting submerged vehicles for victims while diving and mapping underwater debris fields that could be concealed, that could conceal victims. In addition, using a MS 1000 sonar system that was generously loaned to us by Oceaneering, and we borrowed a pontoon boat provided by the family of the last victim from Mystic, who are seeking closure in the search of their loved ones' remains. We were able to survey the entire New Lake Ingram and a portion of the Nimitz Lake in just 4 days to determine basically if there was any chance of remains there. And the imagery that we've captured will be soon available to Kerr County. In addition, our volunteers proactively developed a land recovery map solely from conversations and shared information between volunteers, because according to some of the families we spoke to, they were not receiving these details through other channels. As a result of these efforts, many volunteers were helpful in finding victims' remains, but the search still continues. So through these experiences, it's become clear that challenges are urgently needed. One of the main things that is most important in my testimony,
finish that last thought up. Tell us the main
is
thing.
the families must be informed first and fully to a timely and clear and location and date and time of their family's recovery. That is the main thing that the families wanted me to emphasize, because they're just not getting this information.
Yeah, and I would tell you from seeing what the DPS had put together, and I forgot the software platform, but they were very diligent at tracking and marking those spots so that the relatives could go back for memorial, other services and everything. But it was pretty impressive how they could just pinpoint the map. So they are tracking that extremely well. How they're finding those is they would start where their last known was, and they 20 miles down the way, but they would always know that connection, and they would make sure they pinpoint it. So they're doing a very good job of that. They had the actual software engineers came in on their own time and actually programmed to fit the river. So it's pretty impressive, and for a vendor, has had their software engineers internal to this center and actually modified that to be able to accomplish that goal. And thank you for what you do. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Michael Watts. I live on a ranch here in Kerr County, which is relevant only because it's 12 miles upstream on the Johnson Creek, which has everything to do with what you're talking about here. Before I tell you what I'm here to talk about, I do want to thank you. I'm one of the regulars. I've been in Austin for 26 years at hearings like this. This is by far the best hearing I have ever seen. So I congratulate each of you. You certainly earned your $600 a month. In my day job, I do mass disaster, usually followed by 12 hours ago, I wrote down 7 things that I've learned in sitting through hearings like this in Florida, Louisiana, California, Oregon, and New Mexico. Number one, in addition to what you heard from the meteorologist, which to me was the best part of this, the more of those you have, the better wildfire prevention you have as well, so you get a 2-for-1. But the 7 things I was going to suggest is the gentleman that suggested flood control dams. In 2009, I think Representative Darby and maybe Senator Menendez were the only ones on this committee that were there. The legislature created the Flood Control Grant Program, which allows the maintenance of dams for flood control. All you got to do is tinker with that, and you can add dams if you want to. Number 2, more river and creek gauges. I wrote this 12 hours ago. I think everybody knows that now. More gauges. That's what happened after the 2015 floods in Wimberley. $6.8 million went out. They've got more gauges. I think the most important witness you heard from is Dr. Megmick. That technology exists, velocity and water level gauges. All you got to do is put them upstream. Number 3. Phones and siren warnings, not just phone text, for all the reasons you've heard about. Phones are off, phones don't work, warnings are too frequent, people don't pay attention to them. Sirens would have saved lives. I agree with the sheriff, it may not have had enough time for the girls at Camp Mystic, but everybody downstream at the Heart of Hills, the RV Park, Texas Hill Country would be here today if there was a siren. Number 4, take out the human link between your gauges that you're now going to put upstream and the sirens that need to alert. We have things called airbags. Every switch there is has an input, a decision, and an output. Those gauges can do the same thing instantaneously and activate gauges as soon as your algorithm says it's doing so. And you don't have to try to hunt down somebody who's sick or asleep or out of town. Number 5, good evacuation plans are key. I have watched wildfire after wildfire after wildfire, one way out, failure to train, 85 people killed in Northern California, 102 people in Maui. It would happen here, given what we've got. Number 6, the first responder communications equipment. I'm going to make my pitch for you guys to reconsider Chairman King's bill, House Bill 13. It needs to get passed. I know it costs a lot of money, but it's the only statewide program that's going to fix this. Otherwise, you're going to be playing whack-a-mole from county to county to county. Lastly, volunteer efforts. I would just commend 2 people for you when you're having your legislative hearings. One of them is Chase Spencer with Mercy Gate Ministries here in Hunt, and the second is Haley Lehrman at the Hunt store. They were kind of the ex officio moving people around stuff, and you really need to hear both their stories because your instincts are all right. If we can get some sort of a coordination on this. And then lastly, I would just say this. Yep. Last thought. Only 2 of you were on the House State Affairs Committee, Representative Darby and the chairman. On March 31st, 4 months ago today, there was a full day of testimony, including about House Bill 13, and I would encourage the chair to incorporate that transcript into this record so not only do the rest of you have it, but everybody in the legislature has it because that bill's part of what needs to be passed. Thank you.
You know, on the sirens real quick, Lubbock, Texas put in 45 sirens. It's been probably 3 or 4 years ago. Cost them $1 million. It has battery backup. They test them once a month. They work like a charm. We're a 135 square mile city.
My deer feeders run off the same battery.
Surely we can put enough sirens around these hills on a whole lot smaller footprint.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and legislators, for being here all this long, long day. I'm Renee DeReese. I'm a flood volunteer who experienced the volunteer disconnection many have noted. I'm a trauma nurse of 33 years, director of a nursing company nationwide, Schreiner University and University of Texas graduate, a native of Texas, descendant from citizens of the Republic of Texas. While volunteering in Hunt, I discussed my experiences and possible solutions with Governor Abbott. He asked that I share these thoughts with you, so here I sit today. I hope my tenacity in coming to Austin last week and then being here all day demonstrates my commitment to contribute something worthwhile. I really do care, and I know you do too. I spent a significant portion of my life here. I learned as a child to swim in the Guadalupe near Camp Mystic, a place that became my other church without a steeple, where I returned often to renew my spirit. This time I came home from work losing a lucrative work contract. I turned it down to help as a volunteer. I'm here to use the education I gained here at Schreiner and continued at UT, and I'm hoping to help rebuild lives and restore the peace and preserve the sacred place and restore confidence in our hill country for generations to come. Governor Abbott, President Trump, and all of you took immediate and sustained action. For next steps in whatever capacity, volunteer or otherwise, I stand for my Texas family. I shared with Governor Abbott that we need to better coordinate between volunteers and state. That's been repeatedly noted today. Other high-risk areas include rescue route maps that are accessible online and in most coastal areas. Emergency communication has already been discussed. GPS alarm armbands, especially for campers and in organized parks and programs. They are used often in the hospital for our babies. Escape routes, camp rafts, emergency vehicles, and trauma kits set up, modeled by hospitals and airline standards and reviewed by government officials. State standards of legislation to enforce the safety measures, including water safety training and certified instructors at camps and safety information readily available. From my medical experience, we urgently need to address the emotional toll for kids, families, and volunteers. Of note, many volunteers bravely faced but weren't trained to face trauma like I was. They need support as well. There's great online counseling programs that can be resourced most anywhere, and I can rally support and organization for that. As for future camp water safety, I've partnered with the Miss Tristan Foundation, a San Antonio-based water safety nonprofit, born from tragedy to save lives. We're ready to support with expertise, training, and resources, as we do with the YMCA and public schools in San Antonio. We Texans carry grit, faith, courage, and our family as Texans with our special kind of strength, and we are a model of unity in a fractured world. I hope they learn from us around the world how unity and love and faith conquers all as they watch our exceptional recovery. It is up to all of us to act now so no Texan loses another life, home, or even hill country heritage because we delayed. Finally, I ask you all to help us who want to volunteer. Let me use the education I gained right here in Kerrville as a medical professional and in management and follow my heart to help the best people I've ever met on this planet, my fellow Texas family by heritage.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
There are plenty more like us to stand and ready to help.
Thank you for that. Let's go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lauren Pena. I am a pro se litigant in a federal case against the City of Austin and the Housing Authority of the City of Austin. I'm here today because I want to raise awareness for some pretty serious situations that are going on. I live in a HUD property, and they are not following ADA compliance. We have elderly and disabled and veterans that are living in higher story floors because they have gentrified the projects. And so after we had this emergency happen, I went and I looked into the FEMA flood maps, and there are several HUD properties that are located in the FEMA flood zones. And so I'm just here today because I want to raise awareness that the city cannot even take care of the buildings that they have now. We need to ensure when they gentrify the next projects that are located in flood zones that they're going to follow the ADA compliance, and they're going to ensure that there are not going to be people trapped in the upper floors, because for 5 weeks the people in my building couldn't even leave to get food or groceries because the elevator didn't work and they were in wheelchairs. And so, like I said, I'm just here today to raise awareness. I think that we really need to start implementing some pretty tough fines on these properties because they're not paying taxes in the first place. And like I said, there are some that are in flood zones and they're going to be gentrified. And additionally, I'd really just like you guys to take a look at these properties. They're not being managed the way they're supposed to be managed. They're not the same as they were when they were traditional housing projects. So thank you so much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions. But again, this is a really serious situation. The gentrification of public housing is detrimental to society.
Go ahead, sir, on the end there.
She's quick.
Well, she used her public testimony. It wasn't about tonight, but that's okay. Move that. You get on. Well, she just yielded her time. There you go.
My name is Brian Truitt. My family's been here since 1876, and God, I love this place. All right. First thing I want to mention is I know the Hill Country very well. I know Camp Mystic very well, and I know the family very well. All right. Now, one of the things I wish to mention is that I sincerely wish that you do get the services of a dadgum good geologist and learn, pardon me, what the rock structure is out at Mystic and in the Texas Hill Country. There's two main types of rock out there. Limestone of various types and density. And one of those densities sits on top of Camp Mystic. And it is a very porous limestone. And another limestone that is very prevalent out here is one that absorbs water like crazy. Okay? The other major stone that is found in the Hill Country is slate, and it's like concrete. Well, the problem there being is that the waterway down the valley of where Camp Mystic is made up of those two stones. And unfortunately, Camp Mystic is the one with the limestone. But so is the canyon. And that is a real problem out there and has been for years. when they try to build new properties, new items, new buildings on the camp, they really have a problem with that limestone. But so does all of the hill country. Another thing is it really needs attention in this matter and in this whole world of what you're talking about, because how big the area is of limestone throughout all this area. Okay. Now, I'm going to touch on another subject. I have 30 years of emergency management. I also have 15 years of working with camps. So I'm going to just make a couple of points on camps, and then I'm out of here, okay? Love all of you, but now, first...
Your time is up, but I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
What would you like to tell us about the camps?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
And I'd like to talk to Ms. Johnson about it.
You can talk to Ms. Johnson off mic unless it's something to do with the camps.
That's what I'm going to do.
All right.
All right. For the camps, Camp Mystic has an emergency management program, and they have had for years. The problem with the program of all of the camps, I've worked, because I've also taught hunter education in girl camps for 15 years, and it's an honor to do it. But the problem is that only the directors of the camp know what the emergency management program is. I've never seen one camp to have just for the counselors, because the counselors turn over, right? They're not there the same counselors every year. But they don't give any training on an emergency management plan to the counselors. Now, I'm not talking about giving them a copy of it and sending them into the boardroom.
So they need to train their counselors.
They need to train
every year.
Badly.
Okay. What's your next point?
Okay. The next point is there's a lot of camps out there that do not have adequate fire protection, like fire extinguishers, even the small ones in cabins on the wall. That's ludicrous.
So how do they pass a fire inspection from the fire department?
Okay. Every year, when the camps are getting ready to set up, they go through and they check every one of those cabins. But they don't check for fire protection like they should, have fire detectors. Not every camp has fire detectors, folks. Now, the ones out here in the hill country that are conscientious do, but I also do church camps, and they don't. So there's camps out there that are just wide open. You can't manage these youngsters that way.
Do you have another point?
Okay, one more point.
There you go.
The smoke, the fire thing, but the other point is they don't really provide the parents the information they need to have about what the camp has to have in the cabins to make the cabins safe.
Yep.
They truly do not. And I'm thinking of a Boy Scout camp that don't. Boy, is that bad English. That do not do that type of thing. And what you're doing is that you're putting these young people in.
I appreciate. Do you have any more points? Because after looking at where they're regulated and the ability to get waivers around it, and then the lack of compliance because of it, you're making a point that we need to follow up and make changes in the code on. So we're on that. I appreciate your service, and thank you for that.
There's not a, and I'm not happy with the way that the directors handle this subject.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know how you wouldn't have a fire extinguisher in there. I can understand maybe they were grandfathered on fire alarms, but we'll go through this. But I'm just telling you, they're regulated in a very weird place, and they kind of put it there, I think, to hide it. And a lot of these camps over the years have gotten waivers for a lot of things that we as members would just assume that's just common sense you would do. So you're raising a point very clearly. Thank you for hanging in here all day to do that.
Mr. Burdell.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind having a seat real quick. Sorry.
You got another question?
I know you want out of here pretty quickly. I want to let you know that there is a bill that has already been drafted. It hasn't been filed yet, and it focuses on what you're talking about, and it's requiring evacuation routes to be placed in the cabins. It's requiring reflective life jackets to be in those cabins, and among other things. So I just want you to know that is on our radar, and at some point that bill will be filed, and you'll have the chance to come testify for that bill if you would like to. So I just want to give you that heads up.
No exercises either to teach the campers where to go with the camp with the council.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and so those are being looked at. I just wanted you to know that. Mr. Watts, thank you for very straightforward testimony. I appreciate that a lot. That got a lot of information across very quickly.
Thanks for
and then in the green shirt, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name earlier.
Olenek, Byron Olenek.
Byron, I just wanted you to know I had some constituents ask me to file a bill this session, so I did file a bill. That's a prohibition on weather modification. It did get a hearing. It didn't go anywhere. That bill will most likely be filed again next session, just so you're aware of that. And that's
Any hope of getting it in the special session?
I can't comment on that right now, but I just want to let you know that bill does exist in the server.
Thank you. I will follow up with the governor then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I bet if we go to our hotel rooms tonight, there'll be an evacuation plan on the back door of that hotel.
Yes, sir.
And that's really what these places are. They're housing people for pay. All right, guys, y'all hung in here with us a long time.
One second,
You got another one?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Mr. Chairman.
I just wanted to, thank you all for your testimony. It was clear, it was succinct. Most of you stopped when you were told to.
Yep.
You know, not everybody has that talent, but especially Michael. Michael, I just wanted to, you did spend a lot of time in state affairs, and we did a lot of disaster work this session in the House, as well as the Senate did too. But I think the point is there's synergies with all types of disasters. And if you can find those synergies, whether it's a fire, a flood, hurricane, tornado, and unfortunately, even a school shooting, one of those synergies is interoperability. That's something that affects every disaster. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I was glad to hear that Travis and Williamson have self-interoperable, but most people don't have billionaires walking around building a tax base. And so the state's got to, endow that interoperability so we don't get the kind of thing you saw in the Panhandle where all the first responders have got different radios, can't talk to each other.
Well, the point is 89% of the state's covered by volunteer firefighters.
Yeah.
As that are typically your first responder in a disaster, and then law enforcement comes in. And, we've heard it over and over, interoperability causes at least 3 12-hour cycles before people get on the same page. Even in the sheriff who in this county testified earlier today that they'd spent $7 million on radios, and they were 3 days getting all the volunteers radios, first responder volunteers radios programmed to theirs before they solved interoperability. So anyway, but I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, it's key.
I would just say the comment you made about one of the best committees, when we get over our partisan politics, we do really good work together.
Preventing drowning is not a Democrat or Republican issue.
It is not, and it's unfortunate it takes these events to bring us together. But
thanks to all of you.
We do well together. We got a lot of great members. All right, guys, thank you for being here again, hanging in here all day. All right, I'm going to make a stack. I'm going to call these all through. I don't think there's many left. If you want to testify and I do not call your name, I do not have the card, I know I have the panel left for 2, but I'm just going to clear the public. So, Jason Hyde, Salvador Espinoza, Sheila Hemphill, Pamela Hart, Ryan Logue, Henry Ortega, Mike Silverman, Morton Baird III, Shannon Donahue, Lawrence Walker, Barbara Oates, Ashlyn Bolton, Evelyn Miller, Chris Distel, Clay Lambert, Betty Murphy, Kathleen Brinkman, Ron Learman, Ryan Pape, Jacob Torres, Bubba Walters, Sherry Reynolds, Richard Donanet, I think D-O-H-N-E-T. Richard, is that you? It looks like a D-O-H, maybe a B-O-H? B-O-H. You live in Comfort? Yes, sir. That's you. Come on in. Hi, you. Mark Means. Michael Horn. Ava Zolari. Again, I believe this is William Spearhart. Paul Chatelaine. Is there anyone else wishing to testify tonight in public on the Senate joint House and Senate hearing today? If there is, you do not have a card, you would need to come to the table and get a card once you testify. I hear none. I'm going to close public testimony. All right, you got 3 minutes. State your name. Tell us what you want to know.
My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know, and I'm so appreciative of this committee. And I would even take 5 seconds for y'all to take a deep breath, stretch a little bit, and eat your brains on, because after this 3 minutes, which I'm ecstatic to have another minute, it's usually get 2. So I'm here today because on your document, my appeal is for a call to Governor Abbott to place geoengineering on the call of the special session and to refile SB 1154 by Senator Hughes and HB 1132 by Representative Verdell, and for Senator Perry and Senator King to call for a hearing on these bills in the Disaster Preparedness Flooding Committee. It is imperative that we know this known knowledge be investigated as potential contributor to this devastating crisis. I have testified on numerous times for the last 10 years in front of a bunch of you. Most of you know I am a root cause advocate. So what I've heard today is about monitoring, and the best thing Texas, and I'm not mocking anyone, I'm grateful for everybody that does their job. And I've come to the conclusion we have a lot of really good people in a really broken system. We must look at the root cause. And so we're going to take the next however many minutes, and we're going to talk about geoengineering. This information is coming from Dane Whittington with Geoengineering Watch, who's been researching this for over 20 years. Here are some pictures. So here we have, together, class, there's a difference between sorry, was that disrespectful? I was a teacher. There's a big difference between condensation, which happens from normal air travel, and what we are seeing, which is stratospheric aerosol emissions. They are not the same thing, and that has been one of the biggest deceptions that has happened for decades. This technology goes back to like 1948. There are many military events that have utilized this technology. One in particular was Operation Popeye in 1967 in Vietnam, where they did use cloud seeding, which was the distribution of sodium, silver iodide, and lead in the atmosphere, causing massive flooding in the supply lines in Vietnam. So this technology is distinctly designed to use by the military, and it might be interesting to you to know that NOAA and the National Weather Service contracts with Raytheon, military defense contractor Raytheon, to do the weather modeling for NOAA and the National Weather System. I can show you the contracts. Also, Lockheed Martin, another military contract, does the modeling for the FAA. So back to our document here. If you will, let's clarify some terms. There's different terms of cloud seeding, which a lot of times those providers are licensed with the state. regulated by the state, to particularly administer particulate in particular areas to help generate rain. Cloud seeding. This is different. It's known by climate engineering. I prefer geoengineering because it's bigger, it's much bigger than just climate or weather.
Got to land the plane. 3 minutes, man. You got an extra minute. You usually only get 2.
Well, I know, but this
Well,
is
it's
the
a very
root cause.
extensive argument. You did a very good job. We will look at it.
It's in your email.
Okay.
And wait, you got to know about, where'd she go? Representative Johnson, about Harvey. Hello, Harvey.
I don't.
Reps.
You're done. Unless there's somebody with a question.
It'll show you the radar anomaly of how Harvey was paused.
You can talk to Representative Johnson about Harvey when she comes back
Well,
out.
I hope
if
after
you can.
this, no one will ever call geoengineering a conspiracy theory.
There you
It is a
go.
conspiracy. It is a fact, and better not be talking about tin hats.
It happens.
Thank
I just
you.
wish it actually produced
I can't
rain
believe
when
that
we
was
did
3
it back
minutes.
in the 50s. Sir, go ahead.
My
and
name is
state
Richard
your name in
Ballard.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Perry and King and the rest of you committee members. I appreciate the time to be able to testify. Most of what I was going to say has already been said, so I don't have much left to talk about. But I do think we need to study on flood control dams. Some of the areas I would think of would be like on the hills that are draining into the river. If we could put some dams on the drainages and the creeks to slow down the rate of flooding, which hopefully would allow a little more time for the people to get to higher ground. And then maybe put some on the river in various places from Hunt and on downstream. That's all I have to say, because everything else has already been discussed. So if there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Could you?
Oh, 1 second.
Is your name B-O-H-M-E-R-T?
B-O-H-N-E-R-T.
N-E-R-T. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We just need-
Mr. Verdell has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman King. I know this is the last 2 witnesses. Ms. Hemphill, just if you can keep it under 2 minutes. I know we can go for a long time, because everybody's been here for a long time. So if you can just, for under 2 minutes, can you do that? Is that, am I allowed to ask that, or?
This is on Harvey.
You're allowed to ask, but
okay. that.
we are moving on.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. So just for
Got
very
it.
short, less than 2 minutes, can you explain what
Yes.
you were talking about just a second ago?
Thank you. My website is Texas Right to Know. When you first come up here, I even moved it to the top so it'd be quicker for you to find. You will see 11-minute video showing the impact of radar, which you can see on this pack page. It's a 2-part system. You have to emit the metal particulate in the atmosphere that doesn't stay in the atmosphere, and these particulates consist of aluminum, strontium, and barium, verified by inter-air accumulation and collection of it. As you can see in the documentary, The Dimming. Here, you can see how it's twofold, that it needs radar energy of frequency to oscillate those elements that they put in the air, aluminum, strontium, and barium, and other things. And actually down here, you'll see some of the soaps, solvents, emulsifiers that they have in it that creates these. Everything is documented. Here you will see the historical documents. You will see the Senate hearings. Everything is documented on GeoWatch and geoengineeringwatch.org. On my website, I'm mirroring it and trying to make it short and concise so that I know how difficult it is for y'all to handle everything you're giving. But you
Yes, ma'am.
cannot ignore what is causing this, because they will continue to do it. And this
Yep.
is international by the treaties that they have signed. It's all in the documents.
All right,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Hemphill, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms.
Appreciate
Hemphill.
it. No, yield back my time.
Members, any other questions? See none on the House side.
Thank you guys for being here. Last panel, not because we don't love you, it's just it worked out that way. Chair calls up Todd Citron and Veronica Sanchez.
There we go. Check it out.
First of all, thank you guys. Truthfully, I know it's been a long day. I knew it was, and I think I told you it was going to be midnight, maybe. So, but y'all are important.
Thank you.
And when Chairman King, were talking a little bit. First responders were actually what came to my mind, because kind of the things they're seeing and doing. And I think I forgot who. Somebody gave me y'all's name, a friend of mine. And somebody said it's 5,000 encounters, one of your groups or something. But just go ahead and tell us your story. Tell us your name, tell us your story.
Sure. My name is Todd Citron. I'm the Chief Executive Officer
Real close.
For Hill Country Mental Health and Developmental Disabilities. Chairs Perry and King, members of the committees, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you for coming to Kerrville. Again, I'm the CEO of Hill Country Mental Health and Developmental Disability Centers, which provides mental health crisis response and a range of community-based services for individuals and families across Kerr County and the surrounding region. As the local mental health and IDD authority for a 19-county service area, we are responsible for local disaster behavioral health response when an event results in a disaster declaration by local officials, the governor, and or the President of the United States. As the local mental health authority, our role during an emergency crisis response is to work in collaboration with local agencies and the Texas Health and Human Services Commission to support the emotional and psychological needs of survivors and others impacted by the disaster, both in the immediate aftermath and throughout the ongoing longer-term recovery. Along with the Disaster Behavioral Health Coordination Division of HHSC, the local mental health authorities have a long-standing identified role in the Texas Emergency Management Plan. The local mental health authorities in the disaster area work in collaboration with each other and HHSC's Disaster Behavioral Health team to put those services on the ground and address the emotional support needs of the citizens throughout the area. Today I'm here to share our experience in the field and in partnership with Veronica Sanchez, who's the Executive Director of Camino Real, which is another local mental health authority. We offer some suggestions. I also want to acknowledge the resilience of our community and the extraordinary collaboration we have with the Health and Human Services Commission, local officials, the Texas Child Mental Health Consortium through their TCHAT network, and my colleagues across the state who continue to deploy teams to support our response effort. At present, 5 other LMHAs, Bluebonnet Trails, Camino Real, Center for Healthcare Services, Integral Care, and Tropical Texas have already deployed teams or are scheduled to deploy teams on a rotating schedule to our local service area. In addition, a 24/7 Texas flooding emotional support line that is available statewide is operated by the Harris Center, which is another LMHA. On a personal note, I have been the CEO of Hill Country MHDD for approximately 4 years, and we have now responded to 2 mass casualty events, Uvalde and this major flood. I can tell you how much I appreciate the Hill Country staff and the ready response of HHSC, my LMHA colleagues across the state, and other partners, including the Texas legislature, to ensure we can be there for our community in these tragic circumstances. And as you know, a disaster can happen anywhere at any time, whether it's a man-made tragedy or a natural disaster. I want to mention briefly, just in regards to preparedness, in regards to our response activities, and they go back to 2015. We formally established a disaster response team structure. This occurred in the aftermath of the devastating floods in Wimberley, where over 350 homes were destroyed and 12 individuals lost their lives. At that time, a staff member of ours, Randy Consford, created a rapid support deployment system based upon the FEMA Incident Command System. Fast forward to today, Randy continues to operate as our lead incident commander, and we utilize the immediate deployment incident command structure. Mr. Consford assumed that role in the aftermath of the Uvalde tragedy and presently leads the Kerr response effort. Our response is based on crisis counselors who deploy throughout the community 7 days a week to assist impacted individuals. These staff are licensed mental health clinicians qualified mental health professionals, counselors, care navigators, peer specialists who've been trained in psychological first aid and trauma-informed care. In regards to our actions as the LMHA in disaster response on July 4th, Mr. Consford established the Incident Command based out of Kerrville Administration Office, located exactly 3 miles from here. He reached out to our internal staff who would make up the initial deployment teams who would cover rotational shifts over a 7-day per week basis. Immediately, we deployed team members to the Reunification Center located at Ingram Middle School to support children being reconnected with their families, many children who had been brought by helicopter from Camp Mystic. Staff were also deployed to Trinity Church and Grimes Funeral Home to support family members who were having to identify the bodies of their loved ones. We have provided embedded behavioral supports at the Family Assistance Center and the Disaster Recovery Centers that are operated in partnership with TDM, local law enforcement folks, and FEMA representatives. We have supported the camps located in Hunt and Centerpoint and routinely round local neighborhoods, businesses, shelters, schools, churches, and local gathering sites using a community canvassing approach. We even borrowed ATVs to get to difficult-to-reach riverbed areas to support volunteers and first responders wearing boots that were snake bite resistant. We deployed 2 recently purchased mobile mental health clinic vehicles to the community that have been mainly situated in Hunt and Centerpoint, and those are in the handouts I gave you. There's pictures of those. A total of 50 fellow LMHA staff from the 5 previously mentioned centers have been either on site with us or will be joining us over the next couple of weeks. The sister LMHAs are providing coverage over 7-day periods and deploying with us to the community wearing these green emotional support vests. These have been wonderful as folks recognize that the many folks who they see usually on a daily basis, around 30, who cover about a 30-mile swath of land between Hunt and Centerpoint, wearing these vests, that they are there to support them in regards to the emotional response they're having to the tragedy. To date, we have deployed over 30 of our staff to the community to provide emotional supports. And these were people who were working full-time in other jobs, who they came to the point as a manifestation of the deployment and left where they were working in our other 19 county locations as part of the Incident Command deployment. 2 weeks ago, we opened an emotional support center that is available 7 days per week to walk-ins that is in downtown Kerrville to assist as a central hub for grief support, stress management, and brief counseling. To date, we have provided emotional support, psychological first aid, and resource referrals and counseling to 6,919 individuals throughout Kerr County, or about 270 people per day since July 1st, mostly along the Guadalupe River corridor, a roughly 30-mile stretch, and to some of our neighboring counties. Many of the individuals have experienced direct loss, displacement, and trauma. And in addition, we are scheduling numerous mental health first aid trainings with various ISDs throughout the area as schools get ready to open in a couple weeks. I want to mention a couple of kind of specific cases. So again, we have had contact with close to 7,000 people. These mental health vans that I had mentioned, and there's pictures of them in the handouts I gave you, we deployed them to Hunt and to Centerville, and we use those. They have telemedicine capacity, but we've also used them for kind of like satellite mobile clinics, and we have counseled hundreds of people in those mobile vehicles. We have worked with camp counselors who have been in distress as a manifestation of what they've experienced, and they request the people in the green vests. We have met with numerous family members and property owners who've identified deceased people and counseled them through that. And we have worked with numerous also emergency responders and who some are still counseling to this day. Some choose to get counseling through their resources, and some have chosen to seek services, care through us. So at this point, I'm going to turn over to Veronica.
Good evening, and thank you for permitting me to testify today. I'm Veronica Sanchez. I've been the Executive Director for Camino Real Community Services for the past 4 years. As Todd mentioned, each local mental health authority is responsible for disaster behavioral health services. We do this as part of our Health and Human Services contract. So each of us does have to have a component built in with the ability to respond after a disaster. Camino Real, in preparation for this responsibility, has already established or pre-identified individuals, staff on our that are part of our employee base, has an identified team. We have up to 15 people that we're able to deploy at any given time because, as many have mentioned, you do not know when a disaster is going to hit. We try to pick individuals who are I guess, experienced in a variety of areas to include children's mental health, substance use disorders, intellectual and developmental disabilities, able to work with persons with autism. So we try to get a diverse group. We have licensed professional counselors, licensed clinical social workers that are available. They're part of our team. And then, of course, we have qualified mental health professionals. These individuals are customarily part of our mobile crisis outreach team services. They are accustomed to responding to psychiatric crisis. Disasters are a crisis, but they can be a little bit different, so you also have to prepare your staff. We have our staff trained in psychological first aid. And there are some other individuals that are trained in critical incident stress management as well. The type of support that we offer or that we make available, of course, to ourselves if we experience a disaster, but we also make ourselves available to our sister local mental health authorities. It is I think something that I've learned from my past. We were part of the Sutherland Springs mass shooting that occurred in 2017. When you are impacted as a local mental health authority, it is a very heavy burden to carry. So we, I mean, I am not ashamed to ask for help. We needed help. We did have a responsibility to respond. We will respond. But it is also, I think, so important when we can rely on our other local mental health authorities to help us out. Hill Country did help us out in that situation as well. Camino Real, in this particular, I guess, devastation, deployed a group of 10 people, 5 licensed professional counselors, and 5 qualified mental health professionals. Todd mentioned that there are other local mental health authorities that stepped in very quickly as well. We jumped on a Zoom call, had a plan probably within an hour as to what the 5-week rotation was going to be, and it did consist of a 10-day stay. So we did have staff here for 10 days to be able to offer the support to Hill Country. This, of course, has just been a very sad situation. I reached out probably within 1 day and offered Camino Real services to Todd and Landon, just saying that we were ready to support in any way that we could. So I was very honored to be able to do that. The type of support we did offer, our group has already come and they're back home now with us. But they offer very basic on-the-ground support. It consists of community outreach. You go knocking on doors. You go make yourself available, visible. I think the green shirts, we ordered our green shirts. We had the vest available. We made ourselves very, I guess, visible. At first, you will not do something referred to as clinical services. You are simply offering support. It could be as simple as handing someone a bottle of water or just giving them a hug because that's what they needed. It's going out to those homes and just making sure you say, do you need my help? Do you need anything? Our staff were, gracious to be able to take a wagon and walk to be able to deliver water and food to individuals. And that's the basic emotional support that you make available. It's not carrying out a therapy session necessarily. That will come later. Emotional support comes in many forms, as mentioned. It is also offered in the form of working with someone who may just not know the steps you need to take to get to FEMA. How do you get help? So being able to refer them for those services that were available. In our case, and I think in most mental health authorities, you have to have the ability to rapidly deploy a team. You need to be able to go out to shelters. You need to be able to go out to the schools when schools are open. You need to be able to go out to any local church events, go out to where the people are. You go to those impacted neighborhoods. Again, distribution of water, food, hygiene kits, comfort items to build trust, and then just to offer that opportunity for an open dialogue is always very important and very helpful. Non-clinical engagement, as I mentioned, people aren't always ready, nor do they ask for that clinic. I'm a therapist, I'm a licensed professional counselor. Sometimes it's just sitting and listening. It's not therapy. It is not. It's not going to happen this soon. I think there's a lot of shock initially, and the stages of grief are setting in, that experience of just loss in general, loss of home, loss of life, just loss of your whole community and your what was so safe to you. Follow-up outreach will, I think, be ongoing. It's important to be able to continue contact if people do want to come later for help. I think also making sure that you're, you mentioned first responders. I saw firsthand from our experience with Sutherland Springs the devastating impact it had on persons that had to, and it happens here, I'm sure it happened in Uvalde. What happens to the individuals that are responding, what happens to the volunteers, and sometimes that discomfort with realizing that you need help. So whatever we can do and whatever I think can be done around that area is going to be a very important discussion to occur. You have to plan for the long-term mental health needs. I said earlier that sometimes that non-clinical engagement is what you need up front, but the aftermath of all of this, the aftermath of disaster in general, of mass shootings, of whatever the situation, will result in long-term mental health needs. And I think that's where, we are ready to serve. Our Camino Real Community Services, we are spread out over 9 counties in our area. You have many more counties to serve. But, as a group, recognize the lasting mental health impact, recognize the impact on first responders, prepare for increased outpatient treatment needs post-trauma. We are still in the initial stages. It will follow, and there will be long-term needs that must be addressed. I think many people do get through situations like this, but then there is always going to have to be that education, the outreach, and I think making ourselves available to say there is probably going to be some people that have greater needs and that will need that psychiatric intervention and that will need the therapy and will need medications. That will happen. It happened in Sutherland Springs. We went through phases. And then our numbers doubled. Our outpatient mental health numbers doubled. The children's numbers have gone, they're just out of control even at this point, and they have just kept going. We did a really great job of outreach, and I think that's what the benefit is of knocking on doors and having your emotional support office open and welcoming. So I guess building a sustainable capacity for long-term community support by investing in long-term treatment.
Okay, and we offer some recommendations, and I do want to talk a little with you about the Uvalde response. Some of you were here during the 88th. There was legislation and funding, and there was a focus on an expansion in crisis services and in outpatient services, and we kind of see this as similar. In the aftermath of the tragedy, we deployed the same sort of system. We were there the next day after the shooting. We operate a clinic in Uvalde that sits 2 blocks from Robb Elementary School. We had staff who could hear the shooting. And the governor, immediately, and legislative leaders ordered a budget execution order, one of which, from what I remember, there was an emergency session. And they ordered us as the local mental health authority to have a needs assessment conducted of the Uvalde region. And we brought in Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, and Meadows did a very extensive review. Results were presented back to the legislature through HHSC, and there was focus on crisis service and outpatient expansion in the aftermath of that tragedy. And at that time, you made an investment in Uvalde to the tune of $30 million for a behavioral health care campus to be constructed, and dirt is moving now 2 miles from downtown Uvalde, which includes a 16-bed adult crisis unit and a 16-bed kids unit and an integrated outpatient center. It's 50,000 square feet. It'll sit about 2 miles from downtown Uvalde. The 88th legislature funded that. The 89th funded the operational funding for the facility. So it's about $10 million a year to run the 2 16-bed units. So one of the recommendations is an expansion around crisis residential capacity funding for operations. That was a critical component of what came out of Uvalde. Also, there was a focus in that Meadows needs assessment, as Veronica had acknowledged, our service counts jumped dramatically after the tragedy. And we are seeing folks, now this is 3 years after the shooting, folks coming in with very severe mental illnesses. And we have contract therapists who have specializations in trauma therapies. And some we bring in from San Angelo, some from San Antonio. We put them up in hotels for a couple of days so they can serve our clients because they don't live in Uvalde. And so, again, as a byproduct of that tragedy, which was a mass casualty event, and a focus on an expansion in crisis services and in outpatient expansion, we think that something like that should be looked at. One of the recommendations of the Meadows Needs Assessment was youth crisis outreach teams. You all just made a significant investment out of the 89th legislative session to fund, which I'm sure will be under competitive solicitation shortly, for that there be more youth crisis outreach teams throughout the state of Texas. So those are 2 recommendations to you all. You want to cover the final 2?
We've got one question for you.
Mr. Lauterbach.
Thank you, Director Sanchez and Chief Citron. Thank you for coming together to provide a critical need for this area. But let me clarify some things now. The local LMHA, part of the 39 in the state, that's MHDD?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Camino Real is where? Are you a contractor?
No, we are also a local.
So you just work with the LMHA?
We are helping out. We offer to supportive health. We help. We are a local mental health authority. We neighbor.
You are part of the 39 in the state?
Yes, we are one of the 39.
Okay.
Just like
And y'all also
Hill Country.
came together with 5 other centers here in the state?
Correct.
So the combination of services to provide the manpower here to service the Hill Country?
That's correct, yes. It was a total of 6 local mental health authorities, including ourselves.
Okay, well, that's good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Senator Cohorst.
Yeah, thank you all so much for staying tonight. Your recommendations, I really appreciated the WICOT funding that we've put out there and we've built over the last 2 sessions. Very good. The Uvalde Crisis Center, I know Uvalde is only 68 miles from here. I think certainly it could be utilized with this tragedy as we have that built out. And that is part of the, you look at the size of Uvalde and part of the, wrestling of, is it big enough and can we get the workforce to be able to fulfill the needs in that area? What's your answer really quickly on workforce?
Yeah, so in regards to workforce, one of the recommendations out of Meadows was a partnership with the local junior college out there. We have created a behavioral health certification program. These will be the technicians that work in the 2 crisis units, and I believe they've already graduated 2 cohort classes out of that.
Great, super. Lastly, I want to say that this disaster is slightly different than we talked about this in the back of the room with the mom from Houston. So because of the tourism aspect of the Guadalupe and Kerr County, the camps, so when this disaster hit, there are a lot of people that have now their tragedies they've taken back, whether it's to Harris County or to Austin County tomorrow, as I will be attending visitation for one of the campers from Mystic to be with her parents and to give our condolences. And so this crisis, as my staff and I have discussed, is different because it's impacted so many parts of the state. So as we move through this, Mr. Chairman, we'll be looking at how we get those services out. I specifically asked Health and Human Services, shout out to Brent, who has been here for now we're going on 13 hours the whole time. We're going to come out with, by next week, we're going to have dishes in Health and Human Services, create a specific outreach to the campers and their families that were here from the testimony we heard here today. So we're going to take some action. So it doesn't all fall on the LMHA here because it's so widespread, again, with the visitors that were here on 4th of July. So thank y'all for your recommendations. Look forward to working with y'all. Look forward to getting the Uvalde, it's not necessarily a mental health hospital. It's a little bit different with the 16 youth beds and the 16 adult beds. I think I got my numbers right there, combined 32. But I think that will be utilized from this for our local residents as well.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Conkers.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, panel, and thank you for your testimony. I know it's late and we're all looking to go someplace else, but I got a quick question here. And I want to ask if you're working alongside our federally qualified health centers, FQHCs, La Speranza Clinic in San Angelo and Junction and Frontera Healthcare Network in Menard, one of your counties. So I guess the question is, are you working alongside these entities or in this arena for the long-term care of behavioral health care of individuals, and if not, why?
Yes, sir. We are. As a matter of fact, Judge Corbin was here earlier from Menard County, and he mentioned about an event up there, and there were counselors were deployed. Some of those were our counselors. We brought that mobile vehicle I mentioned to you. I worked very closely with Mickey Hand from Frontera. We coordinated that together. So yeah, we work closely with the FQHCs. We very, back in Uvalde, we worked very closely with CHDI down there as well. As a matter of fact, part of a goal of ours is to be able to integrate behavioral health clinicians into their primary care clinics. We do that in Uvalde, and Mickey and I have already had discussions about that.
It's just a personal thing with me. It's not Uvalde, it's Uvalde.
Uvalde. Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. I know it's late.
I don't have.
I think you guys survived. We really do
Thank you
appreciate
very
what you
much.
do and appreciate you hung in there. And, you know, we got a tall order ahead of us, but we'll get through it. All right, members, productive day
Thank
today. I expected a long day. Now the work begins. Let's get our bills drafted and try to get them over the finish line in the next 2 weeks. So I expect the chairman and I will be working hand in hand on a lot of these conversations, but that doesn't mean my door's not open to anybody that has a thought. So Andrew or I will make a room to try to incorporate ideas that maybe we not. We'll try to get a draft. There's a kind of a bones with no real details being kind of set up to hang some things on the SB1 side. So as soon as we get that back, we'll start hanging ornaments on it. But it'll be stuff that we should all be familiar with.
And the house is kind of in the same position. The only bill we've got filed is HB2, which is interoperability bill, as far as been filed and referred. I know Mr. Verdell's got several. I know Mr. Louderback's working on some. And so I expect our disaster committee will have a really busy week next week and the week after, and we'll be talking.
It's good. We're in good place. It was good hearings. We got a lot of good information. With that, if there's no other business to come before the Senate Select Committee on Disaster and Preparedness and Flooding, the hearing none, the committee stands recessed, subject to call the chair.
Members, that concludes today's agenda. If there's further business to discuss, if not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to call the chair.